You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Jeffrey's sunbathing. Hello, sunbathing people. Welcome to the 420 radio show. Obviously, he's on a mountain somewhere.
Trying to figure out where the mute button is.
Nice.
You have to
Trying to figure out
unmute,
where the
buddy.
mute button is.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah.
He's a smart man.
Looks like he's in a tent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's camping.
He must be on a job somewhere.
No, he's trying to find some shade so he can see where the button is to click unmute.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah, you can't. They have to unmute. He has to unmute himself. Yeah. So, welcome to the 420 Radio Show. Our guest is here, Jeffrey Peterson, the 420 comic. He will figure it out.
There he is.
There we go. Clicky, 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 clicky. How's it going, eh?
Camera froze.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dale's here. Dale's here. I dragged Dale in, but his camera's not connecting.
Dale, what's up?
So his mic doesn't connect either. How do you pull that one?
What?
How do you get that one so you don't get your mic connected either? I want to try that one.
He hasn't been here in a while, and his settings are different, probably, or something.
Do we let Darcy back?
Darcy's here. Why am I full screen is what I'd like to know.
You did it.
No, I didn't. It was you.
No, you did it because you put Jeffrey full screen and he left.
You guys crack me up. I missed you guys. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it was nice to see Jeff. And now we'll sit here for 2 hours and go.
No, I made a video.
I did as well. What's your video about?
Cannabis.
My video is about THCVA.
Oh. Cool.
I still haven't got you a joint, Darcy. Sorry.
Mine is the explaining the both mental and physical differences between smoking and ingesting cannabis.
Ooh, that'll be a good one.
If I can remember in the morning, I'll try to drop one off when I go for my 6:30 groceries.
When are you going to drop mine off?
Not an issue.
I'll just leave it out in your step or something.
When you're passing by, just drop it off and leave it on.
I'll text you, Darcy. If I actually remember to do it, I'll text you.
Yeah, I might not like the app.
So are you up that early?
Can we start the show now?
Yes, please.
We're talking about cannabis. Trying to do a little small deal here.
Oh yeah. Help a friend.
That's funny.
You are a legal drug dealer, so you can.
I am a legal drug dealer.
Yes, you are.
I just want to point out.
He says with a big smile on his face.
I just want to point out how funny it is that you say it's a small deal, but yet we're sitting here listening to it, and everybody else on Facebook. And so, how small is it?
Well, it's also the worst deal in history since I'm making zero profit.
Hey, MJ, can you drop your video down to 480, please? It'll help with the blippy on your audio. Please.
I will try, yes.
So here we are, May 4th, May 25th, April 25th.
I was going to say, what month are you in?
Well, hold on. I'm not finished yet. April 25th. And you know what?
What?
There hasn't been any snow this week. Well, no, 3 days. Hi, Dale.
How's it going?
Good, thank you.
I left the laptop and went to my phone. Laptop was shitty.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because the snow's melted. And yet,
I think
we're supposed to get more this week.
Yeah, I was looking at your temperatures now. Your temperatures are shitty for the next couple days.
It's what is it right now outside? It is 9, 7, something like that.
That's not bad.
You know, it's nice. I could sit out. I could tonight. There's I can't remember which ones it is, but there's meteor showers tonight. And then you got that funny smiley face in the air last night.
I was grilling supper with a t-shirt
Doesn't
on.
he look like a fucking movie star with his hair glowing and flowing? Got music playing.
Are you in Vegas?
I'm at Shakedown. I'm at Shakedown Street in Vegas for the Grateful Dead.
Awesome. Where's the dead? Come on.
The Dead are playing at the Sphere, and
are they really?
I'm the host here at Shakedown Vegas.
Awesome. And there's also a really bad delay.
Probably music.
I feel like I'm in a Cheech and Chong movie right now.
Soon. We're going to reduce the background noise. See how that helps. That help, Jeff?
Yeah, a little bit.
How's things?
I don't know what's going on. We're having a weird connection. I'm not in a mountain. I'm not on a mountain. I'm in a casino. So
I might suggest you drop your video down to 480. Help. Do you think he heard that?
You might suggest what?
Changing your video setting to 480.
You might suggest what? Oh, man. Sorry about this, guys.
Let's just stare at
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what's going on.
Too much internet. Hi, buddy. Do you want to leave and come back and try again, Jeff?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
That's the hell of a delay.
Sounds like there's a concert behind him.
There is.
There is. I'm at a parking lot with the Grateful Dead, and you know, there's bands playing, there's people.
That's what it
is. A lot of tie-dye shirts. Sorry, guys, I can't find a quieter place.
You should turn your camera and show us the crowd.
I'll tell you what. I'll try to find a quieter place, guys. Let me see if I can.
I don't think you will.
I'll walk away from the event here. Yeah, I guess it's picking up all the sounds of the event. Sorry about that, guys, but this is a great time, man. The Dead and Company, which is the Grateful Dead, are at the Sphere here in Las Vegas.
Cool.
They're doing the residency there? Is it a one-off show?
Is it a residency, Jeff, or is it just a one time?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us at all? I don't think he has headset on.
Well, he's using a public Wi-Fi. I guarantee it.
Yeah. Kind of patchy.
My apologies, dude. I don't know what's going on.
No problem, buddy.
He's gonna walk halfway around the city trying to find his spot.
Find a Wi-Fi spot.
I don't think there's a quiet spot in Las Vegas.
Let's see if we can see what he sees. The sun seems brighter.
So, you guys, shake down Vegas.
Can you hear us at all now? I'm guessing that's a no.
Let's all just wave at him.
Mary Jane giving him the finger?
Hey Al, you can always
give the internet the finger. Tried like 2 internet.
Buddy wants to know what he's smoking at the Dead concert. It's like, we can't ask him.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us.
What size is that Elton John shirt? What's that, the Elton John shirt? I think it's a large.
I'm curious about that too, because I want to know about the weed in Vegas.
Yeah, that is There's mushrooms?
That's what I heard.
I heard mushrooms.
I already did some, thanks.
Favorites. Yeah. Oh my God. She was my Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, she was great. Debbie Harry.
Debbie Harry.
I think I went. I think I went 3 times for a well.
Well, I guess we should take the time to introduce the person who's wandering around in Vegas. Did you introduce him as the 420 comic? Because we know a lot of 420 comics, but not the 420 comic.
You know what? There. I muted him. We'll watch and quietly mute.
Did we lose Lenny?
Which is great for a radio show.
I'm here. I turned my camera off.
Your audio is not much better, Mary Jane. Unfortunately. but this is the powers of the internet.
What do you?
Oh, poof.
What's she driving in?
I don't know. She's going somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's she going?
Well,
I don't know.
but it looked like she was wearing a 5-point harness. not normal in your everyday car.
I don't know. So let's see if we can hear Jeffrey now.
Well, it's a matter of can Jeffrey hear us now?
Oh yeah.
Now,
can you hear us
I
now?
can hear you guys.
Awesome.
I can hear you.
Great. Now somebody wants to know what you're smoking at the concert.
My apologies, guys. I'm at a crazy concert parking lot venue.
We can hear it.
Yeah.
What are you smoking, Jeff?
Can you guys hear me?
A little bit.
Yes. Can we? Yep. Can you hear us? Maybe not.
So yeah, I'm out here hosting with all these deadheads, man. It's been a lot of fun. This is it's been something great for Vegas. We really enjoy the Grateful Dead being here.
They're actually playing tonight, I guess, eh?
They are playing tonight. I got to go to 2 shows last week, and man, they are incredible. And not only are they incredible, but the Sphere itself is the most amazing venue.
Is John Mayer playing with them still?
John Mayer is playing with them, and he is just astounding. I mean, I don't know why he doesn't get more respect in the rock world as a guitar god, but he really is. He's just, wow, jaw-droppingly good.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Johnny.
And it's the Sphere itself. I don't know if you've seen any imagery or know anything about it, but it's the most high-tech concert experience you can see, and it's just something that you go once and you're blown away.
I want to go see Tool there, Jeff.
That would be good.
Yeah, I heard Tool's going to play there, which is to see Alex Gray's artwork on such a large scale. I got to experience his artwork one time at Burning Man inside of a huge dome. So I can only imagine Tool's music set to that kind of imagery is going to be amazing.
It'll be sick.
They've got Metallica
it will be sick.
in Toronto this weekend.
Metallica's there?
Yeah.
I'm praying my favorite band, Iron Maiden, plays just one time at the Sphere. That's all I need. If they could play one time, that would be the best. Yeah. But we're having a high old time here. There's a lot of good people. A lot of people enjoying cannabis freely, and it's pretty neat because I'm here hosting these after shows, bringing up the bands and stuff in the afternoon and at night. And I don't think I've ever seen so many people tripping at a casino. I mean, they're just people walking around just in a daze at a casino, and sometimes at the poker table. It's hilarious.
Huh. Sounds like an afternoon in my garage.
Yeah. It's really neat. And I made a comic book for the event that's a special commemorative comic book. I'm trying to get it to the band. If I could get it to the band members, that would be the best. But we've just been having a lot of fun, man. It's good to talk with you guys. I haven't seen you in a while, Al. It's good to know you're doing good.
I'm all right up here in the Great White North. Mary Jane will be back. She's going to try when she gets to where she's going. but she has to ask you a question. She wanted to ask you some stuff about Vegas because she's going. So hopefully you'll still be here when it comes back.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just hanging out, having a good time. We got amazing weather here in Vegas, and it's really cool for our economy because we all across the city there's people doing different things with the dead involved. There are different shows and stuff.
Well, it's a dead weekend, is it?
How was WrestleMania for Vegas?
You know, I didn't attend it, but it was a huge success. People love WrestleMania here, and they had it at 2 venues, I believe. Yeah, people love WrestleMania here, man. That's for darn sure. We're becoming the sports mecca. You know, we've got the Raiders, we've got the Golden Knights, but we're also acquired the Oakland A's, and we're going to have an expansion basketball team. So Las Vegas is quickly becoming this new sports, capital of the world.
Well, it used to be back in the 60s. It used to be big sports, more betting than anything, but big sports.
Right.
Yeah, but that was more for fights and stuff.
But
like
to
that.
Yeah. But to have these sports teams here, they're building a stadium for the A's, and of course we can't call them the Athletics like they did in Oakland. We're going to be calling them the Las Vegas. We'll be calling them the Las Vegas fucking A's. That's what we'll be calling them. The fucking A's.
I think you should just be the Aces.
The Aces, yeah, that would be good. That's our basketball team. We got the Lady Aces. Yeah, the female basketball team. Yeah, yeah, man, this has been a great experience because they have bands playing all day long. All these jam bands, and you could vaguely hear it, but they're all great. And so there's people here dancing, having fun. It's something great to do on a weekday afternoon.
The Sphere looks cool.
Yeah, the Sphere's on my bucket list.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, we were just commenting about the Sphere and how cool it is.
We all want to go.
I don't.
Oh yeah.
It's not on my bucket list.
It's weird. I'll tell you, it's pretty profound because Seth Rogen went here to the Dead shows last month, or actually it was last year when he went. Last year, Seth Rogen went. He never had been a fan of the Grateful Dead, never really listened to their music. Went to the Sphere, saw them, and walked out and said, "Now the Grateful Dead is his favorite band." And the Sphere is his favorite place.
I don't know if my brain could take
sorry, I can't. It's pretty much it's a lot to take. I'll tell you that much. It really is. It helps. It helps if you're on hallucinogenics like I was when I went there. So it kind of is very conducive to hallucinogenics. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt at all. So what else is new, Jeff? What have you been up to? I see you're playing a lot of the headliner clubs.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of good stuff here in Vegas. Hosting over here at the Tuscany Casino, but I've also been hitting like the Jimmy Kimmel Comedy Club out here, and I've been in Los Angeles at the Hollywood Laugh Factory. Making my rounds, trying to establish myself as the comic that I am, and just having fun with it. And it's pretty cool. This is my 22nd year of comedy, so I think I'm starting to figure it out.
It's a long time. When we met, you had just started.
Yeah, but yeah, I just have fun. I have fun with doing comedy and making comic books and stuff, and just trying to, have it all lead to something.
Who's playing?
Pardon me?
You said who's playing?
Who's playing right now? Yeah. A band called Delilah's Dead is playing.
Never heard of them.
And they're really good. Cool. You know what's neat? I've discovered these bands down here that and they're all from all across the country. You can't be in a Grateful Dead cover band and suck. You just can't, because they're all super talented. So it's been pretty cool to watch.
Can you play any Dead? Dale? Do you know how to play them?
Did I play any Dead? What?
No, Dale's a guitarist, and I was wondering if he knows how to play any Dead stuff.
Yeah. Do you know how to play that?
No, I play mostly my own stuff.
It's a different kind of. Yeah.
I can't.
It's a different kind of style. And it's like it's like something that I don't think every guitar player does or can do. It's kind of a weird noodling bluegrassy style that Jerry Garcia kind of perfected, and but John Mayer is just a master at it. He's just and we all love watching John Mayer's crazy facial expressions. I mean, he makes he's got the market cornered on weird expressions for a guitar player.
He's fun to watch. He's very animated, that's for sure.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I got to meet John Mayer in the year 2000, 25 years ago. He was shopping himself to the labels in Los Angeles, and I worked at a magazine, and he came in, and it was this shy, tall guy standing in the corner, and I started talking to him, and I said, hey, man, I'm Jeff. He said, I'm John. I said, where are you from? He said, Connecticut. And I said, that's where I'm from. So we hit it off, and then I watched him play, and I was like, oh, my God, this kid is going to be famous.
Oh, he's beyond famous.
Yeah, he is beyond famous. He's what's great too is Alice. He has put his money where his mouth is. He owns 51% of the Dead and Company. So he has said that this music will go on in perpetuity even after he's gone.
Well, that's good.
So that's pretty cool. He's also 51% owner of the Muppets. So I'm wondering if we start to see some psychedelic Muppet movies with Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem Band.
That would be cool.
That would be way cool. That would be way cool.
Yeah.
But
it's like, I just learned.
Yeah, man,
I just learned that Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin were instrumental in putting together Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke. I didn't know that.
It's true.
There's a lot of clips coming out because of the documentary that's coming out soon, right? So,
right. And I've had such a good fortune to not only, work with those guys, but to really get to know them a little bit. I just saw Tommy a couple months ago out here in Vegas, and I'm an associate producer for KLOS Radio in Los Angeles with Fraser Smith. So I was able to book him for the show. And, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, my God, I just booked Tommy Chong for a radio show. Like, that's insane. And so, the fact that I've been able to work with Cheech and Chong and really get to know them a little bit is just, it's mind blowing. In my estimation, Cheech Marin is a treasure. I think Cheech Marin is a really talented comedic actor and just a super nice guy. And I know a lot of people kind of gravitate more toward Tommy, but for me, Cheech Marin is the man.
He's a good writer and a good actor.
Yeah, good actor, and he's a real patron of the arts. He's got an art gallery in California, and I just every time I've bumped into Cheech, he's been super nice. And I'm a celebrity impressionist, and when I worked with Cheech and Chong, the best thing about working with them was after the show, I'm backstage, and Cheech is like, "Hey man, you sounded just like those guys you did, man. You sounded just like Gary Busey. Hey, do Gary Busey again." and I was like a jukebox for Cheech Marin. I'm like, "Hey Cheech, it's me, Gary Busey," and he's like, "You sound exactly like him, man. That's exactly what he sounds like. Hey, do McConaughey." And he was having me do different voices. I couldn't believe it. I was pinching myself.
I remember about 10 years ago when Dave was doing the show and Brian, and you came on and you were talking like McConaughey, and I had people emailing me asking me if that was really him. So
that's great, because that's what I do on the radio in Los Angeles. I'll call in as Ice-T or Jason Statham or Ozzy, and then people will think it's really them. They'll really think it's that person, and it's what's really fun is I've got to do my Ice-T impression in front of Ice-T, and he loved it. So that's the biggest thrill. And one of the things, Al, you asked me what I'm up to. One of the things I am up to is I'm planning a new show for Vegas. I've had a couple of residencies here, which is what the goal is for a Vegas performer. I had a residency at Planet 13, the world's largest dispensary, and then I had a residency at the Nerd Bar on Fremont Street. But now I've got my sights set on a residency that is a all impressionist show, because I do celebrity impressions. I do over 180, and right now Rich Little is not in town, and Rich Little, the legend was the guy that he's still alive. He's in his 80s, and the funny thing is his impressionist show, almost every person in the show that he does an impression of is dead. So it's kind of weird. So I plan on updating the craft a little bit, a little more rock and roll impressionist show for Vegas, and I've got some irons in the fire to do that. So I'll be announcing that to you guys as soon as I get a date on that.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah,
but that's really my passion, is doing celebrity impressions for tourists.
But if you put like a rock music theme to it, that'd be awesome.
I'm sorry, you said again?
If you had a theme like the rock stars, like a night and a little show based on that, that'd be great.
Most definitely. And that's kind of what it's going to be. Very interactive. I'm very much a heavy metal guy, so expect a lot of kind of, high intensity stuff going on.
80s hair band, dude.
Yeah. I was in a hair band in the 80s. I had the hairspray with my hair up high and everything. And I was fortunate. I got to play on the Sunset Strip when it was still cool, and my heroes would come see me: Ronnie James Dio and Gene Simmons, and Rob Halford, and I couldn't believe that even happened. But lo and behold, Seattle came along and changed everything. So I had to shift gears. And my next gear that I shifted was I got into a rap metal band, and right when rap metal was huge. So I had some pretty good runs there doing rock and roll in Los Angeles, and then when I realized I still wanted to be a performer, but didn't want to deal with all the relationship problems of being in a band, I was like, if I just grabbed a mic and just told jokes, I'd be up there by myself. So that's when I shifted gears, and that was 22 years ago now.
Long time. Come here, baby.
So one of the things I was going to tell you guys while I'm talking about the Sphere and I'm here is we had discussed what bands we would have loved to have seen here that there's no way we could see them here because they don't exist anymore. But I think you guys will agree, Rush would have been the ultimate Sphere band. Oh my God, if we could have seen Rush here, you know?
I'm also thinking Pink Floyd would have been an amazing one.
Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd would be.
That would
yeah.
be ideal for
There's
this.
another one, Queen. I never thought of it. That would be great.
Yeah.
I got to see Rush at the Air Canada Center in Toronto, and in 2010, and that was, man, to see them in Canada was just like the best.
You haven't seen
Metallica.
Rush,
So Metallica would be up my alley there, though, because
they're in Toronto right now.
Anyway.
You have not seen Rush unless you've seen them in Maple Leaf Gardens. I'm sorry to say.
Wow.
Iron Maiden would be a good one in the Sphere too.
Yeah,
because Iron Maiden.
Oh,
used
it
to
would
put
be
on
great.
Amazing shows.
They download.
They do, and Iron Maiden. They're my favorite band, and they're getting ready to go on tour in Europe. I mean, this is their 50th year. And I saw them twice last year, and they are just incredible. They're just like better than they ever were, really.
I bet you Alice Cooper could do something cool too.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good show too.
Yeah.
Well, Gilmore could still do it.
I could see that.
We're going through all the list
Yeah.
of bands that I went to as concerts when I was a teenager here. Kiss would have been another good one.
Sonny and Cher would be great there.
Kiss would have been. Yeah, that would be funny. Well, you know who's coming next after the Grateful Dead is the Backstreet Boys.
Oh my God.
There's a lunch bag letdown.
Is that retarded or what? That is just ridiculous.
Hey, you got to hit all sectors.
Yep.
Has
you
Taylor
do well,
Swift played there
guys.
yet?
No, she hasn't, and I'm actually surprised. I would think, but she man, she puts on concerts where like 300,000 people are at her concerts. They're huge. But the Eagles have dominated the Sphere. They were here for 7 months, and then in the fall they returned for 4 more months. So people love the Eagles, I guess. You know.
Is that every night, once a week? What?
They do it 3 nights a week.
Wow.
3 nights a week. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And man, it's a lot of fun. And their tickets are like $700. Yeah, just the average ticket's like $700. And then they go up like they're like $1,500 at the end of the day. Like if you wanted to get one at like last minute.
Wow,
it's crazy.
They were talking,
crazy.
They were talking tickets for the playoffs in Montreal on the news, and you're looking at starting at 2,000 and going south or north of 4 or 5. Yeah, and they're going up.
That's
as
crazy.
As the games go, they're going up. Right?
Oh, they're going out.
Man.
Are they?
I really hope they don't. I hope a whole bunch of people lose money this year.
Well, guys, this is it's been super fun. I love chatting with you. I'll tell you what, Al, I want to revisit visiting you guys when I'm not at a place that's so loud, because I would love to hear you guys a little better. But I miss talking with you, man. And I want to tell you, Al, I really appreciate over the years the support you've given me, man. It's meant a lot. It truly has.
Oh, no problem.
So
man.
thank you. I always feel like I got a friend up in the Great White North. So,
well, you do. You have to. I'm even more north.
Thank you.
Yeah, further. You went further north.
I went further north. Yep. All right, Jeff. So
Have
yeah,
fun.
when you have a Friday night at home, let me know.
Fun.
Okay, we'll see you guys soon.
Ciao, bro.
Take care.
And that was
And I'm just going to mute him.
Somewhat of a conversation with Jeffrey.
Yeah. Busy guy.
Every day he's got something going on. And, you know, being in Vegas, I think even I would be busy in Vegas. It's a busy place. So now that all that excitement is done,
It got a lot quieter. It's actually kind
it's
of
a lot
peaceful now.
quieter. Let's kick him out. Goodbye, Jeffrey. Now watch, he'll never be able to get on the show again.
I think he's on to something. If he has what he should be doing, if he can do all those impressions, I don't know if he sings with the impressions or not.
No,
No, but even if he had a little band doing some cover behind it, he could do quite the show.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember. I can't remember the name of his band, but he was in an '80s metal band that did pretty good. So
like
one of them '80s hair bands, as he said. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah. And now Mary Jane is going to be disappointed because we actually had Jeff on to talk to Mary Jane because Mary Jane's going to Vegas. So we tried. Everybody's so quiet tonight. Sheesh. Was everybody doing mushrooms or something?
No, I'm watching hockey. Like as soon as you get to the airport, there's like advertising for cannabis now. Her best thing is to message Jeff to find out which dispensaries to get like off the strip to get the weed cheaper.
Yeah.
Planet 13's cool to go to. It's pretty fucking huge.
I've seen videos. I got the releases when they opened.
Yeah, like I went there. Like I did go there.
But you didn't go to the Sphere yet.
Didn't exist.
Oh, I thought you've been there recently.
No, I was supposed to go March 10th, 2020, and some stupid bullshit thing happened.
Oh, that thing.
And I just never. Well, I haven't gone for a while.
Back to the States since?
No, States on. No, I haven't actually. Gone to Mexico a little bit, but
I haven't been to the
Jamaica
States since the 90s.
Mostly I heard first during COVID, I heard Vegas took a while to become Vegas again. Like there was still a lot of like staff shortages and things like that.
I mean, it's a known fact. It has been for a while. A lot of people prefer to go to Reno because it's just the same and cheaper.
I don't believe it's the same.
Well, that's what they say. It's the same atmosphere and your casinos and you got your shows.
Oh, I don't go to gamble. I go for the shows.
I don't gamble either, but
I enjoy the shows a lot.
I'm going to a show at a casino, so I'll gamble.
What casino?
Halifax, Vermont.
Oh. Do they bring in bands and stuff?
Oh yeah, we're going to see Little Brad.
Little Red.
Little Brad.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, hang on.
He's going to a concert. He doesn't know who. You know, I saw before I left the city. I
I know
saw
you know who it is.
Boy George and Culture Club at the Hummingbird Center. Is it the Hummingbird? No, it's the I don't know,
No,
Kodiak building or whatever.
last week we were watching YouTube and Brad come on with one of his videos and we were watching it. And I said to Chrissy, I said, he ever comes to Moncton or Halifax, we're getting tickets.
And then he came.
3 days later, I'm sitting there and the ad pops up in Facebook that he was coming to the Moncton Casino. Man,
It's funny how that happens, eh?
20 minutes later, I had my tickets. It's Brad Williams. He's
I know who he is.
He's a little person.
I know who he is.
He's a little person that makes fun of little people.
Oh, he's a comedian.
Oh,
is he ever? He's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I know who he is. I don't know.
I know who he is.
A friend of
As
mine.
soon as you said, yeah.
No, a friend of mine's a big fan, and he's told me about him.
Well,
Okay, I
cool.
know who you mean.
Yeah.
I thought it was music.
Oh no. You got to watch some of his videos.
Because I was gonna say it sounds like a fucking country artist or a rapper, and I couldn't see you going to either.
and I definitely wouldn't go to neither.
Oh, the comedian. I think I know who you mean. Yeah, a friend of mine's told me about him.
Yeah. Oh, he's funny.
Honestly, I've seen so many just local yuck whatever. I have not seen a comic that was that horrible that I didn't get a chuckle out of.
We used to go to the Second City Fire Hall in Toronto for my birthday every year and saw people like Colin Mockery and what's the other guy, like the guys, and Ryan Stiles and other comedians that have been there over the years, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoy improv, right? And Colin Mockery is actually touring.
See, I have a hard time going to concerts and things because it's sensory overload.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I went and I watched and I don't mind Moncton setup. The way they have it set up is actually not that bad because we've gone to Trailer Park Boys, we've gone to Cheech and Chong. We did a couple concerts there. So venue wise, it's not that bad for me. We went to a ball game that damn near killed me.
You know, when I go alone, when I go alone to a concert, I have a hard time with the sensory and just being there alone. Like for instance, I went and saw Jack White, and he was the headliner, but I left after Jeff Beck because that's who I wanted to see. And by the time Jeff Beck was done, I was just like, I gotta get out of here, right? There's just too much going on.
See, my problem is my brain is trying to comprehend and register everything that's going on around me.
Exactly.
So away from the actual show. And it only happened after I got sick with MS.
David and I went to see Bachman and Cummings, and I thought it would be great to sit near the soundboard guys, and that's what I did. I watched the soundboard guys.
Oh yeah.
You know. Anyways, let's take a quick break and have a pee or whatever you got to do in a minute and a half, and we'll be back. It's the 420 Radio Show.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where
we
toke cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
That wasn't really long enough to pee, was it?
No.
It didn't matter. I wasn't going anyways. Are they doing their shows on Wednesday still?
Yeah, we play them.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, like just like are they doing new live shows or are they doing
No,
recorded shows?
they're all stuff
Repeat
that
shows.
they did a while ago that I'm replaying.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, not new. No, not yet. Anyways, we can hope maybe one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darcy.
That was the idea.
I'm just wondering if Darcy fell asleep.
I haven't seen or
think
heard
I'm
Darcy
about to
for a
fall asleep.
while.
Well, he's got his mic muted, so I'm kind of wondering what he's been up to.
Cooking eggs and bacon.
I might have to message him and wake him up.
Does he fall asleep in his chair a lot? I know I would.
Montreal's on too. He may have said "fuck you guys" too.
He better not have. I want to know what his growth segment is.
And I think it was Jeffrey's birthday today too, and I forgot to even ask. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's a busy guy and he's out and about doing the thing. And that used to be almost every other show way back when we were doing just audio. So,
Yeah. Well, I know what was going on though. I wasn't going to say it because it would have been terrible anyway. But if he goes off the speakerphone, it would have shut the sound down. Like he kept it to his ear.
If he had a headset, yeah,
or a headset too. But
yeah, he would have been fine if he had.
But then
a
you
headset.
can't see him, and it's just kind of weird anyway.
Correct.
So I didn't suggest
Yeah.
it. But I know
Correct.
those speakerphones. Like if I call my dad, for example, and he has the fucking speaker on, and there's a TV or radio in the back, like it
picks everything up. Yeah.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah.
So I know that's what happened. But
I used to go through that with my mom.
Yeah, and just the speakerphone is so sensitive.
Hello, Alan. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
So I was hoping Darcy would hurry up and get back on because I have questions about the THCV y'all were talking about earlier.
Well, that's Al's video, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently, maybe Darcy knows something about it.
Well, I've had a joint here for him for like 2
got
weeks.
He's got some for it, but I'm wondering
if I can remember to take it with me in the morning, I'll drop it at his fucking house.
I want to try it now. Well, while we're talking about strains and stuff, I have been. I've tried a while back. MJ sent me a nifty little pen that has you can adjust the voltage, and it's for different pens and stuff. And so last week I got a cartridge. I don't have it here, but it was a blue strawberry. It was really nice. I liked it, and it was a what was it? A liquid diamond.
Oh yeah.
And this one
diamond.
here,
a liquid diamond. A
Yes.
liquid diamond.
Yes, sir. That's what they call it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Had 10% CBD and a whole lot of THC. This one here
Sounds
is
like distillate.
yeah. No, I know. I knew you were going to say that. This one here is a spinach. It's from spinach.
Spinach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Darcy.
Strawberry slurry or slurricane. Strawberry slurry.
Hurricane strawberry.
Yeah.
Darcy.
Marcel.
Where'd you go?
I just went to partake in some medicine.
Yeah, you slimer. What's your growth segment tonight?
What's my growth segment tonight, Marcel?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you, Darcy.
Actually, I'm gonna pull you up on my phone and take you in and show you how to spray your clones and look after your clones while you're waiting for roots.
Oh, there you go. Cool. Now, I need you guys to explain to me what's so exciting about THCV.
I don't know. I haven't tried it.
I don't know. Lenny still hasn't dropped it off yet.
But why is there a surge in popularity for it?
I got
don't
to
know.
try.
Do you want to watch the video that I made and then talk about it?
I got
Sure.
to try I got to try some of the Dirty Taxi and Permanent Marker. Lenny stuff.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's pretty good. A friend of mine gave me some. I dropped him over some oil. He's really loving that oil I gave him. So.
What'd you think? What'd you think of the Dirty Taxi?
The Dirty Taxi's nice.
Pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a nice flavor to it.
Let's see a THCV video.
You can see it okay?
So far, yeah.
All right, picture this. You've probably heard of THC and CBD, but have you ever come across THCVA? If not, don't worry. Grab your favorite snack, sink into the sofa, and let's get into it. THCVA stands for tetrahydrocannabinolenic acid. Yep, it's a bit of a mouthful. But here's the magic. THCVA is a naturally occurring cannabinoid found in raw cannabis plants, especially those grown in Africa and Asia. It's technically the acidic precursor to THCV. Once you heat it up, like when you light up or vape, it transforms into THCV, which is getting a lot of buzz for its unique effects. Now, what makes THCVA so special? Unlike regular THC, which is famous for its psychoactive effects, hello, classic high, THCVA doesn't actually get you high in its raw form. It's all about the potential health benefits. Early research hints that THCVA might help with media group, person stretching and smiling after exercise, healthy meal prep in a kitchen at stock at distribute_equally, inflammation, metabolism, and even appetite control. Imagine a cannabinoid that chills you out, but without the munchies. And here's the kicker. THCVA is super rare compared to other cannabinoids. It's like finding that one hidden gem in your favorite dispensary, something a little different, a little exclusive. So next time you're exploring new strains or chatting with your bud tender, keep an ear out for THCVA. It's not just another cannabinoid, it's one that truly stands out from the crowd. All right, that's your quick trip into the world of THCVA. Stay curious, stay relaxed, and as always, enjoy responsibly.
Yeah.
So, was that informative?
Well, not really.
Let me just
maybe not for you guys.
The hype on it, supposedly no munchies, is the real hype on it. Like it'll
All right.
help people. They think it's going to help with the weight loss and things like that. Is the hype?
Yeah. Okay, so THCV is basically just another form of THC, but not the same as Delta 9, not the same as Delta 8. It's got a higher boiling point, so if you're vaping it, you're over 400 degrees to get it to vaporize properly. Durban poison is high in THCV.
Yes, motherfucker, yes.
Montreal
But-
scored, Darcy.
Yes, we did.
Oh, well, are they only 5-0 or 5-1 now?
Nope, 1-1, and then we got a power play.
Oh, they people will call it a skinny cannabinoid because it reduces hunger. And
apparently, it's an appetite suppressant.
yeah, and it's a much shorter high. All right, so if you smoke a joint and you get a good buzz, for a couple of hours, you might get 30 minutes out of THCV. And it's not a whole lot different when you eat it. So, if anything, I think it basically curbs your appetite more than anything. It's non-sedative, it's not intoxicating, so you don't get stoned or feel high or anything like that. But they do warn, because there are some warnings to it. High doses are anxiety-inducing.
Oh yeah.
Short-lived effects require redosing or blending it with THC because it is such a short. Very strain dependent. And it's expensive and rare in isolate form, but becoming more available. Yeah, okay.
It's hard to yield. So what I have right now is a blend. They
Yeah.
call it diet. They call it diet Durban. Like it's
Diet,
milled product.
Diet Durban.
Yeah, but it's
Diet
obviously a pheno of Durban poison that had to have a little bit more THCV.
No, what they're
But
doing is they're harvesting it earlier to get a
or
higher
whatever they're
THCV.
doing, but they are blending it with, I think it's grape gasoline. Anyway, the blend is something like 10. I'd have to look at it again, but I believe it's 10% THC, 6% THCV. Now that particular blend, it was like having a double, triple espresso. Like it was like,
Yeah.
whoo! It fucking perked you up real quick. And you're right, it doesn't last super long. You get a little high because 10%, even 10% THC, you feel a little something.
Yeah.
But I'll have to admit, I'm not sure if I really liked it. Because it
You've
was
tried it,
almost.
obviously.
Oh yeah, but I haven't smoked it again because I wasn't sure if I really liked it. I'm going to again. It's definitely a day. I almost got like it was kind of funny. The company and just me chatting. It's almost like what people perceive as sativa. It was almost like super fucking sativa. Is like kind of the joke of it. Like it was definitely a pick me upper. But I don't know if I got anxiety from it, but it was almost too much overload or just too much energy. Like I didn't find it chilled me out. That's for sure.
See, I think any strain, it doesn't matter what strain, if you have
Yeah.
too much, it's going to cause anxiety of any strain.
Yeah. So and it wasn't anxiety. It was just. It was. I guess when I smoke weed, I like to kind of, obviously not just chill, like
chill, relax.
But it was
Not-
almost. I've never experienced ever myself any sativa give me this crazy energy. I just never experienced it, right? So that was the first time I had like holy fuck.
A holy fuck mode. What the fuck is going on moment?
Yeah, like it was the first time I've ever experienced that from a cannabis product. So
I got some Durban growing. Maybe I'll do some early harvest and get some THCV.
See what it does.
Huh.
Nah, I don't care.
So where did Darcy go?
I'm right here.
What are you doing for your little chat there, buddy?
I told you I'm gonna log into my phone here and take you in and show you how to look after your clones.
Get with her.
When you gonna do that?
Right after this.
This is how to grow the weed.
Oh, you're not outside. You're right there.
I'm right here. Yeah, I'm not going. Sorry, I'm just freaking
No, I
out.
was thinking he had to go to the tent.
No, I'm sitting on my table. They're in the house with the little light on. Just 1 second here. I'm gonna log in on this phone. So enter. I'm gonna log in here.
Okay, mute one of them.
Okay. Now.
All right, there you go.
Okay. Sucker line easy.
Yep, there's Darcy.
I thought you were taller, Darcy.
You got a booger, dude.
What's that?
You got a booger. Thanks.
No problem. I gotta flip this camera around somehow.
Now he's gonna wipe his nose the whole time now because you got him going. Like
that's the Coke.
Yeah. Oh, right. I know I can flip this camera around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually swipe up or swipe down on the actual picture that you're looking at right now.
Remove. I don't want to remove it. More.
You got one of them gay iPhones?
No, it's a Samsung.
Is it?
I have a Samsung. What's wrong with Samsung? I like my Samsung.
Okay. Well, it's gonna make it a little harder here. Just 1 second. I do got to switch this around. More.
Recording settings. Haha. Camera. Camera one front. No. Camera back. Oh, I figured it out.
There you go.
Alrighty. So, as you can see, there's
We
my
can't.
bird. See my bird?
Is that a
Yeah.
sun blaster that you've got there?
This is a no. The light is no. It's a Mackenzie,
I like my sun blaster.
but these are purple satellite clones.
Nice.
I just gotta remove this thing. Take this thing out. And I'm gonna turn the light on besides that light.
Hello, puppy.
There's my dog.
Oh, there's my dog. Yeah. All right.
Walked into Darcy's house and his dog come after me till she saw who it was. Some guard dog that was.
So what I got them in is this is your Floraflex setup for clones or seedlings. It comes with a tray and a dome and an insert. So this is an insert.
What does one of those cost?
I don't know because they were given to me.
Oh.
But I imagine they're like at least around $75.
My sun blaster, I think, was 89.
Like, so you get this, you get a
get
bag,
the-
you get a
yeah.
bag of these little
plugs,
plugs, right? Yeah, and there's 50 come in a bag and 50 come in a tray. So a tray holds 50.
You just stick your end in there and
Yep. So just stick your end of your clone in and go.
Do you dip?
I dip mine. So what these are dipped in is these are dipped in stem root. Actually, Marcel.
Yeah.
I did my little test that I
Yeah.
said I was going to do. So some of these clones, you're going to notice, see the yellow stuff out?
Yeah.
That's your stem root number 2.
Okay.
See how that one is kind of a little more grayer?
Yeah.
That one's stem root number 3.
So you're trying different products.
Well, I'm trying stem root number 3 to see because it's a 0.8 IBA.
I have no idea what that is.
IBA, I can tell you exactly what IBA is so people know what it is. They're back. Actually, I'm going to sit you here so you can stare at some clones while I run and grab that. There.
There's some clones. We'll see how much they grow while he's gone.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Oh, there. I see growth happening. I was going to go and get the answer for you, but I'll let him do it.
All right,
We were
we'll be right back after this message.
Well, we were talking about stem root the other night. The fact that there's 3 different types of stem root, and the best one, or supposedly the best one for cannabis, has always been stem root number 2.
I did not know that.
All growers go for stem root number 2 for their clones, but
which is an IBA of 0.4.
right. So it's half the strength of the stem root 3, which is meant for hardwood plants. So what the question was, the woodier stock on clones may actually root better with stem root 3 versus stem root 2. So that's what Darcy's finding out.
Yeah, and what IBA stands for is indole 3-butyric acid.
Wow, that's a long one that I'll never use again.
That's why he says IBA.
And there's the difference. So your difference is there's your number 2. And it's yellow. And your number 3. And it's gray.
Gray.
Yeah, it looks like charcoal.
And the number 1, I think, is white, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah,
white's meant for like really wispy fucking plants.
Softwood trees.
What?
Softwood trees.
Yeah, wispy plants.
Yeah. But
Works good for willows.
so what I'm going to show you guys is because I didn't spray these today because they're still pretty moist and pretty, like, none of them are wilted over, so those are healthy clones. And you'll notice that I cut the ends of the leaves. What that does is that helps perspire, helps them hold the moisture in so they can push more down to the root.
Well, the idea is to grow root, not leaf.
Exactly. So what's in this jug right now is this stuff right here, which is Clonex. It's a stuff called Clonex Mist. And what it is it's a root promoter. So you foliar spray it, you can foliar spray it, or you can feed it directly to the plugs, right? And it looks like this. But the only thing I don't like about it is it doesn't go very far. Because it says
a lot of it.
Well, right as you can see right there. Mix
As if
one
you could
part.
see that.
What's that?
As if you could see that.
You can't see
Yeah,
that.
I can't see that.
Nobody
You got
can
these
see that,
glasses.
Darcy.
But anyways, mix 1 part Clonex mix to 3 parts water. That's pretty that shows it doesn't go very far, is what I'm trying to say. Like that whole bottle, you got to use that whole bottle for a gallon of water.
Which means when you're spraying it, you're wasting a lot.
Yeah. So now if I can get this here. So I already have some in this bottle. And now I'm just going to take it and just kind of mix them a little bit. And what this will do is it'll keep your clones. One, it'll help them root quicker, supposedly. That's what we're going to find out with this stuff. And 2, it'll keep them from yellowing out. Because as you can see, some of them are starting to yellow out. They're not that healthy green. So, and it makes your clones look shitty when all the leaves on them are yellow, and all you got's a little set. The center of it's just a little green.
It tells me that it's growing.
Yeah, but I don't like the look of it. So I just keep them mist it like that, and we're going back on, but my light's back up there.
How many watts is that, Darcy?
This one here, Al, actually, just talking right on it.
Mine is 5.
24.
Wow.
24 watts, but it's only 0.35 of an amp.
Hang on a second. You said 24 watts?
24 watts, 0.35 of an amp.
This might get a little noisy with the fan.
Why are you gonna fart?
No, I'm looking at my light.
Oh, I think the Sun Blaster is 5.
Okay, no, mine's 14 watts.
14?
Yeah. Mine's a Jiffy Hydro.
Jiffy Hydro.
You got Jiffy Hydro, and that one, and there's a Mackenzie, and then I had a Sun Blaster. And then
This is my second Sun Blaster. I had one in Durham that somebody stole, unfortunately.
Yeah, my Sun Blaster is behind me up on my kitchen. I got it to light up my kitchen, but I also had the ones.
They do make nice lights for a bedroom for a room.
They do. And then I also had the ones that Grow Light sells, and I'm gonna tell you that brand right now. GROW. But now you want to, by rights, you want to go in there and spray them a couple times a day.
Do you have one, Dale?
No, I just got a dome and I use a shop light over top of it.
Yeah, see that. Actually, Dale, the dollar store sells light bulbs.
Incandescent grow lights.
Yeah, they're like $4 a piece.
Okay. Like small.
I bet you they'd be good for fucking clones.
They work perfect because you can get a veg spectrum or you can get a flower spectrum.
Oh yeah. I probably just hot glued that right to the top of the dome.
Yeah. Back in the 70s, my buddy took me to his brother's place, and his brother had a wooden box built that had a door on it, but it was only about 4 feet high and about 2.5 feet square. Opened it up, and all it was just filled with those light bulbs and one plant. And the plant was gorgeous, but this guy had built his own little grow box long before people were building grow boxes. Because that would have been around 79.
People will do funny things. I had a buddy in the 90s who had one plant in the kitchen of his basement apartment that he didn't rent because he was using the kitchen, right? But he had one spotlight, and then everything, and then it was all put foil up on the wall and surrounded it with foil. So it was just one light, one spotlight, and foil, and he had monster fucking buds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was a long time ago.
All right, want to watch a movie?
Yeah, sure.
All right, add me to there, and let me know when you add me.
Go ahead.
Cannabis, often called marijuana, is a plant with psychoactive properties. It has been used for centuries in various cultures for its medicinal and recreational benefits. These properties come from chemical compounds called cannabinoids. There are over 100 different cannabinoids found in the cannabis plant. The most well-known cannabinoid is tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC. THC is the primary psychoactive component that gives users the feeling of being high. THC is responsible for the intoxicating effects of cannabis. It interacts with the brain's receptors to produce euphoria and altered sensory perceptions. Another important cannabinoid is cannabidiol, or CBD. Unlike THC, CBD is non-psychoactive and does not cause a high. CBD does not produce a high, but is linked to various therapeutic benefits. It is often used to alleviate pain, reduce anxiety, and treat certain types of epilepsy. There are two primary ways to consume cannabis: smoking and ingesting. Each method has its own unique set of effects and benefits. Smoking involves inhaling the smoke from burning dried cannabis flowers or concentrates. This method allows for rapid absorption of cannabinoids into the bloodstream through the lungs. Ingestion involves eating or drinking cannabis that has been prepared in food or beverages, often called edibles. This method results in a slower onset of effects as the cannabis is processed through the digestive system. The method of consumption significantly influences the onset, duration, and intensity of cannabis's effects. Smoking typically leads to quicker, shorter-lasting effects, while ingesting provides a more prolonged experience. Smoking cannabis delivers THC to the brain very quickly. This leads to a rapid onset of psychoactive effects, commonly referred to as a high. Users often experience euphoria, relaxation, and altered sensory perception. They may also notice changes in their thought processes, including increased creativity or difficulty with short-term memory. In addition to mental effects, smoking cannabis produces physical reactions. These can include increased heart rate, red eyes, dry mouth, and increased appetite. Some users experience dizziness or lightheadedness. The short-term physical effects of smoking cannabis typically subside within a few hours. Ingesting cannabis produces a different experience compared to smoking it. The effects take longer to appear, often 30 minutes to an hour or more, because THC must first be processed by the digestive system and liver. This delay can make it difficult to gauge the right dosage, leading some to consume more than intended. Once absorbed, the high from ingested cannabis tends to be more intense and longer lasting than from smoking. This prolonged effect can be both beneficial and challenging, depending on the user's environment and activities. This is because the liver converts THC into a more potent form, 11-hydroxy-THC. This metabolite is known to produce stronger psychoactive effects, contributing to the overall intensity of the experience. Similar to smoking, ingesting cannabis can cause physical effects. These can include increased heart rate and appetite, dry mouth, and red eyes. However, the delayed onset and prolonged duration of effects with ingestion can lead to more pronounced physical discomfort if too much is consumed. Both smoking and ingesting cannabis can have long-term effects. Regular use can lead to tolerance, meaning users need more cannabis to achieve the desired effects. Long-term use, particularly in adolescence, has been linked to potential cognitive impairments. Smoking cannabis, like smoking tobacco, poses risks to respiratory health. Cannabis is a complex substance with a wide range of effects that vary depending on the individual, consumption method, and dosage. While it offers potential benefits, responsible use requires understanding both the immediate and long-term consequences. As with any substance that impacts mind and body, moderation and awareness are key.
And there you go. Sure got quiet. I can't hear anybody.
No one's speaking.
Oh, that's why.
I'm here.
Okay. Did the video work?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Why is everybody so quiet tonight?
Because I'm reading his buddy's message. But is it really? Or does a combination of 80 cannabinoids that create the high? No, because THC distillate will give you a high feeling. Too much CBD distillate will give you a high feeling. But a little bit of THC with all the other cannabinoids will give you a much higher feeling. Has it got all the other cannabinoids? You keep holding it up.
It is obviously it's been distilled. It's CO2 extract that has been distilled 4 times for purity.
That's fucking awesome.
What it says. Don't know what
What
that means.
are you giggling about?
Fucking Ovechkin just got taken out by the ref.
Oh.
He tried to jump up on the boards and his feet were hanging over and it fucking took Ovechkin out. He was fucking pissed.
Oh.
Well.
That's terrible.
Yeah, he was pissed.
Was there a fight?
No, but Ovechkin was not happy. He came
Who's
by.
Ovechkin
He was giving him a mouthful.
Are they allowed to fight anymore?
Oh yeah,
NHL there.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys ever, Len? Have you watched any of the Banana League?
Baseball?
Banana
I've
baseball.
I've seen the reels.
Yeah, I've seen the reels. Yeah.
What's banana baseball?
They dance and they do tricks and they flip around and
The Savannah Bananas, they call them.
Yeah.
No, I'll pass.
It's kind of like the Globetrotters of baseball.
But I mean, It's quite entertaining. I've watched several videos about it. It looks quite entertaining.
I've been watching a lot of wheelchair boxing because I want Darcy to get involved. I want to be the one that pushes.
Hey, I'm getting trained.
Well, you get trained to
good
take
friend
a
of-
punch because you're getting
a good
driven in
friend of
pretty
mine
quick.
is he's a coach at the boxing academy in here in Truro. So he said he trained me.
So I'm going to identify as a wheelchair boxer, and I'm going to take y'all on.
Nice,
Yeah.
man. That'd be awesome. You need a
You gotta
driver
get-
though. Tara's gonna have to
You
drive
need a
you.
driver. Got to have a driver.
No, I'm just going to stand up.
No, no.
You bastard.
Well, it's the only way I'm going to win. But
Hey,
I'm going to identify as it.
Wait. Now, if that's the case, then nut shots are totally legal. You sure you still want to stand up?
True.
Because if you're standing up, that's a body shot.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's all below the belt.
We got a power play.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Fuck yeah.
hockey night in Canada.
Montreal scored, apparently.
Fuck yeah.
Another one.
We're in Montreal, man. It's gonna be hard to beat them in Montreal.
So are the Leafs still in it?
Yeah, they're up 3-0.
Oh, cool.
They win tomorrow night's game against Ottawa. Ottawa's out.
Yeah, they already started the parade route.
See, I'm the same way as Buddy.
Yeah.
No effect off 1,000 milligram distillate gummy compared to one with whole plant.
Oh, there's definitely more with a full spectrum.
He doesn't get any effect. I get a headache from it.
From what?
Distillate, I get a
Distillate.
headache from distillate.
I'm not getting a headache from this stuff.
Anything over 50 milligrams of distillate, and I get a headache.
Well, I went through this got 35 milligrams of CBD, and then I don't know. I don't have the label here, and it's really high in the hundreds.
But when you think about it, is it really a headache, Marcel? Or is it an eye ache because your head shouldn't hurt because your brain doesn't have no feeling?
I think that was an insult.
No, because he's got a point. The brain doesn't have nerve endings.
No, that's why they can do brain surgery on you and you don't feel it.
To feel pain.
To get into it, though, it fucking hurts.
How does it signal you that you have a headache when you don't have nerve endings to signal pain in that area?
So what's a migraine if you don't get a headache in your brain? Because that's a brain headache, is it not? Or is it just
everything that I read? Now Lenny's likely going to chirp in here because I hope he does. I was always told everything that was caused by a headache, and these cluster headaches, these migraines, are because your blood is oversaturated with water and not your cell.
It's more your vasculature. It's not really your nerves.
Okay,
that's what I'm thinking. But I'm asking my friend.
Oh God, here we go. Chat GPT.
No, I watched that bio fucking human biochemist dude, fucking Gary Brecken. That's what he says. He says that, and I quote, "It's because fucking your body, your blood's oversaturated with water and not your cells, so it can't absorb the proper minerals and nutrients or something like that."
It's vasodilation here. It's almost like you're blowing up your hose.
Oh, okay.
It's a better way I like to phrase it. For example, when people have a nitro spray when they're having a heart attack, it's the vasodilation they're looking for because you're trying to get blood to flow.
Why does it work
but
so
they get a
fast?
headache. But they'll get a headache from it because you're causing vasodilation up in the vascular up around your head.
No, I've seen that on a fucking a TV show too. But he didn't have his nitroglycerin, so they used they crushed up sildenafil and gave that to him.
Yeah, well, Viagra gives you a headache. A lot of patients.
Yeah, but it did the same thing for him when he was with like kind of the same thing as nitro. Now I don't know if that's all true, but I get I got the concept.
Well, that's why
blows
it
up
helps
the vein.
It helps nitric oxide, but yeah, that's why you can't. That's why they warn you don't take nitrous spray with Viagra.
Okay.
You can get massive vasodilation and like blood pressure drop and pass out.
I have my answers.
What are your answers?
So I said, if the brain doesn't have nerve ending to feel pain, how do you get a headache? Great question. You're absolutely right. The brain has no pain receptors, so it can't feel pain directly, but the structures around the brain absolutely can.
It's the mechanoreceptors around the blood vessels, I believe.
So the pain-sensitive structures include blood vessels in the brain, like the dura mater and arteries, meninges, the protective layer around the brain, cranial nerves, especially the trigeminal nerve, scalp muscles, and neck tissues, and sinuses and eyes. So a migraine example is caused by a dilation of blood vessels and inflammation around the brain. It triggers the trigeminal nerve, which relays pain. Tension headaches are caused by tight muscles in the scalp, neck, and shoulder. Sinus headaches come from inflammation in the sinus. So yeah, it's not your brain; it's everything around it.
Yeah.
And yes, your optic nerve can cause you an eye pain, which would feel like a headache, depending on where on
Most of
the
the
optic
time
nerve.
when I get a headache, it's behind my eyes, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Little fuck.
What was
I
that?
am
What
not.
are you swearing at? And why? Who are you calling the little fuck, boy?
The TV.
No.
Sorry, Al.
He called him a stupid little fuck.
Yeah, he was on the wrong side of the ice, and fucking Washington just scored.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't taking his man.
Is it back to tie?
It is now. Yeah. Yeah. Stick on your man, but no. You have to be on the other side of the ice. Yeah, I should be their coach. Hey, Team Canada, Team Canada wheelchair fucking, they're looking for coaches and assistant coaches and people to help them out.
There you go,
Yeah.
Marcel.
No, fuck that shit.
Get in the fucking. There, Lenny, get in to coach a Paralympic hockey.
Lenny had time.
I did my tour of coaching fucking hockey, and I survived it, and that's all I have to do.
I think Dale's having a hard time.
I think so too. A lot of in and out for him.
I guess Mary
I mean,
Jane's
don't get
not
me
coming
wrong.
on.
I loved coaching. I just hated people.
Where's the penalty?
There's no penalty. It's hockey.
No, he got one. Good.
It's fucking playoff hockey. No penalties. Just let them play.
No. Interference?
No. I don't believe you. Darcy?
It was.
Turn off the game. It'll be on later.
No, actually, it won't be on later.
Well, there are better odds of them winning if you turn it off.
Nope. That's why I can't leave the living room right now.
Because you've been watching every game every night they've lost.
Yeah, but I wasn't in my living room.
Maybe it's you.
Nope. I'm in my living room and I got my socks on now.
Listen to my wife will confirm this. Like, if my team's losing, I will leave or turn it off or go to another room with the intent, knowing that I am leaving. It will change the outcome of the game in my favor.
It doesn't work.
It does
It
work.
fucking works a lot, man.
It works way more than you can imagine. Do you know why
It works a
Toronto's
fucking
winning?
lot.
Because I'm not watching the fucking games. Because whenever I watch Toronto play, they lose.
Good. Start watching.
It's
No,
scary.
fuck that. I want them to win. I want them to win tomorrow night. That's a full sweep for them. That one's done. Move on.
How
to the
many
next
do
one.
they need? How many games do they
One more
need to
game.
win?
4.
They only need to win one more, and they move.
And
to
then
the
they
next
go
round.
into the semis, yes?
Yeah.
No, it's the fucking second round. That's the first round.
First round, and they go into the second, and then they go into the conference finals.
Okay. So they still have about 15 games to go.
Listen,
16 games win the Stanley Cup.
They're gonna hit Florida and go out.
Yep.
16
We'll
games
find
if
out,
you do
won't
a
we?
clean sweep.
If you do a clean sweep, but you have to
Yeah.
win 16. You have to get 16 wins to win the Stanley Cup.
So
Yeah.
here, I'll tell all the Toronto fans this is what's going to happen. They're going to lose because they're going to hit Florida, and nobody in Florida has two fuckers that would like nothing better than to shove Toronto up Canada's ass. Matthew Tkachuk and Halifax's own Brad Marchand. They would
This is
enjoy
true.
nothing better than eliminating the fucking Leafs.
Oh, yes.
That's true.
Yes,
And they're both very good hockey players.
They are.
But how do you know that the whole thing's not been scripted?
What the fuck happened to her?
I don't believe it's. I don't think you can script hockey. It's pretty crazy.
You really think that it's gotten to the point where they're scripting hockey games, Marcel?
They're scripting boxing matches, Al.
Right.
Boxing's a little easier. You can
That
do.
was a what do they call it? A charity bout for Mike Tyson.
And what about all the accusations of scripting of the Super Bowl?
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they can script it. Can
the refs can get involved a little more, but
yeah,
that could be the only way I could see it. On
Not
any
the
end.
WWE.
What?
I said it's not wrestling. It's not the WWE. Also,
That I don't consider as a sport. I mean, yes, they're very athletic, but that's an acting. That's a Jackie Chan movie with a script.
That's sports entertainment.
Right.
That's correct.
Yes, because they're very athletic people. It's like watching American.
And
Ninja.
you know what? A great number of professional wrestlers came out of the amateur circuit and Olympic circuit. So, you know, there are some wrestlers with some real good talent.
A lot of them come from football.
Yeah.
So I mean, they have a sports background, but I don't look at American Ninja, which is an obstacle course, as being a sport. That to me is an entertainment, a very athletic entertainment. But it's
that
not a
is
sport.
athleticism.
Right. A sport to me is a one-on-one competition or a
It's
one-on
a battle.
several competition.
It's
right?
a true battle.
Exactly.
And again, I'll say things like figure skating's not a sport; it's an athletic event.
Mm-hmm. Right. Hockey is a sport. Track and field is not a sport; it's an athletic event.
Yeah, to me, sports is like you got to score and you got to go directly head to head.
Yeah,
like a marathon. They're great athletes, but they're not sports. Well-conditioned people. The Tour de France. I don't call it a sport. I consider it an athletic event.
I saw a joke today and I laughed. Some guy said he was in some group and it was a historic sports group, and somebody said who was the first winner of the Tour de France, and he said, I guess 5th Panzer Division wasn't the right answer.
All right.
Didn't get it, did you?
No. I didn't get it. Over my head.
5th Panzer Division in World War II were the ones that swept through France. So, yeah, they won the first Tour de France. Yeah. It's a fucking cruel joke, man.
Too soon.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Geez, that's how long is that now? 40, 50, 75 years, 70 years since World War II. I had a video come up on YouTube today that was really interesting how they did it. And I didn't get a chance to save it or anything like that because it was on my TV. But it was about the Halifax explosion that happened back in 1917 and this devastation that it caused. And
I think I've seen that or something about that. Yeah.
Anybody in Nova Scotia knows about that.
No, I know about it. I mean, I've watched a documentary on that, but Is this new or is this clips from that documentary? What?
No, this was fairly new, and it's probably about 30 minutes long.
Oh, cool, cool.
And
I watched. It was probably one of the unknown exploring unknown or whatever it's called there. That guy. Oh crap! What's his name? I don't remember. But he's an archaeologist, and he goes and talks about things like that.
Oh yeah.
And they went and searched for boats in Lake Superior, and stuff like that.
Yeah, Heritage Moment has done videos on it. I know that, but it
Wasn't that what the guy doing the telegraph to warn people, saved a bunch of lives?
Beep, 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 beep,
That's
beep,
the only one I remember.
No, the heritage moment that I always remember is the ones where they come into Canada and it was Canada.
Canada.
No, I know
Canada.
that one too, but I mean about the Halifax explosion. I mean, that's the only one I meant, Thursday. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. There's I think there's only ever one about the Halifax explosion, isn't there?
And the peach basket guy and putting the hole in his basket to play basketball.
Yeah.
So what was the boat's name?
the Mont Blanc
and the emu
and the
That's pretty fucking good. I couldn't remember that shit.
It was
the Mont Blanc,
musician
the
boat,
Mont,
wasn't it?
the Mont Blanc was carrying literally tons of ammunition and
Yeah, it was a munitions boat. Yeah.
fuel, and the emo swerved into the side of it, causing the drums to leak down into the hull and ignite. And all of a sudden, everybody was out standing on the shores on both sides of the harbor watching this ship burn.
Wow.
Because it was wartime, the ship wasn't flying the flags that it would normally fly when it's carrying dangerous cargo. So when it blew up, it blew all the water out of the Halifax harbor. Well, first there was a big giant fireball that knocked down all the houses and all the buildings and burnt everything. Then all of the water left the harbor on both sides, went up into Halifax and Dartmouth, and then washed everything back down into the ocean.
No doubt, eh?
And yeah, it made a mess.
And that was 1917, you said?
Yeah.
1917, yeah.
The anchor off the ship landed 2.5 miles away.
Is it at the
You
Armadale
heard it
Road?
here. Nova
that's
Scotia history right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandfather was a kid in Truro, and he was playing in the front yard when it happened, and it blew the windows out of their house.
Yeah, it blew the windows out of my great grandmother's house out in Muscatau, out in Pinchcott too, Marcel.
Wow.
Yeah, and people in Amherst, 200 kilometers away, heard it. It was that big of an explosion. It was devastating, especially then, and right before a fucking blizzard. So now you have 2 cities on fire.
Oh, was it winter?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was December.
Oh.
December 6th. But yeah, two cities on fire with rubble everywhere and people trying to dig people out of rubble, burning rubble, and then they get hit with a fucking blizzard.
Burning out of Barney rubble.
But
and then
a lot of heroes happened out of that. One was the heritage moment with the telegraph operator. He realized that it was a munition ship. So instead of running out of the city, he ran to the telegraph office and stopped all the trains from coming in.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah, he basically
sacrificed himself, basically.
Yeah, he basically said it's going to be his last transmission. So he said goodbye, and then he was gone.
Boom.
Yeah, when the explosion happened. And then the town of Boston sent a trainload of help to Halifax, and every year since then, the town of Boston or the city of Boston has gotten a Christmas tree from the province of Nova Scotia as a thank you.
Thank you.
Because we're like that out here.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I always thought New England shouldn't have been part of the Maritimes anyway.
I kind of agree.
Not necessarily the 51st state, but maybe they should have been part of Canada.
Yeah, but the one that I watched today, what he talked about a lot in that was more where within a week or two they were already in court trying to lay blame. Whose fault was it? And it took a few years before they realized, and then it was actually changed. But nobody was actually ever blamed. It was an accident. It was an accident that the captains of both ships fucked up. So human error on both sides. There's your history lesson for today.
And 2,000 people died.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 20,000 were wounded.
I have family in Amherst too, buddy.
And then the blizzard hit.
Blizzard, yeah, the blizzard. That's what really hurt. Well, I mean, everything hurt. And I mean, the structures back then weren't really made to withstand anything. But that's okay. That was the first time. The second time that they almost lost everything was when Magazine Hill caught on fire in Dartmouth.
I thought there was another big explosion on the water as well.
It wasn't on the water; it was on shore.
Oh, okay.
There's an area called Magazine Hill. It's basically bunkers where they store all the ammunition for the Navy ships and the military. And back in the, I think it was late 40s, so after World War II, I think, that caught on fire. And they had a few little explosions over there. So a lot of panic was happening because it's a big hill with a lot of bombs. But they survived it.
So, how's about we wrap this up?
So, sure.
All right.
So it's better to practice safe stuff, Al. Wrap it up.
What's the score, Darcy?
2-2.
I got to go and roll a bunch of joints.
Montreal just pulled their goaltender. I'm trying to figure out why.
Because he sucks.
Well, you guys enjoy your game.
Maybe what I'll do is go put the game on and make sure they lose.
And Marcel, enjoy yourself doing your doobies, and we will see everybody next week. Thanks for listening. Take care, buddy.
See you.
I'll be up in the morning, Lenny.
I gotta try to remember, man. Don't be mad if you don't see me.
I'll be there in the afternoon, Darcy.
I'm gonna be sitting there like the dog going out to pee, waiting for Lenny.
I'll be there in the afternoon, Darcy.
Not a problem, Marcel. Bye, guys.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC's Roundtable. We are up to number 86, and we have a special one today. We're very happy to have Mr. Brian Applegarth. He is a leader in cannabis tourism, and this is one that we usually don't see often. Let's see. Because it's a rather new situation, cannabis tourism, because as we've seen in the last few years, that cannabis has become popular all over the United States, but of course all over the world, as we've seen, changes happen around the world. So of course, where people go, they want to know what's happening, and of course we're very spoiled here in California too. I was in and around Oaksterdam. Loading permissions. You have permissions. All right, should be good to go. All right. So basically, we're going to get into a full talk on cannabis tourism, which is basically looking at how people are going to be not necessarily traveling with cannabis, but traveling to cannabis destinations, which is something a lot of us are finding happening a lot more and more. We find ourselves in places. Years ago, I found myself in Vancouver when that cannabis scene was happening, and found myself at a coffee shop and with other like-minded people. And of course, my question was, well, what's going on? What's happening? So what we've ended up, having a little bit of technical difficulty with this. 1 second. For some reason, the Facebook is giving me a little bit of challenge for some reason. If not, I will give this one last try. We're just going to continue, and then we're just going to put it up on. Da-da-da-da. Oh, no, we're going. All right. So with that in mind, we're going to jump right into things with Brian Applegarth and basically get into the question, which is specifically to you. It's not necessarily on cannabis tourism, but why cannabis? How did you originally come to cannabis? When did you originally hear about cannabis? And when did you realize that this was going to become part of your life's work?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for inviting me in. It's great to be here, and I appreciate the work and that you do and with this group. Yeah, I mean, I first became aware of cannabis and consumed cannabis my last year of junior high, kind of freshman year of high school, right in there. And it was by way of a older sister's boyfriend, basically, and his buddies. So that was kind of my first time consuming cannabis, and it had a role in high school, but it wasn't as deep in my life and as my daily routines or my consuming habits. And then I had some great experiences traveling. I did a lot of traveling in my 20s and 30s, and cannabis. I have these memories in different places around the world where cannabis was present, Amsterdam and several other places. And so that was another kind of step in that direction. Also in college, I used it quite a bit more, consumed it a lot, much more. And, never really thought of it as a career path. But when I came back to California in 2013, I had been kind of gone or living in different places for the last 10 years, 11 years, 12 years. And when I came back, California was full of dispensaries, that market was thriving. And I got my medical card and started exploring all the shops and just discovering the cannabis culture as well as the retail scene and the different products and brands in the market. I don't even know how many shops I visited, but I visited a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was well over like hundreds of shops that I visited in that time. And it became very clear to me that this wasn't going to turn around. It was going to keep evolving. And for me, I was at a time in my life where I was looking at kind of what does the next phase of life look like when it comes to career. And there was 3 things that I felt like I was qualified to really carve a career out in. And one of those was travel. And I knew I didn't have the stigma. I had the curiosity around cannabis. I really loved, the more that I learned about it, I really loved the human rights element. I got really geeky about the history and the cultural heritage of cannabis. And cannabis tourism is where I planted my flag. So I actually enrolled in Oaksterdam. That was the first thing I did when I jumped out of this corporate job. And I enrolled in Amsterdam. I was living in Oakland at the time, and that was my first step. And immediately when I took that step, I knew I was taking a step in the direction of cannabis tourism. And I didn't really know where it would lead me exactly, but that's kind of how I relate to it. There was also really significant people in that journey. Pebbles Trippett and Dennis Perrone are two of them that I spent a good amount of time with, as well as John Entwistle. You know, the compassion and the life and the advocacy that those kind of pioneers lived was really inspiring in a lot of ways. So yeah, and here I am today, and it's come a long way since 2013, to say the least.
Yes, and we continue to make that possible as we'll be working next month at the UN to get more on the international. So we're very proud of what's happening and glad to see that this is continuing to grow. So it is something that more cities, counties, and municipalities are starting to realize as they've seen the laws change, that they've seen, people come through. We saw Colorado get a large swing in 2012 when they initially, passed it, and it was, straight curiosity from people, because now there were places to actually travel to where they didn't have to feel restricted, or their liberties weren't as squashed, shall we say. Next up will be Council Member Tony Landry with our next question. Council Member.
Hi, welcome, Brian. It's exciting hearing about the cannabis tourism. Louisiana has a lot of potential for that. When people visit the state, to have a place to go, to consume cannabis, a safe place. My question is, how do you address the misconception that cannabis tourism is drug tourism, given that only a portion of tourists consume cannabis? At the same time, many engage in cannabis-related experiences for education, wellness, and culture exploration.
Yeah. Well, there's three kind of pillars as far as my experience in the last stretch, doing this for 10 plus years. And I really ground the conversation in what I call fact-based education, data, and case studies. And I feel like those three different tools seem to always ground the conversation in reality, and each play an important part. For example, fact-based education, being able to tell stories about how cannabis and hemp have been part of the coevolution with human beings, and the different ways that cannabis and hemp have been applied in cultures throughout the world. It's really important information because it puts everything within context. So I typically educate using fact-based education, right? So whether it's cannabis being part of the U.S. medical pharmacopoeia, the story about cannabis being accessible as medicine on the pharmacy shelves back in the early 1900s, or the fact that there's a medical patent filed on cannabis right now that was filed in 2003. These kind of fact-based points are really important when it comes to education and people understanding how our bodies work with the plant and the cannabinoids and the therapeutic compounds, and why that is because of coevolution. So really framing it in a factual way is really important. Things that you can point to. And then for me, the data that really was a significant moment in my career was co-authoring the first study on the cannabis motivated travel audience in the United States, specifically the active leisure travel audience. So these are people that choose what destinations to visit based on access to cannabis experiences. And that is a specific experience product that entices visitation, which results in economic impact. Because when visitors come to a destination, they stay in hotels and they spend money in a very different way than residents. So it's a different kind of conversation because it's not a cannabis consumer conversation, it's a cannabis traveler conversation. So learning how to do that, I'm very grateful to the travel and tourism industry for, bringing me in to teach me really, and to co-author that survey and then analyze the data and provide insights with consideration to evolving policy and trends, which we know is very rapid in the cannabis and the hemp industry. So it's always a very lively conversation of where are we at today, what is the policy landscape, what are the emerging trends, and why. It's also helpful that hemp is one of the most powerful renewable resources on Earth. And it's important to understand hotel development, replacing plastics. Sustainability and regeneration are priorities for the global travel industry. So being able to educate people on the way that hemp can elevate the conversation as a really powerful tool is another really important point. So I think that helps us get away from this drug misnomer, because it's very stunted. It's a very stunted way to look at the capabilities of the plant. And I mean, down to the hemp seed, right? So like whole plant medicine, power greens, the nutrition of a hemp seed. Whenever I feel like it's necessary to educate, I feel like it's necessary to really educate about the plant in the ground and all the different ways that it can uplift, whether it's community vitality or whether it's sustainability strategies. And that tends to debunk a lot of that. Once people understand all that information and they see it based in fact, and in data. The third one, again, is case studies. So in my instance, I'll point to other destinations or attractions or hotels or airports, like people that are part of the global tourism economy, which accounts for 10.2% of the global GDP. I'll provide case studies of real cases where people are leveraging and integrating cannabis and hemp strategies, which just helps debunk all the misconceptions and the fear, and people see it in application. So even if they didn't want to be the first, they might be willing to be the second or the fifth or the 100th, you know what I mean? So that's how I typically approach and try to ground the conversation in reality.
Councilmember Crowitz has a follow-up.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I just wanted to drill down a little bit deeper into that. I was just thinking about Amsterdam, back in the days when I worked there in the early, late 90s, I guess. And there was seemingly like two different kinds of traveler, if you will. The tourism, sort of sector that you're describing, I think, were some of the people that I hung out with that came to Amsterdam. They came to Amsterdam maybe primarily because they could access cannabis and access cannabis experience, but they also went to the museums and they ate at the restaurants and they stayed at the hotel and they were, law abiding in that sense. And then at the same time, there was these horrible situations to which the government reacted quite harshly and still has to this day issues with local people from other neighboring countries like France driving over to the Netherlands, filling up their suitcase with cannabis and going back home. And I guess first, do you actively discourage that kind of, drug tourism? Do you actually discourage it? I guess what I'm kind of looking for is how would you talk to countries like the Netherlands or a country like that about what you're doing to put them at ease that somehow what we're doing with legitimate cannabis tourism will mitigate even or reduce you know what I mean? Is that part of the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, at the global level, one of the big milestones in my career was founding the Cannabis Travel Association International, which is the united voice of cannabis and hemp tourism was the vision from day one. And I believe that the facts show that cannabis and hemp are a travel trend that is 100% grounded in well-being and wellness. And it spans into medical travel and it spans into leisure travel. So providing people with the context of why that is and proving that with the data and the education and the case studies. And then every year I put forward a lexicon, a global lexicon of these are the words that we use to talk about this. So we can frame the conversation in the right way. So I really am focused on the present and maybe the guiding and being a steward of the future, because to get back to what this should be, it is a conversation around wellness with a big asterisk by the concept of well-being. I think this is where cannabis tourism really differentiates from many other travel trends, because it has this entheogenic capability as well as all the other therapeutic cannabinoids, right? It's a medicine plant at the end of the day. But that entheogenic part that allows for awareness and perspective and contemplation and self-discovery and inspiration and all these really significant capabilities if we use it with intention. Also, the entire conversation around mindset and setting. And what does that mean in relationship to cultivars and appellations and sun grown versus indoor, or not even versus, and indoor and greenhouse? And, when it comes to Amsterdam, I look at every destination very distinctly. And each destination has its own brand and has its own history and has its own culture. With Amsterdam, I think I would, there's some data from Amsterdam that shows that this was back in, like, I want to say the 1990s, they grabbed this data. So it's a lot dated, but it showed that one in four tourists to Amsterdam went to a cannabis shop, 25%. 1 in 10 cited cannabis as the destination driver, which is the primary reason they traveled. So you're seeing 10% of travelers that were traveling to Amsterdam just because cannabis existed there and they can do that. I think Amsterdam, by not really creating a proper, fully baked legal market, it leaned into this quasi-legal gray model where they really missed the boat on the wellness side and the well-being side. And that's because there's a lack of attention and a lack of energy and investment in that opportunity. And that also comes down to hempcrete, right? I'm not just talking about, so I would, as I know there's some really great progress being done in the Netherlands right now with building out a more real supply chain. And as they do this, to reimagine the cannabis and hemp travel trend in a more accurate way would, it would be worthwhile, because, dealing in reality is good. And it's a very different, it's a different landscape now than it was. And it's moving, it's going to always include the smoking and inhalation, but that's a big barrier in travel. A lot of these destinations, that's one of the top 3 things that I have to overcome, is this notion that everyone smokes. And there's other options today, like low-dose beverages and topicals and spa and teas and tinctures and all these other things. So, as I educate globally, I really keep it in the vertical of the wellness and well-being conversation. I explain that medical travel is part of it, leisure travel is part of it, so are events. And when I say events, it's not necessarily consumer events, it's business events, it's industry events, it's doctors that are flying into countries to get training and to get credits on understanding what the endocannabinoid system is. They might be flying in with their golf clubs and their spouse, and this is a doctor training seminar. So we have to think about travel in a much broader context, with the industry level, at the B2B level, the B2C level. And that B2C level isn't always consumers. Oftentimes it's visitors or the travel economy, which, just a bit of context real quick, I've been measuring this audience for about 5 years now, a little over 5 years, 6 years. And it's about an audience of about 70 to 72 million Americans in the United States make their travel decisions based on the ability to access cannabis as part of their itinerary, as part of their vacation. Of this 70 to 72 million travel audience, 24% of them do not self-identify as cannabis consumers, but they would love to have a cannabis experience while on vacation. It's very similar to somebody who would go to a coffee farm in Kona in Hawaii, but may not drink caffeine or coffee, right? So it's basically people that love life experiences and learning something new, and they're curious about it. So, that's kind of where I exist. And I would love to, I'm here and I'm excited about this next arc, because there's a lot of opportunity in Europe, and there's a lot of great history in Europe, and it's one of the biggest market, arguably, globally. And there's countries that need to be looking at this in a much more informed way. And that's kind of the role that I've taken in this whole story, is I help bring the information to stakeholders and partners and help give them information to have an informed conversation and understand all the opportunities, so they can make better strategies for the destination.
As well as the market also needs to provide products for those that want to also experiment, which I know early on was a challenge because the potencies were an issue, and I know people, they go in expecting beer and they end up with literally shots of whiskey. You know what I'm saying? So that's a challenge in and of itself for those places that are in those destinations, so that people don't over medicate or find themselves in that uncomfortable situation. But finding products like the 1, 3, and 5 milligram drink seems to be a easier and more safer stepping in point for most people, as opposed to 100 milligram edible, which, as we know, is made for the more experienced, but people don't understand necessarily what they're experiencing. And that's also different, which we saw in Amsterdam, right? We saw cannabis allowed, but then we also saw smoking was permitted, but then we saw edibles were permitted, but then we saw people also push that limit with edibles to the point where the Dutch had to actually regulate those edibles because people were doing some unfortunate things. So this has been an ongoing problem that I'm glad to see that the market and the consistency of having these 10th Amendment realities have spawned product and product development that is easier for the uninitiated or those that are not as experienced with cannabis, able to dip their toe in with more confidence than in the past. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Next up will be Mary Lynn Mathry with our next question. Councilmember Mathry.
Okay, nice to meet you, Brian. I'm glad what you're doing. Education is a key, and just getting around helping these folks kind of see the real thing, as opposed to the reefer madness bullshit. I run Patients at a Time, which is like the longest running accredited conference series. So, by the way, if you got a group of docs, you want to bring them to Charlottesville in September, be glad to have. My question is, and you touched a little bit on it in the beginning of your last answer, but what are the financial benefits or incentives for municipalities to actively participate in cannabis tourism?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and thank you for your work. Patients at a Time is a really important story in the story of the cannabis movement. So yeah, what's the economic opportunity? Again, there is a ready, willing, and able audience called the cannabis travel audience. The one that I've been studied mostly is the active leisure travel audience. So these are leisure travelers. There's also medical travelers, which need to be measured and profiled. I do a lot of profiling on the wellness segment. So when I architected this survey out with Peter Yesowich and MMGY Travel Intelligence, there's really three different segments. You have the canna curious traveler, the canna wellness traveler, and the cannabis connoisseur. So we have three different segments that are profiled in depth, and they have different motivating factors for each one, different age ranges. So it's all audience driven, but instead of a consumer audience, yet again, it's an audience that's driven by experience access through the platform of tourism and travel. So the cannabis motivated travel audience, when they are in a destination, well, let's start with the annual spend. Typically, this audience, which is 70 million in the United States alone, they spend about $3,600 to $3,800 a year on travel and tourism, right? So that's the kind of the pot you're targeting if you're a business and a brand. This is a very good, important data point for advocacy. For every dollar spent in a cannabis shop, approximately an additional $2.80 is injected into the local economy through arts and culture, culinary, etc. So again, that's that visitor spend, that multiplier, which economic development departments find very interesting, right? Because that is a different type of economic impact than a resident. A resident also, for example, might be looking more at what is the low price leader. Whereas a visitor with I call it a wow and roam attitude, when you're visiting a place, you might pay a premium for a flower that's grown down the street and is rolled in a hemp blunt or something, like there's people justify spends very differently when they're on vacation. So the economic impact is, what is it worth to your destination? And so every destination needs to look at their brand and their community and their history and say, what is cannabis and hemp to us? And what are our differentiators? And what could we offer as an experience for visitors? And, they should be asking themselves, how are we enabling our community to thrive and be vital through this opportunity with cannabis and hemp emerging in the experience economy or the visitor economy, right? So, if you be destinations like Mendocino County, Humboldt County, Oakland, San Francisco, right now, West Hollywood has an amazing product with their lounges, so you have to look at what is your experience product, how are you integrating it into your destination brand, how are you stewarding your community from every level, and how are you marketing this essentially? And a lot of the marketing strategies right now, some of the most powerful ones that I've seen are the earned media kind of PR stories, because there's so much curiosity globally around this new cannabis experience economy that is taking the Amsterdam coffee shop model and it's just going boom into a whole different experience suite. So how effectively a destination can look at cannabis as a differentiator as part of their brand and then incorporate it into their destination strategy for economic development and economic vitality, that's the opportunity on the table. But it's a significant amount of revenue. It's just, it's those destinations that are willing to invest in it. And there needs to be vulnerability with that, because a lot of them don't understand it. And they're terrified of smoking. They're terrified of what being high means. And and they just have general, to your point, reefer madness stigma that's lingering. So I typically, those are the three detractors that I'm always addressing: is stigma, smoking, and the altered state, and trying to make it not scary, and also just give them the facts so they understand what the facts are.
That's key. All right, next up will Council Member Leslie Freeze. Leslie.
Thanks, Etienne. Brian, it's good to see you. I am such a fan of your work. It's so important for our industry at large and so many different factors. My question is, what are some key insights from your national study on the cannabis travel audience, and how do they influence marketing strategies for cannabis tourism?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the most important insights is that this is a travel trend. When you look at the data across the board, it definitely anchors itself in wellness and well-being. And that is the place that this exists. And we all know, a lot of people in this room know why, and communicating why is really important. One of the most important data points that we continue to gather information on with this annual study we do is the cannabis travel audience is very much becoming more sophisticated with understanding the importance of pairing cannabis with an arts and culture experience, with a Michelin star or a local foodie experience, with a walk in the redwoods or a walk on the coast, or it could be just like a city walking tour. But they're starting to understand the importance of pairing cannabis with activity, and that we are at a new frontier where cannabis can be an enhancement tool when used mindfully and in an informed way. It can enhance a travel experience and make it more robust and more meaningful, perhaps. And that could be as simple as bringing you into the present moment, which is something that cannabis that has THC in it in some way, whether it's minimal or a lot, depending on if you're taking one puff or if you're smoking a whole joint. If you dose with caution and you do it in a mindful way, it has that capability of bringing you to the present moment. But then what is that terpene profile layer? And what does that mean as far as how the effects could inform how you feel and how you relate to your setting that you're walking into or your activity. So all of a sudden, cannabis becomes this enhancement tool for a travel itinerary. And what does that mean? If you're gonna, go have a cannabis beverage before going and catching the opera, and what kind of and how that will enhance that experience. So those are a few of the data points that I find really interesting and important, is the grounding and wellness, and the appetite for pairing cannabis. I refer to this as effect pairing. So, as food pairs with wine, cannabis pairs with activities and experiences. And I have a whole method with a deck and a chart that maps out kind of what this looks like in travel. And I use that as a teaching tool in travel. The other two things I'll mention as far as data is this audience has a strong appetite for a curated experience. So that could be a flight of pre-rolls, beverage tastings, but they want to have something that's curated with information and takes them on a journey. So it needs to be a curated experience flight, right? And this is understandable because in a travel and tourism, cannabis and hemp are not part of being a commodity. They're not even a product being sold. They're not even a service, where services are all about time saved, like a haircut or oil change. In travel, in the experience economy, it's about time well spent, where people want to spend 60 to 90 minutes with a curated informational, teach me something, provoke thought. And this is the experience economy, which is really a different type of economic model than products, services, and commodities. So that curated tasting flight is really interesting. The other thing we continually see is the interest in going to a farm, visiting the place of source, the communities that have multi-generational knowledge that have been working with this plant as cultivators, but also as alchemists. All these people that have been using this medicine and understanding this medicine for generations. So those are all parts of kind of the interest of this audience. And it'll be fun to watch how it continues to evolve.
Councilmember Green, you had a follow-up, sir.
I do. Gotta get the microphone out. I find this all fascinating. This is like brilliant. This is like taking a trip. So thank you. Thank you for the journey. In passing, I mean, you've talked about mindfulness, about awareness, things that motivate people, what they're seeking. I'm just curious in your own data, what you've come across. I'm a yoga instructor. I'm curious what you found out about perhaps cannabis in yoga experiences. Is there anything that's popped up on your radar? I know that there's people that teach ganja yoga, cannabis yoga. There's various studios. I'm just curious if that's something that you're tracking yet, or if that's appeared on your radar.
Yeah, I mean, I would look in deeper to this, but from the research I've done, there are some cases made out there from historians and experts that cannabis was used as a tool for meditation with, I believe it was Buddhism and some other religions where it was typically a 1-to-1 and it was in tincture form. And it was used as a way to enhance connection with the divine. And really that's what entheogenic medicine is, right? And you have to know what audience you're speaking to start pulling out words like that. But this cannabis being a tool to connect with the spirit world is a very real case study in history. So when you start that's where that well-being part comes in, Michael, where it's like, that's why I think well-being is really important, because for me that connects to spiritual health and emotional health, which for me ties into yoga and meditation. And when you can point back to something like meditation with a religion in going back centuries, all of a sudden people start seeing, oh wow, there's actually cases that talk about this and demonstrate this. And then I typically surround that education too with a kava ceremony in Fiji or a green tea ceremony in Japan. These sacred ceremonies that are agricultural products, where in Japan they have ceremonial grade green tea. And why can't there be a ceremonial grade cannabis for entheogenic, connecting with the divine? And why can't we make space for that, even if we can't measure it perfectly? Because many people understand that that energy is a thing, and that there is a divine source in some ways for knowledge. So I think about that kind of Buddhist case study, and I also think about what I was tapping on earlier, which I believe may be one of the most powerful parts of the entheogenic element of cannabis is that capability to bring you into the present moment. And that is a teaching across religions of all kinds going throughout history. So as far as a through line, I love talking about terpene profiles and what's the cannabinoid profile, what's the dominant or co-dominant terpenes, and going through that. But when we talk about effects, I think the one effect for me that really is the through line through all of that is this concept of being brought into the present moment and in a place of where time and space dissolve, and you're completely immersed in the activity that you're present with, whether that's a conversation where all of a sudden that communication strengthens because that energetic connection is stronger because you're present, or whether that is you painting a picture or looking at a problem differently and getting more interpretation and understanding of how you could relate to it. So it helps you with how you relate to things. So I think all this ties back into, for me, yoga or meditation or these kind of well-being practices.
Excellent. Thank you. So
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Councilmember Michael Crowitz. Councilmember?
Thank you, Tim. I guess my role in my questions tonight is to get down to the brass tacks. But this question, especially the second half of it, I think is very important from our perspective as a non-governmental organization, right? So anyway, the question is, how can destinations prepare for cannabis-friendly tourism while balancing regulations, local concerns, economic opportunities? And again, the second part, what role do destination organizations and travel associations, etc., play in integrating cannabis tourism into the mainstream hospitality and travel world and experiences?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a great question. Wow, it's a great question. I mean, the first thing to do is get a baseline in a data-driven way, right? And the way that this typically expresses itself in the travel industry is something called a market readiness index. And in my instance, that's cannabis, right? So it's looking at the different conversations around two new industries that are becoming part of your community and where's our baseline right now and where are we indexing on different fronts, whether it's destination development, destination marketing, destination stewardship, brand management. You know, if we're licensing cannabis shops, for example, are we putting all of them in the industrial district with curtains on the windows where it's off the tourist track? Or are we putting something that is accessible with a hospitality minded experience right in downtown near the hotels? Because you should be developing your destination in a mindful way and understanding how to do that. So allowing a destination to take a standardized index that can ground the conversation, and then from there you have to educate with again data, case studies, and fact-based education, right? And in this instance, you know, let's look at the destinations that are leading the world. Destinations like Amsterdam, like Oakland, like West Hollywood, right? San Francisco, Oakland. So Mendocino and Humboldt too, arguably, for rural regions. So when you start looking at the destinations that are implementing strategy, you know, showing that to all the other destinations around the world is really important. And one of those strategies, oftentimes, one of the first things I get brought in for is stakeholder education, where I am just talking to a group and giving data and facts and figures and case studies and answering questions. And that gets the ball rolling because everyone's like, wow, they walk away and go, this is different than I thought. And this is, you know, when you start talking about the nutrition of a hemp seed and hempcrete for hotels, it's not in the ballpark they're expecting. So you bring them all the knowledge of how this plant can be a vehicle for good for their community. And then you show it, demonstrate it with the case studies. So yeah, and that index is a big part of it. Also, all of this, Michael, ties back into, okay, you have all the information. Now, how do you get even more specific with your destination in mapping out kind of where are your key partners or products for the experience economy? So if you're XYZ destination, how many shops do you have? How many are on the tourist track? How many lounges? Which ones give a hospitality experience? Which ones have the most engaged staff that can kind of curate that? And also, what's the stakeholder sentiment from the elected officials to the economic development department? What is the sentiment at the rulemaker level? And do we need to continually touch in and educate? And the answer is yes. So a lot of times it's bringing that information to stakeholder education and partnership education, as well as partnership development. And typically when I go in and start getting to that phase of my work, I typically circle, depending on the size of the destination, it could be 3 to 10 like key partners that embody the cannabis experience story and brand of the destination. And then how do we get organized around a collective strategy so we could all start rowing in the same direction, where we can develop partnerships with hotels and airports and rental car companies and arts and culture attractions, and especially now in California, right? You can do ticket sales. So what does that look like to have partners that you can bundle together, you know, a lounge experience with a ticket to the San Francisco MoMA? And that is normalization to me. You start rolling products out like that, it starts integrating cannabis in the spirit of social inclusion in the experience economy. But it all starts with that indexing and getting people educated so you can have real conversations and start unpacking and developing at the pace that you're able to. And every destination is different with that too. Some destinations are like full go. Other ones have a very strong, let's just say, wine influence, where I know there's rooms that I'm not in where they're dealing with the wine growers and the vintner association and they have a stronghold and they have a lot of influence. So I always approach my work as I am here to be a steward, and I want to be a source of trusted information, and I'm here to be an educator. And if you want me to provide recommended strategies, I love that, because I think that I have a knack for it. And I always try to look at it holistically, from hemp to cannabis, sustainability to journeying. I don't shy away from, how amazing going on a high dose cannabis journey could be while on vacation as well, in the right setting, right? With the right intention. So there's room for all of it. And I think it's our job. All of us in this room have different conversations with different people. We all have a relationship with this plant. But I believe it's, at least in my role, it's my responsibility to always reflect the accuracy of the plant and to do its service. And it's a very evolved, flexible, very incredible species, right? So we have to continue to make space for all the different applications of kind of hemp and cannabis.
All right. Next up will be Council Member Michael Green.
I love the passion, and I got to admit, just now listening to you speak, somehow Leonard Cohen's "I'm Your Man" was floating through my head. I love it. So apparently, one of the impacts of legalization in many places has been the development of like cannabis community centers, where maybe painting takes place, all kinds of activities, food drives, etc. And I'm assuming that's having an impact on the community at large, and as compared to the illicit or black market community. What is your take on that, in terms of how that comes back to support the community, reinforce the cannabis acceptance, reduce the stigma, etc.?
I hope that these new lounge owners and these people that are newer to the space are looking at the compassionate history of cannabis as a community healing space, because that is a reflection of, I think, the legacy mindset in a lot of ways. And it also is more accurate of what the highest expression is. Thinking about how many jars we can push as fast as possible is a bad North Star, in my opinion. So when it comes to the experience economy, these community gathering spaces is a really important sentiment to nurture and to create spaces that provide these services that care and are grounded in compassion and human connection and medicine and spiritual health. I think that this wellness theme needs to be ever present, and it needs to be felt in some way in these lounges, because this is a plant that deserves to have this reverence behind it when you're working with it. And I don't think the cannabis industry honestly does a very good job these days about reminding this wave of new operators that are like dollar signs in the eyes of welcoming them into the industry with a very clear cultural compass and value-based compass. So yeah, that's my hope. And the compassionate cannabis, movement today, continuing to have a voice that is as present and as loud as the recreational, quote unquote recreational side, I think is a really important effort that needs to happen. And preferably it's going to come alive in these community spaces. Also, because as you get sick and people need cannabis to heal, to be able to be around people. I remember Dennis communicating. I didn't get to experience those compassionate places like some people did back when they were really, important. Really, not they weren't more important, less, but then when they were really grounded in that space. So, yeah, I think that these experiential places need to be accessible and grounded in wellness and well-being, and it needs to be factual, and it needs to offer experiences that make people come away with more knowledge, and where they can then utilize the plant to uplift their quality of life. Whether that's eating a hemp seed in the morning because of the nutrition, or whether that's smoking a joint every day with their coffee. That's up to them. But I think getting them the knowledge is really important.
Right on. Yeah, it's absolutely imperative. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Much love, Wade. You're up.
Thank you, Chen. And been a hot minute or two since we saw each other, Brian. I
Yeah.
really am really grateful that there are persons like yourself with such a fierce desire to see this plant and the community around this plant normalized in our culture across the planet. I just got to say, it's really a treat to know you and to see you continuing to do this work that I bet at times is relatively thankless. So I'm here as one to thank you, not only for the work you've done, but for showing up here today and putting up with our questions and our desire to learn more about what you're doing, because I think you're doing great work. So here's my question for you, Brian. How does cannabis tourism intersect with wellness and experiential travel? And what opportunities exist for businesses in those sectors to intersect with, if you will, with cannabis businesses, given all the regulations that cannabis businesses deal with in most jurisdictions? And again, thank you, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great question, Wade. And just to say it as well, your pioneering work is outstanding. And part of the cannabis trail storytelling uplifts Lawrence Ringo, yourself, and Dr. Courtney, and the work you've done with the important cultivars in the CBD space. And Harlequin's one of my favorite strains, by the way. So thank you for all the work you've done, because you empower this conversation of wellness tourism. So
Monica,
yeah, it means a lot getting asked that from you. So thank you.
unmuted.
So how does it intersect? I think there's the wellness component, right? And when I say wellness, I think of wellness as biology and teaching people about the lock and key system, receptors, all the different ways you can take cannabis medicine, from cannabinoids to terpenes to flavonoids and beyond. Teaching people enough without overwhelming them, where they can understand the basic principles of this plant and application. But also, I find there's a lot of power in those cultural case studies that are grounded in wellness and well-being, including that spiritual side, that well-being side, right? So there's the biological side that I look at as the wellness side, that's a little more grounded in receptors and cannabinoids and blood-brain barriers and apoptosis and all those things. And then there's the well-being side, which I think is the really interesting space. I'm really driven by the well-being vertical, because I think that entheogenic capability has a lot of room to honestly just make humanity better and make people more aware and compassionate and empathetic and connected and interconnected. And all those things really are priorities in the work I do. So, and of course there's the medical side, right? But we're talking about wellness and experiential travel. I would like to see wellness and experiential well-being and wellness travel with cannabis and hemp be prioritized. And this could be at a business group meetings and conferences summit, where you have little CBD droppers that you could put in people's beverages if they want to have some, CBD, or you can give them a CBN. Maybe part of the welcome gift in the hotel rooms for this 1,000-person summit is a little CBN gummy to help people sleep the first night in a hotel room. I think those little touch points are really important in the wellness application or improved quality of life, whether it's a good night's sleep or whether it's, anti-inflammatory relaxation. So I think there's a lot of intersectionality in hotels, in events, obviously in the lounges where people go to a program to really learn. And maybe it's a 2-month-long program where they go every Friday and they're learning about a new part of cannabis and hemp as applications for quality of life and well-being. I also love this idea of group retreats where people are coming to heal together in some way. And that word heal can be very expansive. I also like the idea of people coming together to vision and to think about the future and dream together, and allow cannabis to help unlock and see different ways of being, where it unlocks new awareness. And then as long as we act with integrity with that new knowledge and we're effective, change, positive change can be made. So I think yet again, it all comes down at this juncture. There's so much education and knowledge to get out, but putting it wrapped in the brand of authentically wrapped in the brand of wellness and well-being, I believe is this next era, because that, it was medical. It kind of dipped way too far in rec, play, legal, money, more. Now we've got to reground this thing, and all the data too. Like, it's not just me saying, all the data shows that, especially with the travel audience. This is a wellness travel trend, 100%. And so how do we speak to that with a leisure, with a medical, and how does the cannabis industry start speaking to that at the global level? That is key. In the travel industry that I work with, Wade, every year there's a global lexicon that comes out in 4 languages, and there is coordination and communication that is healthy and vibrant and respectful. And I don't see that in the cannabis industry. And I think that it's needed now more than ever to get on the same page and to be, so I'm hoping that the cannabis industry is either doing that, and I'm just not aware of it, or that we have that on the plan to start, grounding the conversation with shared lexicon, because that's where it begins. And that lexicon needs to be grounded in compassion, wellness, well-being. And whenever we get off course, let's go ahead and look at the plant, because a lot of the principles that the plant embodies, balance, all of these kind of principles and capabilities that the plant embodies and represents, usually there's a learning there. There's a blueprint there of how to be in the world. And so, yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but that's that's all that intersectionality, I guess, from lexicon with wellness to hotels to conferences to lounges.
No, I think you did a great job of sort of wrapping up a complicated thing. And really what it's about is helping these wellness businesses understand the potential uptick in their business, in their customer experience, is I think what you're pointing to. And I really like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. Next up will be Councilmember Michael Davis. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Yeah, hi, Brian. My question that I have for you is, what challenges do cannabis-friendly destinations face regarding policy, public perception, and industry collaboration, and how can they overcome them?
So cannabis-friendly destinations, it's those 3 detractors. So typically stigma, general reefer madness, people that smoke pot are horrible human, stigma, and then smoking, and then the altered state, because people don't understand. They think being high is being super stoned and lazy, and they don't understand the full spectrum of application for the plant, including that altered state component, which shouldn't drown out the whole conversation, and it always does, or often does. So yeah, those are the big detractors that we typically have to deal with. Another thing I'm seeing a lot of questions about today is insurance, especially for hotels, right? Like if they want to include cannabis at a wedding, or if they want to have a cannabis-friendly space, what is the pathway to not just creating that space and incorporating that space for hemp or cannabis, but can it be insured, and what does that mean? So that's been something in the last year or two that I've been seeing more of. Also just the destination development, right? So like making sure that you're getting the information, so a destination that wants to be cannabis friendly develops, like for example, Lagunitas Brewery in Sonoma County, they have 30,000 people a year come through there through tourism, and they buy merchandise, they eat food, they walk out, they become walking advertisements with t-shirts that say Lagunitas, and it's part of their business model. Like, at what point does a destination raise their hand and say, hey, we want one of the 10 manufacturing licenses here to have a strong tourism component and be located in the right location to serve that part of our destination experience economy. So there's not a whole lot of destinations I see thinking in that way. And so that's another, I don't know if that's a barrier to overcome. I think that is, but I think that's that next step of like, how do we really start looking at intelligent and strategic destination development that can serve our residents as well as our visitors in the safest, most informed way, that drives community vitality and attracts visitors at the same time. And so you're really building an asset with intention based on data and opportunity. But it always, I mean, typically people are scared with stigma, smoking, and the altered state are the typical 3 detractors.
Councilmember Leslie Fries has a follow-up. Councilmember?
Yeah, especially in regards to policy and seeing that tourism around this plant is really heavily focused on health and wellness. How do you think the phenomenon of THCA being sold as hemp and all these synthetic cannabinoids being sold as hemp affects that?
Yeah. So you're talking about the wellness. Repeat the front end of that question related
Yeah,
to THCA?
I mean, I've just been really unsatisfied with seeing what I came into the industry definitely on the health and wellness hemp side of stuff, and seeing, you know, the hemp cannabinoid industry just really go south, in my opinion, you know, and all the psychoactive synthetic cannabinoids being sold as hemp, and now, you know, high THC marijuana being, you know, defined as THCA hemp, and how that's just kind of altered the landscape. And it's really taken a different direction than health and wellness, especially with, you know, the synthetic cannabinoids and not the transparency around THCA. And now, you know, trying to apply to policy, trying to create policy, and, you know, how does all that affect it?
Oh my God. Yeah, what a big problem, right? It's like, and again, I know what I know. I'm definitely, you know, more adverse. I'm adverse to single, like, synthetic cannabinoids is not my speed as well. I very much look at this as an agricultural crop in the ground, you know, grown by a human kind of product with daily watering. So it's you know, I think it's really complicated. That I think there were, honestly, I think there was a lot of missteps or very strategic steps, one or the other, early on, by creating 2 separate industries around the same plant. And that really, from go, set this up for being an absolute mess. And I do want to say that, acknowledging that, looking at both industries as 2 different chessboards of how do we normalize this and get this plant into people's hands with knowledge in a safe way. You know, at the end of the day, I think that's the big goal of all of us, right? Is to get the plant can work. We just have to get it out into the world because it has the intelligence to do its thing, whether it's hemp packaging or whether it's, you know, a pre-roll that's some of the best weed in the world, right? It's a really incredible, it operates in a really incredible way. So I think looking at the landscape today and constantly acknowledging what is and how do we proceed from here is a really healthy place to live and really be effective in kind of where we head. When it comes to THCA, it's interesting you asked that, because that was a really important part when I created the State Fair Cannabis Awards and exhibit. I spoke with experts like Etienne, specifically too from the awards side with Johnny Casali and Kevin Jodry, and then worked closely with Alec Dixon at SE Labs to kind of develop this. And I always saw the Emerald Cup as really having a lot of the entheogenic parts down, right? But they weren't really digging deep on the plant in the ground. So that THCA award was like a really important thing, because that cannabinoid acids and THCA is different than activated THC. And that whole body of knowledge needs to be represented in mainstream as well. So people know that you could take a TCA rich tincture and not have the psychoactive effects and be able to have this incredible medicinal application. So, yeah, but I think when all the things that you mentioned too, Leslie, is, I mean, I hate to say it, but I also feel like it's just an expression of the poor state of our culture, I'm afraid to say, like people that are, for whatever reason, scrambling, moving quickly, greedy, more is better. And it's this, what is the value and what's the purpose you're in this industry and why? And a lot of those, that's why policy does need to catch up, and it needs to create these guardrails for safety for consumers. And I hope that it turns out well. I don't know if I could say beyond that, because it really depends on who's leading at the top, and we need experts that operate with ethics and values to be guiding this as much as possible. And I would say today, I feel like we need more of them than less of them. I think that we're underrepresented. If I'm humble enough to include myself in that, I feel like we don't have a loud enough influence right now on how this is rolling out. And there needs to be more representation from people who, when they operate and when they work, they think of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. They think of community vitality. They think of a healthy world. They think of balance. And we need more influential minds guiding this very powerful industry and plant with those values as much as possible, at the highest levels. And I don't know if that answered your question, but I hope that's all I can really say to it. So,
Leslie, did you have a follow-up to your follow-up?
I was just going to say something about how important transparency, I think, is to keep the consumer and keep their trust. And I've just seen that kind of on the hemp side go away. But yes, all to the ethics, morality, and business, sustainability. Thank you.
And this next question is up my alley, because I was an ambassador for. I hope it's continuing this year. I haven't heard anything regarding 2025 yet, but Tony Landry has our next question.
Thank you, ATN. Yeah, my question is, what lessons, for Brian, what lessons did you learn from launching the California State Fair Cannabis Awards and exhibit? And how did you see cannabis representation in public events evolving?
Yeah. I mean, well, one is I learned that was the first time that I had reached out to my whole network, all the people I respected, to come together to make it happen. And Etienne was one of my first calls, was, I need your help on this. I need your guidance on this. Along with Johnny and Jodri and Janine Coleman and several others that are integral. We also had John Entwistle there speaking on the stage the first year, who was one of the main architects behind Prop 215. That's Dennis Peron's husband. I mean, I brought in Wendy Reed, who's a well-respected holistic healer in the Emerald Triangle, who's one of my dear friends. When I called my community, everyone showed up. I mean, and it was amazing how everybody came together in year one and helped me build it and get it off the ground the first 2 years. I'm no longer involved with it, but I'm really proud of that work. It took about 5 years to build and launch. And I'll tell you what else I learned is I was, one reason I led this was I had, aside from the travel work, as I had curated a few museum exhibits for the Sonoma County Museum, as well as a museum in Mendocino County called the Kelly House. So, being able to tell that story of the history of California and the way that cannabis and hemp has influenced and been part of the California story as a destination was really important. And I created all the content pretty much. We had some great content partners with Kenigma, SC Labs, of course. Oaksterdam came in, they gave us content. It was really important to me to have those plants. The first thing that you see when you walk in was having the live plants on site. That was a mandatory thing that I wanted to make happen. Fiddler's Green, one of my good friends, came, brought their plants. We had 5 of them. As soon as people walked in, they were able to connect. Also, I was tasked with creating a strategy that could live inside of a state fair and also could live next door to the candy store for the kids, right? And with the Ferris wheels and mainstream media. So being able to create an exhibit that was an immersive exhibit, honestly, no information was really original, right? Maybe my passion to bring it together was great. And I am a little bit of a nerd when it comes to being a historian, and I could tell stories. But that exhibit is Dennis, Pebbles Trippett, Wendy Reed, ATN, Johnny, Kevin, all these people coming through me to package it up. And that's what I did. I worked with an event producer to help put it together, but conceptualizing the flow, the layout, the content, the story, what does the goals look like? It was also really important for me to have some kind of consumption on site. And that very first year, we were able to have hemp CBD slushies, and we featured the terpene profiles of the award-winning strains in the slushie, so you could taste the terpenes with a hemp. So I was really proud of that idea of having this slushy component with hemp CBD and being able to educate in an experiential way about terpenes and why these people won awards based on whatever category or division they were a part of. So and also we showed short films. I don't know if I went through a whole stretch. I have about 50 hours of interviews with pioneers like Eddie Lepp. I have one of Dennis Peron's last interviews that he tells a story, and putting these films up on the screen so people could see the pioneers. It was really important to me to have Dennis and others, Brownie Mary, have their names spoken and to have them present at this and part of this. So I'm really proud of the work I did with that state fair. So those were all considerations. One of the biggest wins was that mainstream media really latched on. I mean, we had over $20 million of earned media globally. It was picked up by the New York Times, by NPR, mainstream television, late night TV. I mean, and when I look back at my career, that was a significant thing that I'm really proud of, because I felt like it really moved the needle for normalization. I also spent a lot of time mapping out the growth strategy that going to other fairs, and had phone calls with, San Diego and several other places, other states, and was really priming the pump for growth on because that first foundational building, that first model, is the hardest lift. And then it gets easier every year. And then, so again, I have no relation or part of it anymore. But as far as what I've built, I think it's going to serve as a vehicle to drive forward normalization. And I still see the community I brought together showing up for it, which is amazing. I know it's in mostly good hands. So that I'm really proud of. And I think that it's going to, hopefully it continues to scale. And I also hope that it makes a lot of room for people that are not comfortable around smoking, if I could say that. I think that you need to have spaces where people don't have to be around smoke, because that is a detractor for a lot of people. And I was a little disappointed this year when I thought that the smoking, my original strategy was to have that next year be non-smoking for 1 year, just one, to be part of the story. So people felt really safe coming in, and you remove that barrier. That didn't happen last year, and that's okay. But going forward, I hope that gets reconsidered a little bit, because at the end of the day, for me, it's about getting the plant into people's hands in a way that they're comfortable with, that they can relate to. And if that means as an industry, we make space for that kind of consumer, I think it's really important. I think we have a responsibility to do that, actually. We have a responsibility to make that happen. So those were the big learnings. Earned media is amazing. They're open to it as long as you do it with integrity. I think the last learning that's really important is be really careful about who you get into business with. Surround yourself around like-minded people that their definition and how they relate to work and their job and their impact with their life through their work is somewhat on the same planet as yours. So you can build something and grow together with radical transparency, Leslie, to your point. And, that was a big learning for me. And as this space grows, that even gets more important, of surrounding yourself around like-minded people. That really is a space where you can do good work in a trusted, because when that trust gets fractured, it really is debilitating to any, in a lot of ways. So yeah, that was another, I think, learning, was like, just make sure that you're surrounding yourself around people that you can create a really meaningful and beautiful life with, and you have a similar definition of what that means.
And it's also, inspiring hopefully other states to come online and to have those competitions, whereas the cannabis competition was elevated to a state level, whereas everything is usually done by counties. And that is inspiring some counties to come on board and start to go in that direction. Unfortunately, it hasn't changed everything large scale. I would like to echo the concerns of the on-site consumption being a turnoff to people specifically, and there needs to we need to make space for all. I'm as hardcore a cannabis person as an activist as it is, but we need to. I agree. It is our responsibility to set the stage for people. It's one thing to have a private event or something like what was done with the ceremonies, done in a private tent, separate away from everything. So, it was by invitation only. However, the corporatization is a concern as well, because it should be left open to the states and the consumers, and locking one particular company in, I think, is disingenuous, and should also open it up for people to compete also as well, to vie for those types of, and be transparent as well. I think would be very helpful, because having been involved in both the Emerald Cup and the California State Fair, there's an opening to an amalgam of both, because you started initially, there was no judging in the sense of the science. The laboratories were going to be the initial judge, jury, and executioner, which I think is helpful to a certain result, because as we know, cannabis is completely subjective, right? So depending on your judges and what they like, it can go a certain way in decision, whereas the science was blind. But as there's also limitations to, I think, just using science. I thought there was an interesting mix where there's a new rating system called the Buddhist, which was involved. I would like to learn more about that. But you're also a ganjier, correct? So you are very learned in the ways of cannabis as well.
Yeah, and also I studied under Wendy Reed for I'm a certified cannabis therapy consultant. So that was my first course.
Right on. Well, I cannot thank you. Of course, I am with Berkeley Patients Group, and of course, Berkeley Patients Group is on the Cannabis Trail. And of course, the Cannabis Trail is one of your creations, which is helping consumers understand the history that has come about just in California alone. So has the California Cannabis Trail inspired other states to follow suit, or is that just a California thing at this time?
Yeah, I mean, it's right now it's a California thing, specifically Northern California thing, but we are looking at growth around the Cannabis Trail. Yeah, so the Cannabis Trail right now is a 9-county trail that travels from Santa Cruz to Trinity County, and there's about 25 cultural landmarks, each of which tells an important cultural story of how cannabis and hemp have been part of California's history and culture. So it's a cultural trail. We definitely acknowledge the global history of cannabis and culture. So the ability to have pop-up 90-day mini cannabis trails in different countries, different places, different states, or have specific landmarks be awarded. I'm actually, the Bulldog is someone I'm talking with in Berlin about what does it look like to acknowledge the first lounge in Amsterdam, and is there a program to extend these landmarks to other parts of the world where it justifies having a landmark and being part of the Cannabis Trail story. Part of the goal this year is we are finishing the trail in Northern California. We're installing 4 more landmarks, one in Santa Cruz dedicated to the work of Wham and Valerie Corral, 2 in Trinity, one in Weaverville and one in Hayfork. And then I have one more in Southern Humboldt at Whitethorn Valley that honors Bob McKee and his role in the story of cannabis and the story of the Back to the Land movement, quite frankly, as well as the beatnik era, where he had a place in all of that. So yeah, we're going to finish building the trail, and we're going to look into how to steadily kind of grow it from here, as well as market it. You know, get it out there as a marketing and a storytelling platform for culture, where now when people visit California, they don't just go on the Marin Cheese Trail, they don't just go on the Napa Wine Road, they also make time to travel the Cannabis Trail and learn about, you know, why it matters.
And it does. And for Berkeley Patients Group, one of the oldest in the country, it's helped people understand, and people now understand, because otherwise they don't understand that there was just a handful of us originally, and that now with over 10,000 dispensaries, there's whole generations growing up not understanding the history. So I just want to say, as one who's on the trail, we appreciate that, and it helps bring people in, as well as help us discuss and keep the history and our part in that history alive. So I can't thank you enough for that. So thank you, Brian Applegarth, for coming out tonight and sharing time with our council members. I would like to thank council members Leslie Fries, Michael Green, Michael Crowitz, Michael Davis, Wade Laughter, Tony Landry, and I'm Etienne Fontan. I've been your guide through this journey through cannabis tourism. And we can't thank you enough. And come back and check out with us in the coming years. Let us know how things are going as cannabis continues to expand, and tourism. I know there's bud and breakfast now, and there's all kinds of opportunities that are opening up for people to play host, as well as bud and breakfast. Now you can actually arrive and there's buds on your dresser waiting for you from the local garden. There's all kinds of wonderful things that we used to dream about that someday might be possible that now exist. Although I think it's minimum like 3-day stays for the most part, which I wish there were 1-day stay locations more and more, but hopefully in time that will become more and more proliferant. But I can't thank you enough, Brian, for what you do for cannabis tourism and the passion that you have. So thank you very much for all that you do. Do you have anything that you would like to promote or share before we wrap it up for the night?
I think just say thank you. There's a lot of people in this room that I acknowledge you and the work you've done, and it's an honor to be here, and an honor to be working alongside you in some way, moving this thing forward. It truly takes a village with cannabis. There's so many different conversations to be had. So just thank you for being here tonight and for the work you do.
Well, it's an honor to share that space and walk this path with you. And so as you're watching, prepare yourself for more cannabis tourism in the future. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. And this has been our VAC Roundtable number 86. All right. Wow. Can't believe that already. Woo!
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net.
I wasn't intentional. Holy, this is actually some really decent legal cannabis that I've got. It kind of gets me right in the butt.
It sounds like it.
Well, I will say this is the second doobie of the day because I did smoke one with my husband when I got home from work. But
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
actually,
Well,
I actually got the container this time. This stuff is called Galaruna Glue orangutan, something like that. Glue orangutan? Yeah, maybe that's it.
Oh, I can't read it.
Yeah, it's a tripod, but it's a cross
Oh.
between OG Kush and GG4 and Afghani.
Oh, well, it's got some good lineage there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it looks like it was doing its job for you.
Oh no, it's nice. Like I said, I was just like didn't plan on starting the show without but I guess kind of how appropriate.
Well, yeah. Well, usually you've got to you're rolling a joint or whatever when we get started, and
Yeah, but
it looks like he just got it lit.
it wasn't a chokeable. Wasn't planning on
Yeah.
choking myself like that, but yeah. Woo.
Right.
Right.
So what's new and exciting? You got an interesting guest tonight. Been around for a long time.
Yeah. Actually, I posted that I met her 13 years ago.
13 years ago. Wow.
Ottawa. Yeah, it was 13 years ago that we were in Ottawa.
Wow. It has been a long, it's been a while, eh?
Right.
Geez, I guess we're just getting older, eh? That's the worst thing
I keep
about it.
thinking it's longer than that though too, but I think it was longer than 13 years ago. It was 13 years ago that it was in my memories. But it was 2012, so that's more like
That's 12 years ago.
2012. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Taven was a baby, and he's 14. So yeah, it was 13 years ago.
Well, he'd still be a baby. Well, he wasn't a baby. He's toddler, I guess, at 2,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But yeah,
Yeah, by then he's telling you what to do.
by then he was pointing fingers. But yeah, I actually posted a picture of us we were in the green room on Parliament Hill, and we had done a press conference, and Allison was one of the speakers, along with Russell Barth and Adam Greenblatt and Christine Lowe, and we were all there. And
All
Sam
there, eh?
was also there too, so there was a bunch of us that all rolled in there. Debbie Stoltz Giffen, I can't even name everybody because Caleb was there, Caleb Hubble, like Pipes, Gary Pallister, which just has been his birthday the other day, and he's no longer with us. So there's so many people, right?
And usually before we get started with our guests, we talk about some of the stuff that we've done over the last week. And I'm not going to discuss what I did over the weekend because I'm going to do it with our guests.
Because you guys were together.
We were together. That's right.
I brought that on my show. I did. I mentioned that on Monday, and I actually brought pictures up on my page, shared the screens, and showed some pictures. You weren't there. You weren't in the pictures because you were must be taking pictures.
I
But
was taking pictures, but I am in some pictures. I'm in a picture. I used one of a picture of me that was compliments of Gary Lynch. He took a picture of me out there with Allison.
Excellent.
So instead of just talking about it, let's just bring her on, right? So let's introduce our guest. I said Allison. She's been in the cannabis community for decades. She was there when the medical cannabis program in Canada first got started. Now she's fighting for access to magic mushrooms or psilocybin, however you want to say it. And been going to the Global Marijuana March since the beginning, 25 years ago. Welcome, Allison Murden, to the Pace Radio Show. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara. I'm having a bit of a silly day, but hey, I'm happy that I'm here.
Good.
How are you guys?
Good. Not doing too bad. We're patient. So we have our ups and downs, and we have our good days, and we have our bad days.
Hey, 100%, honey, 100%. It's good to see you guys. You both look great.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's good to see, as I mentioned, that we got to see each other over the weekend down there in the big smoke downtown doing the Global Marijuana March. It was good to see you down there.
You know what? I still can't believe it was 25 years ago that 5 of us started that. Stephen Bacon, Neve Tapiero, Dom Kramer, myself, and Gary Lynch walked the streets of Toronto, and I had a big sign 25 years ago saying legalize cannabis globally, and we screamed. And I'll tell you, the following year they said there were over, I've heard 20,000, but I've also heard 50,000 people who joined us. So all I know is that people want change all around the world, my friends.
Oh, yes. And, today I went through because we broadcasted the march. And during the actual march, I went up to people and I asked the question why they were marching. I asked Tamara that during one of the broadcasts that we did. And then I took that little clip and used that as a promotional thing. So I've gone through it and took out those little parts and created a video, and I'm hoping to be able to post it tomorrow. I was trying to get it done today, but unfortunately it didn't get finished. So I'm going to get it done tomorrow, hopefully, and get it posted. And a lot of the people that I talked to, I'm going to say at least probably 90% of them, one of the first things they say that come out of the mouth is the fact that it's got to be legal globally.
As we've been saying, I did my first interview, one of my first interviews with Matt Myrna on View Magazine over 25 years ago, talking about exactly that. We need to get out there. We need to have a voice. And as a clump, we're heard.
Yeah. These rallies and protests, they're all part of getting the cannabis legalization. There's the medical end of things that been fighting towards the government. I sort of look at it as an octopus, different coming at it from different ways with all different arms in order to be able to end prohibition. And the protests are all part of it, and they're important. They allow the people who to get out there and voice their opinion.
You know what? Again, and it makes it so that every single person can see themselves represented, because there are all walks of life of us who come out to fight these things.
That's right.
Again, I remember 25 years ago, Al and Tamara too, there was nobody in this area who was in a wheelchair who was in the marches. I didn't even think about it when I went out and started the marches until I realized when people were gathering together to go in the march, I was like, all wheelchairs up front. oh wait, I'm the only one. But yeah, but it's so good to see now because I want people to know, oh, I don't have good health. I just push myself to do things because I know it's better for me. I want to be pushed outside my comfort zone. I want to do something that I haven't done before, that I want to make sure that I'm heard doing. So whether or not, again, way off topic, I was saying to Gary the other day that one of the protests and festivals we were at, I was dancing in my electric wheelchair and I was just sipping around in circles like I've always done. I just automatically did that when I got one 30 years ago. So all of a sudden this man comes at me and he goes, my God, I've been watching you for 15 minutes. He said, my brother and his wife told me they were going to take dancing lessons and they're both in wheelchairs and I couldn't figure out how until I watched you for the last 15 minutes. And I said, that's what we're here for, my friend, to represent.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
And the marches, making it legal globally, that includes the medical and
you better believe it.
Yeah, access, right?
Well, the
Yes,
problem is, we've always wanted like drug reform, right? And right now we're with decriminalization of hard drugs and how the project has become harmful in British Columbia. And let's be clear and honest here. There are not meth heads blowing smoke in nurses' faces and sitting in waiting rooms in Vancouver smoking meth. That's not happening. That's a lot of right-wing rhetoric. But again, the project needs to be revamped. It does.
It does.
Again, they took away safe consumption sites. So when you take away something that they need to go hand in hand,
where are they going to go?
Where do you expect them to go? So again, drug reform, again, we wanted to see all drugs decriminalized. Now we're seeing that the pilot project that Toronto might be trying to get might be canceled because of what's going on here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's new today.
There was actually, I think I saw.
So then when Vancouver asked for exemption, the federal government had to say, no, it has to come from the province. So that's when Vancouver went to EB or to the ND, to our government here in the province and asked them for the federal government for exemption. And that's how Vancouver got their exemption. It was because of the way the arms of jurisdiction go. So in Ontario, the same thing's happening. Toronto would like to do the same pilot project where they could decriminalize small amounts, but it has to go to the province. And Ford is as
that's the problem.
Oh,
that's
I'm
the
not
problem
even
right there.
Oh my
the province has
gosh.
to
We're
approve
having
it.
issues here in British Columbia because the usage out here because there's no safe access either. Let's be clear, there's nobody handing out drugs for free here. If you're getting any safe access, you have to have a prescription from a doctor. And doctors aren't hanging out cannabis prescriptions, never mind prescriptions for meth and crack. Okay? So it's hard enough to get a prescription for cannabis, never mind meth and crack. So again, there's no safe access. People are still dying of toxic drug poisoning. Why it's so bad and the project is going shit south because there's no safe access and no safe consumption sites. So they didn't do the project properly. It was done haphazardly with decriminalizing without the programs to go hand in hand that are needed. And now it's fallen apart. And now here we are backpedaling and the federal government's having to change legislations of the province. It's a mess. It's a bloody mess.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Honestly, I was really looking forward to the news being positive. I've been following this whole thing. And again, today, I just heard today that it broke on the news that it wasn't going to be I wasn't going to go forward in British Columbia. And that's really upsetting for me because I've been fighting this for over 30 years.
We've had decriminalization for quite a long time. But for 2
Did they
years,
did they not just ask the federal government only to remove the public use of it? But if you got caught with if you got caught with the substance, you're still covered under decrim. They don't want you using it in the park.
No public park.
No public.
But you know what? What if you're houseless? Where are you gonna go? Exactly. Where are you gonna go? It's so unfair.
Consuming, right? And it's exactly what it is. It's the houseless that are consuming in public because there's nowhere for them to go. Right?
That's where
exactly. So it's a vicious circle.
Exactly. But there's no safe consumption sites for them to go to be safe to use. And
But this is why I've been fighting for over 30 years for
Yeah.
full legalization of every single substance out there. Because the harder the substance, the more deadly it is, the more it has to be legalized and regulated. And somebody has to take control of it. People, this is like the Wild West. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so cannabis has now been regulated, and we've got licensed producers and microcrafters producing it. The problem is, who are we going to get legally to produce crack cocaine, heroin, meth, and all these street drugs? Who's going to produce that legally? So the government or whoever has to figure out who's going to bring.
They sure do.
Canada, like who's going to bring the legal heroin into Canada, and then they have to get.
It's already here. I've had it. I've had heroin prescribed. I have it on prescription in every hospital that I go to. I have heroin on prescription, ketamine on prescription. I can't even remember all the things that I fought for it that I've. And these are the things that have to be made available to everybody in need. No more putting up walls in front of us.
The stigmatization of people using in parks.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Because addicts, addicts, when they're that far into the disease, it's unfortunate. They do not see the world around them as being anything but their own, right? They get into a tunnel vision, right?
Most
and they
definitely.
Don't care. They don't care if
they're
leave
caught up.
Park,
Most
right?
definitely.
They don't care about their own hygiene. So unfortunately, when they're that far into the disease, there's no reasoning, no logic, right? So that's the unfortunate problem with this disease.
But again, all the more reason to legalize and regulate and get these problems taken care of. That's exactly why I fight what I fight, Tamara. This is so upsetting.
You've been doing it for a decade, because I know when you're a host here on the program, you talked about that. You talked about.
I've been doing it from the beginning for over 30 years. I wanted to legalize and regulate all drugs.
Like I'm all for it too. Like I want to see all. I'm all for it.
This is why, Tamara.
For law reform, right? I wanted to see the laws changed. I wanted to see addiction become a medical issue rather than
exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Where we're at. Same with cannabis. Cannabis is a medical issue, not a justice issue. People shouldn't
exactly.
Right?
It's not a criminal justice issue. It does not belong in a court of law at all.
And people with addiction disease do not belong in jails.
No,
that's absolutely not a place for them. But again, we go back to the cannabis taxation, and they're using that for cannabis addiction. When
I've heard,
like let's build treatment centers with that money. I'm totally down for that, but let's put some real addicts into it, right? Let's use the disease word and use it
and get them there without arresting them.
No kidding. Without involving the law.
They're not breaking the law. It's not illegal to consume drugs in Canada.
Exactly.
It's illegal for you to possess them, and now it's decriminalized for cannabis. It's legalized, and for hard drugs in British Columbia, it's decriminalized. So we've gotten to the point where we've got legalization of cannabis, we've got decriminalization of small amounts of hard drugs. Now we have to.
We're getting there.
To go hand in hand to get that disease under control, so we can have functioning addicts like they do. Lawyers and doctors and people that use, and they can still be productive, citizens, right? Like that. It happens.
Can I just change the subject for 1 second?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's okay. That was very cool, Tamara. I really appreciated that. But what I was going to say is, I also, as a patient, as you both know, I'm fighting for psilocybin as medicine, and there is some news coming down the pike. So as far as things go, we're not as desperate maybe as we were a year ago. So
I can, because I do the news twice a week, I see what's going on. With Theracell. I can't pronounce the
Theracell. Yeah, Theracell.
And their court challenges and stuff.
I'm with Theracell.
Oh yeah,
I'm with Theracell.
And I'm really glad to see, because it's a big fight, and you've got a company that's doing all this research and stuff that's going to court, backing using this challenge. Whereas back with Terry Parker, what company was standing beside Terry Parker?
Yes. But plus two, I want you to know that I have a separate lawsuit going through a human rights lawyer named Nicholas Pope. And Nicholas took me on last year. Oh, well, when my lawyers had approached him because we were at a dead end, we couldn't go any further. The government had already denied me access to psilocybin as medicine and told me that there were other avenues I could go down. And I was to myself like, no, I've tried everything. So we found this lawyer, Nicholas Pope, in Ottawa. And Nicholas just recently on May 7th fought a case for a fellow similar to me in so much that he fights cluster headache, which is one of the things that I also fight. I have something called bilateral trigeminal neuralgia, which is driving me insane right now, as well as cluster headache. But cluster headache and both trigeminal neuralgia and cluster headache are the worst pains known to medicine. And in your face and head, but also there's no cure for either one of them. So what I did over 30 years ago was I branched out on my own because doctors weren't listening to me then. And I found psilocybin 30 years ago gave me relief. What I didn't know was up until 2017 when I increased my dosage to 5 grams at one time, which I'm told by a lot of media that I did interviews with then is the hero's dose, which I didn't even know. Anyway, I now take 10 times the hero's dose throughout the day in a 24-hour period to alleviate this absolutely silly pain to have in my face and head all the time. But that's what my lawsuit's about. And because I am such a large amount, Al and Tamara, that's why the government is denying me access. They do not want psilocybin legalized at all for any reason, although they've done it for a number of people in Canada. But those people have been really, really small amounts. And now that I'm coming out with this huge amount, the government again is going to fight me every step of the way. So I just want you to be aware that after May 7th, we'll be able to get into the details of my case a little more, and I'll be able to talk a little more. Well, as soon as a ruling comes out, because again, my lawyer was in court with another client on May 7th. So as soon as that ruling comes out, we'll move ahead with mine. Yep.
Yeah, yesterday.
So,
Yeah.
I know.
Now, just a quick comment. The legal route that you talk about and applying and all that is the SAP, the Special Access Program. I
Yes,
think
it
it's
is.
probably worded right, SAP, because
Yes.
it's so slow. It's just drip, and no.
Although I must say that once your application for SAP is accepted, you are supposed to have an answer within 24 hours.
Oh, then why are
So
some people waiting? Like the one fellow, he waited over 500 days, and he was
that's
actually
like
already in the
me.
program. Yeah,
But
you
that's
mentioned
like
that.
me. Again, it's because they take that long to wait and tell us, and then they deny us. And then, but until you're accepted, that's the thing. It depends on the issue at hand and the person involved and the circumstances. So that's why Theracell is fighting for those of us who are taking longer to get answers.
Yeah,
That's
now
not fair.
your grammage that you're asking for, as you mentioned, 50
Yes.
grams.
Yes.
I'm sure. I think probably in an earlier discussion we might have had, you probably learned something from the Terry Parker case, being that they legalized him to be able to access it, but there was no source.
You're right. You're right. Darn right. So what I'm doing actually involves getting a source from the government. And I can't really say a lot about it right now, but I will soon. Again, because it's the only legal supplier right now for the government of Canada, a company called Filament, who
Okay, yeah,
actually is
yeah.
now doing macro doses, pardon me, of cannabis in a pill.
Yeah, I
So
think I've
in pill
reported
form.
they've been doing some
Or cannabis,
export.
I'm sorry, psilocybin in pill. So that would be better than me swallowing 5 grams of mushrooms every few hours, which I don't really mind because it does work, but it sort
Yeah.
of fills me up. I don't have much room for anything else to eat.
Yeah, it was, some people can get frustrated with, just taking a pill version of things, but sometimes there is,
This is natural, though. This is 100% natural because I
Great.
fought again in my lawsuit. I do not want anything more
Yeah,
synthetic in
yeah,
my
yeah.
life.
And you're like, just like cannabis can be
Nope.
swallowed in a
Yep.
pill as well, right?
Yep,
Being
but only
natural.
natural. The only pill I swallow with cannabis is cannabis oil in a capsule.
There you
So
go.
that's what I'm doing. Hopefully with psilocybin is that I'm going to swallow whole psilocybin in a capsule as well. So
Yeah. Yeah.
again, it's natural. That's what I'm fighting
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, exactly.
If it works, right? If it works.
You better believe it. Yep. And I found actually cluster headache again is so bless you, sweetheart. It's so excruciatingly painful that people like me who have a 24 hours a day get a little fed up at times, right? So
Yeah.
again, that's why I went down the road of trying pretty much everything. I have been through raw opium, heroin, cocaine, all through my doctors, those 3, all
Okay.
doctor prescribed or doctor authorized. And then
Mhm.
I went the route of cannabis and psilocybin as far as natural things go. But again, before that, many of you know I had 32 pills at 2,000 milligrams of morphine every day of my life, plus heroin and cocaine for years through doctors. So I don't want
Yes.
any of that anymore. I want to have
No.
natural things. And I'm on now, I think it's 6 different pills. Yay! Rather than 32. So I'm
Yeah.
getting younger. I'm getting younger and reducing my pills as I go.
Right.
There you go. Exactly.
That's
And the thing
that's
is,
the
like,
way to think about it, right?
Right.
whatever you're doing is working. 30, all these years dealing with this condition, like basically, watching you, especially, during this interview, and you doing that, and you're squinting of your eyes and your face. That's
Right.
like to us like a light going off, indicating to us that you're dealing with pain.
What?
Right?
Ah, darn. I was hoping you guys couldn't pick up on it. Just kidding.
I mean, it's hard to,
I can't
again,
hide
like
it.
you just keep pushing through, right? And we all,
Yeah.
and that's what we all do. That.
Hey, I have a little joke that I've had all my life since I've been diagnosed with MS that I don't really have MS. I am a mess. MESS. It's a lot easier to explain.
It is. It's totally, yeah, it is. Totally.
Sure is. Sure is. Yeah. No, it's been, obviously, all these years, it's been a nonstop battle for you, trying to get access, whether it's to cannabis or whether
Yeah.
to, under the Section 56. People might be wondering, well, how did she get access to legal cocaine or the legal heroin and stuff? And that's the Section 56. And I think there was just
Was
an announcement.
decades ago.
What
I'm
was that?
sorry, Al. I said it was decades ago. I'm not sure now it's the same.
Yeah, there was it was in the news lately. There's been some change to the Section 56.
Big change. It's
Yeah.
no longer as accessible to patients like myself as it was decades ago because I think I've probably done a little too much trouble, caused a little too much trouble over the years.
Oh,
Well, not just you, but I mean, there's been, like several other people that we just cited, like, like we all go, well, there's a Section 56 under, on the charter, and people pick up on that information when you start spreading education, it just
You
kind of
bet.
goes.
again, Al and Tamara, the special access program or the SAP program is still pretty good for people who want access to these different substances. It used to be that, again, people like me went through the Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to make sure that we not only had possession being allowed, but consumption and a source, like Al said. So we had all these things that we were dealing with back then with cannabis. Well, now we're doing the same with all these other substances. And again, that's been my fight for over 30 years as a retired law enforcement officer. So again, medically, I would like for it to continue as we are and get it done.
Yeah, I agree.
Needs to be done. Something needs to be done. You know, it would be a big change to those who are on the street that are addicted. Where, you know, they could get safe access without the stigma and all that other stuff
Respect.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. With respect to them.
Well, there's like there's dignity. Like there's stuff.
Yeah.
Again, with a disease, it's a substance abuse disease.
Yeah.
It's a disease. It's not like, like, oh, people don't understand that. It's a health issue. It's not a justice issue. And we need to treat it as such.
You know, I will say quickly again that I absolutely love Neil Magnuson and Glenn Wells for what they're doing in BC because of the fact that they are actually acknowledging people who have substance abuse issues. They're actually giving them free cannabis. And that to me is just unbelievably heroic. That's unbelievable that they're going out of their way to help people they don't even know. Neil Magnuson, again, my heart. I've known him for, again, well over 25 years. And boy, oh boy, do I love that man from head to toe.
And he's battling cancer.
I know. I talked to him. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Neil,
And
if you're
then
out there,
there's-
honey, we love you.
Yeah. And mention Chris Backer too, who's out in Nova Scotia.
Yes, and Chris for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
there's one here in Ontario as well, someplace. I
So
know that.
many.
There's a couple more in Vancouver in this area.
I love it. I love it.
And I think that's a base program that should be, it's keeping up with the donations. I think it's really hard for people to
It's helping.
access the donations too, right? Because to give it away, unless you know somebody who's growing that has extra that can, donate, right? That's been a barrier for a lot of people too, right?
Yeah.
You bet.
All righty. Time for us to take a break. When we get back, we'll continue our talk with our guest, Allison Merlin. This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and on our YouTube channel as well. See you in about 3 minutes. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca. or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we are live with our guest, Allison Murden. Well, ladies, before the break, we're talking about access to, basically all drugs and decriminalization in general. So when it comes to decriminalization, one of the things usually with them is the fact that, with cannabis, with decriminalization, there would be no source. There would be no law or reduced laws against it. How would they deal with that in this end of things with the psilocybin and the other drugs? Would they rely on a pharmaceutical source, or would companies, start producing? What do you think?
From what I understand, I know as a medical patient,
Mhm.
Filament is the go-to company for medicine for people with licenses or special access program licenses through Health Canada.
Okay.
So they're actually linked through Health Canada. So legally, I'm not sure what they've used as a source, but I do know that as you know, there are other places across Canada who've been growing, who definitely want to make sure that they can get in on this, game early. So,
Yeah.
again, I would imagine I think opening it up the way they did like cannabis is probably not what they're going to do right away. I remember Paul Lewin my lawyer saying years ago that just because they might legalize psilocybin or magic mushrooms doesn't mean they're ready to ram a big mushroom truck through the door, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think they
yeah.
probably would have. I think they probably learned from the experience of the cannabis end of things, and I can see where they
But
would
again,
want to
there's
keep
also
that.
big like mushroom producers that are growing like Money's mushrooms and mushrooms on like an agricultural basis where it's going to the grocery stores.
Yes.
Mushrooms again are an agricultural based thing.
Farmers,
Right?
exactly. Open
Like,
it up.
and I looked, cannabis is no longer on the CDSA. It's already been removed off the CDSA.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, okay, good.
I
Yeah.
was not aware.
When the Cannabis Act was so cannabis can't be removed. It already has been. Because I did some research, doing some for my show. So if psilocybin then is taken off the CDSA the same way and regulated the same way as cannabis and becomes an agricultural issue,
It does.
Right. So again, cannabis too, in the long run, has been taken off the CDSA, is not being taken into effect as a drug per se anymore. Psilocybin needs to be looked at the same way. It's still a plant.
Psilocybin is less harmful than cannabis and less addictive.
Not even,
So people have to do their homework.
Again, like
Well,
the producers already in the agriculture business, why couldn't they just put a row of magic mushrooms in with the Money's mushrooms? You know what I'm
the
saying?
big thing about cannabis is the smoking. The smoking.
Yes.
You're not
Oh,
smoking.
can I just say quickly that a lot of people out think that my throat is from smoking cannabis? It's so not. I had
No.
emergency throat surgery a couple of years ago, and I couldn't talk at all after that. So now it's just coming back. So I'm excited that my voice sounds like this. Anyway, but smoking, you bet. Smoking is not at all a good probably thing to do, but smoking is the fastest route of administration when
Correct.
you
Yeah,
consume
it is.
cannabis.
Yeah, and
I've
you
been
just don't
smoking
smoke
cigarettes and
mushrooms.
cannabis for 35 years, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just people have misconceptions of a lot of things.
Well,
Most
you gotta
definitely.
think that you take a cannabis plant and you grow in your yard. You got this plant material there. You take a cigarette and you empty out that cigarette and you look at it on the table and you know that thing has been through process. It's got
a
other
little
stuff
different.
cracked. It's got all kinds of things added to
Tobacco
it.
in a natural form is still just a plant.
Right.
You know what? I used to smoke tobacco decades ago. I quit in 1999 because I was smoking so much cannabis that I didn't want to. Well, actually, I couldn't smoke both because I was smoking so much cannabis. So I ended up quitting smoking tobacco. But I probably won't say much about it other than that because I am a former smoker, tobacco smoker. But I
Yeah.
do know that for me, it was probably one of the better things that I did was
Well,
when
I
I
think
quit.
what I was mentioning today too, that a lot of people said they quit smoking back in like the 60s and the 70s cold turkey. Well, that's because the cigarettes didn't have formaldehyde and carbon monoxide and all the things that they pump into the cigarettes now. So it was easier to quit that many years ago because it wasn't toxic, poison, addicting like they are now, right? And that's why they pumped all this crap into them so they could make us addicted
Well,
to it.
people are
Funny,
worried
I
about
actually
cannabis.
I went on a medication because I wanted to quit smoking so badly. There was a medication called Zyban that was in Canada at the time. And little did I know it was taken off the market probably within 6 months of me going on it. But I quit. After 30 days, I never wanted tobacco again.
Yeah.
Yeah, again.
So,
It's
but I knew the
really-
side effects weren't good. So I was glad I got off it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the broadcast. We talked a bit about the Global Marijuana March, and the fact that you were at the first march there. You were, first one of the first 5 people.
We
that
brought
went
it together to Toronto.
Right. And over the years, you've seen it escalate to being huge. Remember the days of the stages and the bands and the vendors.
There's still vendors, but they're coming back fast. There are a few sprouting up now, but boy, there were more this year than there were last year.
Yo, yeah, I said the same thing. I
Yeah,
said
very
exactly the
cool.
same thing. We all agreed.
We're back.
Yeah, we had a meeting afterwards, and we all agreed that there was more vendors this year.
You bet.
And I don't know if you noticed. I don't know whether you talked to the people from Pad H. Were there Parents Against Driving High? They were.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. They were there. Talking about what they do, the education that they offer, and one of the things that they do with, they raise money and stuff, and they push responsible use of cannabis. Okay, they're not against cannabis use. They push responsible use of it. Of course, they advocate for people not to drive high, which is that's what their thing is. As far as what they're doing. And but what they also do is they go to events such as the Global Marijuana March, or they went to shows in Toronto. They've gone to events in Toronto, and they offer free rides home for people who feel that they're too high,
Terrific.
and they'll give them a ride home. Yeah.
Wow. Right on.
Yeah.
Right
So,
on.
Yeah. I've talked to them a few times, and
Are people incredible?
yeah. They're not out. The thing is that some people might look at them as being a group that, I use this as an example. In Quebec, when legalized cannabis came in, they used promotional stuff, and it said cannabis won't do this, and what they did is it had everybody with stretched necks.
Oh.
Yeah, and they had somebody with ears, like horse ears or donkey ears on it. It was ridiculous, right? They don't use anything like that. But,
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there are so many, like, even some of the commercials they got on TV, from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Don't drink and be high, and they got this joint bouncing around and with a beer can, and it's kind of like,
don't treat people like they're children. Treat people with respect.
Yeah, there's
and
no
actually, if you tell us the truth, it's amazing how far that'll go.
Right? Like, what's wrong with just saying, hey, like, the repercussions of drinking and under the influence, right?
Yep.
Like, what do we have to add the doobie to it?
Yep. Exactly.
on the way home from the march on Saturday, there was all request Saturday night on our local radio station. So the somebody had called in and they had talked about being stoned, and they were all type speaking, right? And so I called in, and obviously like, these little segments when people call in, they're recorded, and then they play them when they get to them. And so I called in and I said, "Hey, I just coming home from the Global Marijuana March." And I thought he might ask me, "Well, why would you be marching for legalizing cannabis when cannabis is legal in Canada?" But he didn't ask me that. He asked me, where did I stop for my munchies on the way home?
That's because nobody's informed. They just don't have the brain power to actually
Or
ask
maybe
them.
they do know. Maybe they just didn't need an answer. Like,
Well, I just it sounds like the guy was like totally ill
No,
informed. Because I
yeah.
did the first global marijuana march ever in Lethbridge, Alberta too in 2008. Right? We were
Yeah.
the first ones. We showed up in the front
good
steps.
for you.
There
Good
was
for you.
We ended up being 50, and then the next year it was, quite 200, I think.
Excellent.
Right?
That's how you
I
do
did one
it.
here when I first moved here too. We did a couple here too. So, but we only had like 6 or 10 people here.
Right
But
on. Hey.
people just don't do things like that here. It's like,
You know what? The power of one, sweetheart. The power of one.
right?
Yeah,
We've
oh,
always
yeah,
said one person with a sign in the middle of the road.
yeah,
Can make a
I've
difference.
done it. I've
yeah.
done
Well,
it.
yeah,
Many times.
exactly. Justin Louses, he did the
Yeah, Justin, you bet.
yeah, sessions
You
in the
did a
street.
such. I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Right? We did
You're
that
right
Stop
on.
Harper protest in Lethbridge with 3 of us.
Right
Yeah,
on. See,
yeah.
that's beautiful.
Right? Like there's so many of us that have we're not in Toronto, we're not in Vancouver, right? There's so many pockets of
Yep.
activists across this country that make a
You
difference.
bet.
If they're just 4 or 5 of them doing something. Right?
You
Yeah.
bet.
Yeah, no,
You
no,
bet.
you said there was you, Neve,
Mhm.
Stephen, was
Dominic
there?
Kramer.
Okay, no, it's that first March.
Yep, Dominic Kramer, and then myself and Gary.
Oh,
And the
okay, all right.
5 of us marched the streets of
I was
Toronto.
thinking Terry was there because I was gonna say there
Oh,
was
no.
no,
I didn't know Terry then. I didn't know Jim Wakeford then either, which goes way back a blast from the
yeah,
past.
yeah,
So I actually, Terry and I were talking. This is a little kind of off topic in one respect, but a cute story for you guys. Terry and I were talking at the march on Saturday, and we were talking about way back when, 100 years ago, when all these people, specifically that big march, when all the people came, and we
yeah.
were all sitting around the base of the statue in the middle of Queen's Park. And Jim Wakeford, before there was a statue there, it was just a big hill that went up, just like a big triangle almost, or upside down triangle. Anyway, and then, or a triangle, I should say. It ended up Jim was sitting at the top of this hill, and I have no idea how I got the energy, but I marched up that hill. I have no idea to this day how. And I said to Jim, "Hi, Jim Wakeford." Jim had been in the paper. He was an AIDS patient who was fighting the cannabis laws, but he got caught. So he was now under arrest for growing cannabis. And so Jim was out again at the march to show people that he wasn't going to give up. So I marched up this hill and I went up to him and I said, "Jim Wakeford," I said, "my name is Allison Murden." I said, "Don't you worry." I said, "You'll never have to be alone again." And he looks at me and he goes, "Kid," he goes, "this will be the loneliest road you ever go down." And I said, "Jim, that's why I invited all my friends." And we never looked back.
Right?
So I told him then.
Like sort of picks up across the country, right? And there are people everywhere across this country that
Yes,
believe cannabis
sweetie.
should have been legal, and that's why it is legal. Now, like I said, there are pockets of it that's not great, and we don't like. But as we're going through the recommendations, the crime rates are down 95.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right on.
People aren't getting arrested. That 60,000 just that
And you
first
know what?
year.
They're not going to jail
Right
for 14
on.
years. If you get caught selling to a minor, there's a
Yes.
$1,000 fine. There's fines attached. You have to be like growing like way over to go to jail for 14 years. They're not putting people in jail for 14 years either. There are fines attached.
Yay.
If kids are caught, minors are caught too, it's a fine. it's not, it's not like we
Something
don't.
that they hold as a threat
Yeah,
over
there's not
everybody's
like,
head.
and I got all of this off the
Can you
Canadian
believe
government
this, Al?
justice page. This all
Oh.
came off this all came off the government of Canada's justice page. It's
Mm.
all there. It's
Wow.
not like I read it on Google. It's not like it was some internet fucking blah blah on TikTok. It was
You know
actually
what, Tamara?
something off
I
the
s-
government of Canada's.
I am so happy, sweetheart. I'm sorry to cut you off because Al and I, 100 years ago, didn't have these options, right? They weren't available for us then. If you were caught with cannabis, you were in trouble.
I
and you
know, I
knew.
did. I did
Yeah.
4 grams. I did 6 months house arrest
See,
for 4 grams.
exactly.
Yeah,
See?
yeah.
So again,
So
I know.
what a
So
difference,
that's why
honey.
I keep watching and wanting to know what's going on because I don't
Yeah.
want to
Yes.
ever. I've got a child in my house that
Yes.
needs it for sleep, right?
Yep. You
And
bet.
there's no doctor that's going to sign him. So do I have to be concerned about my own ability to be able to be his mom? You know, like yeah.
You
So I've
bet.
got to check on these things, right?
Yeah.
You know, again, good for you for keeping abreast of it, hon, because we all have to know. That's excellent.
But again,
Good.
it wasn't a TikTok. It was actually the government account is justice page.
No, I believe you 100%, sweetie. I just said to Al, my God, I can't believe things have changed that much.
Right.
And we've all been fighting a long time, but yay.
Now I guess we still got 9 minutes. I got a minute or two before I'll play that. Where was I gonna go now?
That's a gold marijuana march.
Globe Marijuana March, yes. There it is. Yeah. In the old day, like you mentioned earlier, the group this year there was more people in the march. There was more
Yes.
vendors in the march, and as usual, when the march got started, as soon as the light went green at the intersection, Allison puts her foot in it, and that wheelchair, the wheels are smoking, and she's going up the road, right? And everybody's going, "Oh, there she goes! There she goes!"
You know, honestly, I don't even think about it every year, Al. I just do it. It's just automatic for me to be in the road. I'm not on the sidewalk.
Well, you know, for years you were. For years there was that many people that we had to be on the road, right? There's no way we fit in this out. Now, I did delete this earlier because I thought I was done running the promos for the Globe Marijuana Month.
Right.
But I'm gonna run this one. And this will go back. This explains some of what we were talking about. You'll see it's a bit of one of those memories, right? It'll probably end up being one of those taste memories in the end. So here we go. But there you go. You can see in the pictures how full the street was with the amount of people that were attending the march. Right?
There were a lot of us. A lot of us. Honey, we can do it again, too.
Yes, I agree. And you know, the committee this year looked at it as it's a start of a rebuild because of the fact that we went through the COVID, and that cannabis legalization is some people think, well, why do you need to protest when cannabis is legal? Well, it's not legal globally. People are still being hung in Singapore and other countries.
They sure are, my friend. And that's the big problem, Al, is that people don't realize. I remember last year we were marching for the Global Marijuana March, and that's exactly what people were saying to us. Why are you marching? It's legal in Canada. And every single time somebody said that, my answer was just like you, but it's not legal globally.
Yeah.
And I've again been fighting that since I was young too, because I always felt it was never just Canada that should have access to cannabis. It just so happened that Canada, we won first as far as having the right to consume it legally. But
Mhm.
ultimately, again, anywhere in the world you decide to go, especially if you go on holiday tomorrow or you out somewhere, you want to be able to
Yeah.
consume cannabis without
Yeah.
fearing the face of arrest.
And that's exactly what one of the persons who I interviewed said, that they want to be able to go to other countries to be able to use cannabis if they traveled there. I haven't got a clue who she was. I never asked her name.
Funny,
Can't travel. Like we have to worry about even like domestically. If we didn't have a license, you were called
You
cannabis.
betcha.
Uh,
You
again,
betcha.
like if you're a patient and you can't go to a country where you can legally access your medicine because you can't take it with you because it's not. It would be.
You can't even federally go to the U.S.
Right.
You can't even cross the border with cannabis on you.
Yeah.
And that's another reason I'm fighting
That
this.
would be a charge, right? You get charges.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
there might be. Well, as you know, they're rescheduling. I'm sure you're aware. They're looking at rescheduling in the U.S., which doesn't
Haven't yet,
legalize
though.
it. Okay, it doesn't legalize it. But we had a report on the news on Monday that there has been it's called the COA Act, and I just can't remember what the actual words are. And it's for legalizing cannabis, and Cory Booker and some other senators have put this forward to legalize cannabis.
Right.
And as we know, for the last several years, there's been the SAFE and the Safer Banking Act. And so really right now in legislation on the US end of things, there is something to legalize it and to deal with the banking. Now, whether it ever passes or anywhere, who knows, but it's there, you know.
You know,
You got
Al, they
40
have to do
states with medical
something.
use.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they have to do something. 2005, I was in Boston for a conference for LEAP, and it was a police conference. And I went down to Boston, and I took my mom, and I almost couldn't get back into Canada because they had claimed that I was on the terrorism list and that I was a terrorist from the American embassy. The orders came down to not let me back in their country and not allow me into Canada, but arrest me right then and there. And it was only because of the activism that I was doing in 2005.
Yeah.
That was it. And
Yeah.
it ended up, like I said, because of that, we ended up, as soon as I came back into Canada in 2005, I already knew that it had to be legal in the US in order for me to go there. But now I knew then, they told me never to come back and I wasn't going to attempt it. But also, again, I knew that even more so that cannabis had to be legalized federally so that people would not, like me, run into these problems.
Yeah.
I would never even attempt to go across the line because of my charges. I wouldn't even attempt.
Well, just
exactly.
People have been turned away at the border.
That's so sad.
Not because they use cannabis or been charged in the past, but because they wrote articles about cannabis.
It's like me with my activism, though. I didn't do anything. I was never, I'm a corrections officer. I didn't do anything to break the law, except again, activism.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's enough for them to deny somebody entry. Now, being denied entry in your
Apparently
own
so.
country, yeah, it's you know, it's like,
that's
are you really a
cannabis.
threat? Because somebody's had a record. Like, I know a person with got arrested with three joints. Friggin', well, I'm gonna say almost 40 years ago. And they still we still have problems going across the border.
Shocking, literally. But you know what? That's again why we fight, though, Al, all of us, because this is not acceptable.
Yet they can export cannabis from our big producers to Germany, to Israel, to Australia.
$250 million worth of.
Oh, I know. I've seen.
Because the big producers do not want to pay Canada's excise taxes.
No.
So they're sending it elsewhere.
Yeah, and the other elsewhere is buying it, right?
Yep. Edibles are all coming out of Cranbrook, BC from Dykar. It's all hitting the German market.
Wow.
And the Israeli market. And I heard that right from the guy that owns it.
Wow.
Now are they restrict what's I'm assuming if they're being produced here, are they still limited to 10 milligrams, or can they make the higher milligrams,
That's
or
our
maybe?
fight, though, Al.
But
That's
is
our
in Germany's medical cannabis industry, is it restricted to only like 2%? Maybe it's only 0.3% THC content.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
not sure
don't
what
know
the exact.
either. I
Yeah, I'm
don't know
not
how
sure
the
what.
European market
I
is.
would
You
have
know.
no idea what that would be all into the European market.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If there was more than 10 milligrams they were allowed, then yeah, they'd be producing more.
you could be
Yeah,
able to
most
produce
definitely.
it. Our laws wouldn't prevent them from producing it because they're not selling it in our market.
Right.
The way I'm looking
Right.
at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There goes my puppy. All right. Top of the hour. You hold that thought.
I will.
Okay. All righty. Off we go. We'll be right back. And everybody's gonna check out our sponsors and find out who supports us here on the Pace Radio Network. You're listening, or as we do now, we're watching Pace Radio Show here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Welcome back, and thanks for watching the Pace Radio Show with our guest, Alistair Murden. Let's see, we got 20 minutes here, 25 minutes. We've been talking about your access to psilocybin, and we've been talking about the Global Marijuana March. What else you've been doing? We haven't talked about that. Like, you going to any concerts or events?
Oh, always live music. Always live music. 'Tis the season, my friends.
Right. It is.
Actually, we hang out with some local musicians who some of you may know, the Killing Time Band guys. And they're doing live music here in the city of Burlington starting June 5th. Different bands are taking part in something called Live at the Apollo. And the Apollo is Apollo Road here in Burlington. And they have it in the driveway of a home. And 300 to 400 people come from the neighborhoods around and pull up lawn
Wow.
chairs and grass and sit on the boulevard and on their own yards, on their own lawns. And everybody dances and listens to music.
That sounds cool.
So, yeah, we had that for, I think, an hour and a half every second Friday night. So it's something to do. I go and spin up a cut a mean pavement in my wheelchair. So I do a lot of dancing there. And I'm actually just really pleased how many people are dancing along with us because, as you know, music gets you going.
Yeah, exactly. You
So,
keep going, and it brings people together.
you betcha. You
Yeah.
betcha. And that's again, other than marches and protests, we don't have that much planned for this year as far as protesting and marches. Because again, I'm waiting for hopefully something to happen with my lawsuit, and then we can plan a protest. My
And
lawyers
celebrate.
always told me I couldn't help anybody unless I was legal first, and I never thought about that years ago.
Yeah,
So-
no, yeah,
That
yeah.
was the best advice Michelle Rainey ever gave me. Was
Oh, she
stop
told you
legal,
that?
because if you're legal, you can be louder. That was the
Yeah.
best advice she ever gave me.
Most definitely, yeah. In that respect, yes, most definitely.
Oh,
I
yeah,
find
yeah.
with me, it's more that I need to be legal for psilocybin in order to be heard more, because
Yeah.
that gets global attention.
It
Because
does.
everybody right now is following us to find out what's happening with this issue.
Right.
So, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty loud all around the world. So I'm not afraid to tell everybody whether or not I'm having a good or bad day and exactly why. So
Right.
again,
Well, they need to see the reality of the difference, what
Yeah.
what pain is and when it's not.
but I think people also need to know that you're right, though, sweetheart. But a lot of people will never understand what I deal with. And that's okay, because we all have our crosses to bear, whether they be mental, physical, or emotional. We're all carrying something, and we all need medicine of some sort. So
Yeah,
again,
like,
you
you
know, what
know,
I'm trying to do is just teach the world that all of these substances can be used as good medicine again, because I've had things like heroin and cocaine given to me medically by doctors when I was young. I know exactly what those substances are like, and I don't necessarily want them for me, but I do know if other people choose them medically, why they are. So it
yeah,
makes a lot more sense to me. Again, I went
we-
back in school, sorry, Al, and
Yep.
took a lot of these things in school just to make sure that I understood exactly why in college, when I was there, what was going on with me medically with all the pills and all these other substances. Sorry, Al, go ahead.
Oh no, it's my fault. I'm like that. I just want to get it. Some people can talk have a long answer, right? And then by the time they get done the answer, you forget that you wanted to say something about something that's at the beginning, right?
So true. I'm so sorry, darling.
No problem. That's why I sometimes try to jump in there, because
I understand.
yeah. Because none of that's happened.
These substances, though, honestly, again, I want people to know, I know Pace Radio is about cannabis, and
Yeah.
cannabis, again, is really good medicine for
Yeah,
everybody.
and we also have some shows that broadcast on the psychedelic end of things.
Yes,
Right now our Sunday broadcast is taking a bit of a break. Ashley, our host, she's down in Humboldt County in California.
Oh,
I'm sure everybody's heard of that place. And so she's down there right now, and not with very good internet. And she's working on that, and she'll be back. And then on Tuesday, we've got 2 broadcasts on the psychedelic end. That's the Mushy Moments. And Cindy has renamed her broadcast, and she's added psychedelics to her show at 6 o'clock, and it's now called Your Evening Medicine Show. That's what it's called now. And she'll be talking. Yeah, so she'll be talking about psychedelics as well. I know during our news show, which is called the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News broadcast, LSD lately has, there's been studies coming out on it to help people with sleep, and I believe pain as well. Like, it's just like, that was like stuff that 40 years ago for me, right? and now to see these things coming out, right? On the benefits of it is pretty wild to see all this stuff.
actually, it's funny because again, a couple of years ago, I went through a really big bout with LSD, and I was taking 4 and 5 tabs a day trying to get relief from this pain. So, but again, for me, it's something where I don't want to keep taking all those things. I wasn't getting any residual effects from them at all, like nothing. I was just getting relief from the pain, but I didn't want to have to keep taking 4 and 5 tabs a day. To try and feel better, when I knew as at that time that psilocybin or magic mushrooms, I could drink a tea, and if I drank it fast, I'd have no pain for a little bit, and then I could eat the mushrooms right after and keep the pain away for a couple hours. So that was the difference between LSD and psilocybin for me. Again, it's all about choice. Right?
Yeah.
We're not
It
telling
works for
anybody
you,
to do
right?
anything.
And it might work for you. It might not work for everybody the way it works for you either, because we're all individuals. Same with cannabis, right?
Exactly.
And that's the way, we have to keep, recommending, but also telling you that don't be offended if it doesn't work for you, because it might be,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There are things
I've talked to people who said cannabis didn't work for them.
I've talked to people who said they've been allergic to it as well.
Yeah.
So
I've got people like myself. I don't do well with psilocybin. It makes me sick. I don't react well to it. And I've tried microdosing. I've tried several different. It's just not for me. And I advocate for it though. Like I always mention you need help with getting access to it. I'm a full advocate for it. It just doesn't.
It's the world's best antidepressant to begin with, people.
See, I don't need antidepressants, right? Like I've never taken
antidepressants.
Right?
It is all over the news on the end of being antidepressant.
But again, like I said, if you don't need antidepressants, like I don't need to take it. I don't
You're like
take
me.
antidepressants, right? I don't need.
Yeah, you're like me.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, like
but you know what? For people who do, though, and even for people again like me who are in pain, it's hard to be in this much pain and not be depressed. They tell me. I remember when I was a teenager, doctors used to say, "Oh my gosh, let me give you something for depression. You must be so depressed." I was like, "No, I just would smoke and I'd be okay."
Yeah, like I just
smoke cannabis.
Yeah.
Like alcohol is a depressant.
Yes.
And that's one of the worst things I'm sure that someone who's dealing with depression can do is to drink because of it being a depressant.
You betcha. Yeah.
Do you see who's over my shoulder?
No, my darling. I only see a
you would know her.
Yes, I sure do. That beautiful soul, Michelle Rainey.
She's on every broadcast with me.
Wow.
She sits there. I just thought, I also would know who she is.
Can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
Michelle contacted me decades ago when she first came out in the cannabis movement, and she actually we connected, and she was such a sweetheart that soon after that I was going to a cannabis conference with Raphael Mechalom and Ethan Russo in Cornwall, Ontario. Was the first one in Canada in 1999. And I needed money to go, and I had written Mark Emery, and I had phoned, and I said, please, I need money to go. Somebody help me. So Michelle, next thing you know, there was an envelope in my door, coming through my door from, I guess, Mark Emery originally, but it was 10 $100 bills, and it had Michelle Rainey's red lipstick marks all over the envelope. And I wish I would have kept that envelope. I don't know what happened to it, but I just love Michelle.
I think I still have her business card in my.
She said she became an activist because of the work I was doing in Ontario. So God bless her soul. So,
I know the first time I saw her speak, and that was at a cannabis awareness
incredible.
Put on by Treating Yourself magazine, and I saw her up there speaking about Crohn's disease, and I thought to myself, I can do that. Like, who would ever thought that people would sit around and listen to somebody having problems taking a crap? Like, really?
Yes.
like.
But we are
Our
interested, and
stories
that's
matter.
the really cool
Other
thing.
people that have the same afflictions that we have, those
You
stories
bet.
matter. Like there's MS support groups and all kinds of
You
support groups
bet.
for people that, you know, if they want to gather with other people that have afflictions. We tried getting one together for, like, you know, we've got another girl here in town, she's got MS, like cannabis users, like support group for you.
Yes.
Nobody wanted to do that. We're like, maybe it was because during COVID and
You
stuff.
know
but
what, though? I will tell you one thing about MS. When I was young and I got diagnosed with MS in my late 20s, the doctor said to me, do not ever go to an MS group or an MS meeting or whatever. And I was like, why not? And they said, because you're way too happy. Everybody there is really depressed.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, thanks for the heads up.
I mean,
But
you get
yeah.
diagnosed, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to
Exactly.
go, like,
Well,
"I'm
I
gonna keep
wasn't.
on living."
But see, that's the thing though. When I got diagnosed, I became proactive and I became an activist. So I don't know what everybody else does, but that's what I thought you were to do, right? I thought you were to get out there and fight. So
Yeah.
that's just what I knew. So
Good
I didn't
job.
know to turtle and, you know, end up folding up and, you know, I did like I didn't know any of that. So
And you haven't stopped.
no, I
you
haven't.
You haven't stopped. No,
No,
exactly.
I have
No.
purpose, my friends. I have purpose. Purposeless, I call it.
Well, you know, when something works and works for you or
You bet.
helps you,
You bet.
and others are demonizing it, like people in authority positions.
You bet.
People tend to speak up, right? So
That's why we do. You're so right,
I think it
Al.
makes me sick when I hear the opposition party leader stand in, you know, parliament and, you know, make
Pierre
such
Poilievre.
the worst accusations about people with addiction issues. Like, just
But it's the conservatives again. And
it's
can I say that literally this has been a problem with Tamara for decades with the
I know.
conservatives with these issues.
I absolutely know that. And then when we
Yeah.
were there with Harper and, you know, him wanted
Yeah.
to take our grows away and where we got the
You
hours
bet.
ruling and, you know, with the kitty litter and all that stuff that we had to go through. And that
Yeah,
was
isn't that?
humiliation for
Yeah.
patients. You know, I
No,
think we're
you know
still
what?
waiting for
Don't
Richard
take it like that.
for
Don't
our
take it like that, because I was not humiliated at all tomorrow. All it did was give me strength to say, you, my friends, need to get educated.
Oh,
That's all it did for me. Again, it fueled me, right?
I just have, I
So,
totally fought back. But again, but how much humiliation do they want to put on sick people? That's what I mean. Like, it's not that we were humiliated, but again, they don't
no.
look at us as we're people, people with disabilities, people with afflictions, people with diseases. They don't look at us like we're people.
Yeah.
Different.
I remember Debbie Salskiffen. I love you, Debbie. Debbie had said years ago that why in the world she couldn't understand why the government was making us jump through these hoops.
Right.
And I remember thinking when we were in Hissigatoll years ago together at the lawsuit, Alan Young approached me and I went out. I thought Alan wanted it to just be me and him in the lawsuit. And I was like, wait a second, this isn't about MS at all. It was about cannabis at the time. And they wanted one particular illness to fight in court. And I said, no, that's not right. So I brought in 8 people. I phoned Alan after I phoned and contacted all 8 people, including Debbie. And I said, hey, you guys, come in a lawsuit with me. And they said, does the lawyer know? And I said, not yet, but he will. So all of a sudden, 8 of us go to court. I think it was 7 that I brought in, and then there was an 8th person who came in after. But bottom line, we ended up doing Hissigatoll, which was Hitsig, I guess, versus Canada now. And that, my friends, is still in Wikipedia because we made a big introduction then to the world to tell everybody that it was all different illnesses, like you, Tamara, and like you, Al, and like me. It wasn't just about one of us, right?
Well, that's exactly what, you know, happened with the B1. Nobody without didn't have cancer, MS, or some other form of severe arthritis, I think, could get even
exactly
cannabis, right? And then, you know, because of Michelle, I'm fighting for, you know, the Crohn's disease affliction, which opened up the B2 section of the you know, licensing application, which was 38 fucking pages, to be fair.
No, I know.
Right? 30. They're now it's 11. So to be fair, the ACMPR is 11 pages comparably to the MMAR.
And I still can't get into the ACMPR
And
tomorrow.
38 of those pages were repetitively of your fucking address and phone number over and over and over. Make sure you sign the bottom of every fucking page.
Yeah.
Like
You know what?
You can have your application sent back for. If you didn't sign your name to the bottom of every fucking 38 pages, they return it back and say it was incomplete. How many of these?
You know, I can't even get into the regular program in Canada now for cannabis because my limits are too high. I don't want any pills. Well, I take pills, but I don't want as many pills as they want me to take. I would rather have cannabis, and they're saying, no, your limit is too high. You're not welcome
They
in
took
this
mine
program.
back. They told me it was due to affordability. So when I went and got an MMAR, like or whatever, like through this
Grow your own.
Namaste dot whatever it was.
Oh.
They wouldn't give me a grow license, right? All had to go through the LP. And they wouldn't give me my full licensing of 20 grams. They only give me 15 because how was I going to afford it?
Wow.
This was the registered nurse.
Whose business is it of theirs?
It was this cannabis 420, whatever. That you had to
Wow.
they knocked mine back to 15 because they told me that it was, affordability and they didn't want,
Wow.
Yeah.
Not fair. I've had family and friends who've helped me all my life. That is not fair.
Right? It's not their business how I afford it. And then
No,
my
it's
family
not.
doctor then signed me here in Cranbrook. And then we went back for our renewals. They said, sorry, or she said, sorry, you can get 30 grams at the store every day. Why would I sign you up for any?
What?
Our GP wouldn't have licenses.
Are you kidding me?
No.
You know, this is why we have to fight these things that are going on with this cannabis program in Canada, the Cannabis Act. None of this is acceptable for any patient.
Well, it's not the Cannabis Act. It's the College of Physicians still, Allison. It's still the College.
Oh, it is. Sorry, controlling this. You're right. I apologize.
But it's really got nothing to do with the Cannabis Act. Cannabis Act
that's true.
got nothing to do with it. My doctor just said, you can go into a store and pick up 30 grams. Why would I prescribe you 20?
Yeah, no,
Like,
that's
it doesn't
true. I
make
can
sense,
see.
right?
It's the College of
And that's why
Physicians.
there's no point me renewing this for you. She didn't understand the whole
That's
growing thing.
ridiculous.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
have
still, yeah, like if you can't, how are you going to be able to afford to grow? They ask the question, how can you afford to grow that much grammage? How can you afford to go to the store and buy it?
Right?
Exactly.
You couldn't afford to
cost
grow
you more.
grams. Like your
Oh
4
my
plants
gosh.
are not going to grow you 30 grams of cannabis a day. You can
Not even
access
close.
cannabis, 30 grams of cannabis a day at a store, but you're not allowed to grow enough plants to be able to supply yourself 30 grams of cannabis a day because there's no way 4 plants are going to ever do that.
And that's
In order to
why
grow
I'm
that
saying.
an ounce a day, you're going to need to grow 200 plants, if not.
But you know what? As a patient, there's a different program tomorrow. Because you can get as many plants as your doctor says. You're not limited to 4.
Oh, I know that if I had.
Oh yeah, medical.
So yeah, I don't want people
I
to
got some doctor that's
misunderstand.
going to sign the paperwork that I got to send to Health Canada.
Yeah.
I had an MMAR. Got my
Yeah,
first
with the
MMAR.
medical license is different.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know I've had them. Right.
Yeah.
I had a grow license for 20 grams a day, both me and Alvin both. Right.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
But
Well, you can't get them without paying for them, and you have to have a doctor to sign them. Same shit.
Wow.
And the
It's
doctor
You have
won't
to
sign
pay
it
your
because
doctor?
Any of them. If you want a license, you can.
Wow.
Same as it always was, Allison.
Wow. I have never paid my doctors, nor would I ever pay my doctors. This is a
My
medical
family doctor,
issue.
no. My family doctor, when she signed us up when we moved to Cranbrook, no. But she wouldn't renew because of the legalization. If I want to get a grow license through any of these other things, it's still going to cost me at
Right.
least $25 per gram.
What?
$25 a gram.
Yeah.
Wow, that is not right. That's just
The way it
not
was
right,
before.
Tamara.
I paid Dr. Cameraman when I first got my first MMAR in 2012.
Yeah, I've
Told
never
you.
paid any doctor ever.
Yeah,
I never would.
It's illegal for them to charge us. They aren't supposed to be charging us. But if you want a grow license, all these online ones, they won't give you one because the
Yeah,
LPs
I
are
knew
taking
that.
right?
I did
The
know
LPs are
that,
taking back the
sweetheart.
you don't have
Yeah.
to pay them for your license. These whatever.
That is
It's an
so
easy charge.
unfair.
As long as you're not getting a grow license, you want a grow license from them, they want $850.
Yeah, that's just not right.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. We
Unbelievable.
are one of our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics, in Kingston. They have a medical signing clinic there. and
Essentially, the
the
doctors charge
the
you
fee
like
is the doctors have a fee because
yeah.
if the doctor's not able
Wow.
to charge wherever, like I don't know where some doctors are located. For some
So
clinics
you
to
can
be
do
out
this
west, and
for
they
20,
can't
yeah.
bill
Wow.
the Ontario end of things, so they have to charge a fee, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they can't charge MSP or whatever for it, so they charge you. And the thing of it is, like,
Yeah.
most of them aren't even doctors. Most of them are just nurse practitioners that are signing for you, and they're charging. Yep. And like the
Wow,
weed,
I had no clue.
so if you want 20 grams, you're going to be paying $25 per gram. That's whatever, 500, $600, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
but if people's family doctors would go
Wow.
ahead and sign them, and OHIP would
Yes.
pay them to do that, that would be a lot nicer, wouldn't it? Like
Yes.
I know that some things should go to the doctors. There's paperwork that the OHIP doesn't
Yeah, that you
cover.
pay for. Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah,
they pay
35
for it.
bucks, whatever.
And
It was 35 bucks
you
for
know,
admission
I
fees,
can
whatever.
understand where a doctor with the MMAR days charge somebody a few dollars to do their paperwork. Like my doctor charged me $50 that first year.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he never charged me. He's never charged me since. So it's like I'm paying like
Wow.
$1 a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, right.
That's
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking because I just a few months ago did my taxes and I applied for the medical disability again, the
Yeah.
disability tax in Canada. And I didn't realize I'd already had it for the 80s, which that's why I didn't realize I had it because it was so long ago. But anyway, when I applied for it, they said it was going to be $225. My doctor's office said to get the paperwork signed, and I was in tears. I couldn't believe
Yeah.
that they would make somebody who's, already marginally, sort of in a different position than most others, pay $225 to get a disability tax form filled out. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, it turned out that apparently it is covered on disability, and I didn't know that. But boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, I was panicked for a few days there
Yeah,
before I found out.
my doctor charged me $40 to have mine filled out.
Yeah,
I
and
can't
you know
believe that.
that's reasonable.
Yeah.
If they can't get that through their fees to the government,
Yeah.
then charging somebody
$225.
some money to do it, it's
Yeah, $225.
but to charge them outrageous fees.
I was
is-
just, I was
yeah.
devastated. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I thought, oh my God, how do people again like, in these positions live nowadays? If that's the
Well, yeah,
case.
like if it takes
And
a
then
doctor, it takes a doctor 10 minutes to fill out a form. Why are they charging $225?
Well, not this form. Apparently, this form's a number of pages. So, because my doctor's office alerted me to that. But at the same time, but I'm thinking getting back to cannabis is the same kind of thing because I can't even afford to buy my cannabis again.
Yeah.
Like, how the heck am I supposed to pay for a disability tax credit? See, these are the things. Cannabis again is now finally the price is finally dropping over the last few years because it's legal.
Yeah.
But before we did that, everybody, well, boy, I'll tell you, remember how we all lived and how we couldn't afford some of those prices because they were asking outlandish prices for pounds of cannabis.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Unbelievable. So thank goodness, at least there's something good about what's happening in this country.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that's positive, but hey.
All righty, ladies.
We don't use that much cannabis, right?
Yeah. I see that we're at the bottom of the hour. We've run our time. Is there anything else that you would like to touch on? No? Okay. Shout out.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say one quick thing that I would really appreciate if everybody stayed tuned to what's going on in my world because of the fact that again I'm fighting for psilocybin in Canada as medicine, and as soon as I can get legal, things are going to change just a little tiny bit.
I guess so. Exactly. So where would you be announcing something like that?
I'm all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. I can't even think of everything. Pretty much everything out there. Whatever all social media, plus on my website at AlisonMyrden.com. AlisonMyrden.com or .ca. I'm everywhere.
Hey, there you go. Tamara,
Thanks for being on the show. It was good seeing you. You look terrific. And
You're
you know,
beautiful.
and I
Thank
just
you,
appreciate
sweetheart.
everything that you do and just keep on being you. Thanks for
Thank
being on
you,
the show.
sweetheart.
okay, exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Allison, for coming on the broadcast. It
love
was
you
great seeing
guys.
you on Saturday in person and seeing people
Sure
there and
was.
seeing new people there because the new people are the next generation that have to be doing what
Every
we're doing.
year, hopefully, Al, there's going to be more and more and more of us.
That's right.
Again.
Exactly. All right. You can find the Pace Radio Show on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're online, paceradio.net. Thanks go out to our sponsors, the friendly folks at legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics, .ca, as well as the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. And huge thank you to our guest, Allison Merlin, for coming on the broadcast. And to all our watchers and listeners out there, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next week. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com. Individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. I am Timmy, the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
Today is Umbrella Cover Day. An interesting day to be sure, and we'll talk about more about that later.
Absolutely. I thought we were celebrating umbrellas, but
no,
apparently not.
It's the covers of the umbrellas.
Yes. And
right?
We'll get into that later.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Right?
Learning every day.
There's a whole thing on there. Also, today we've got our high five list.
High five.
High five.
And of course, our word of the week.
And we're going to be playing a little newbie or doobie
with our special guest, Stephen Stairs.
Looking forward to another great episode. This has been fun. We are on episode 12 right now. 12.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I've lost track.
I haven't.
It's I'm 12. Glad somebody's keeping track.
Literally is 12. And just for the record, I am hearing a lot through my headphones right now, so I am trying to remove that. But anyways, so here's the thing: we wanted to talk about before we get into some cannabis-related conversations, as we are wont to do. We go down other little rabbit trails that we find interesting.
Yes,
and it was very difficult to ignore the fact that this was Umbrella Cover Day. And like you had pointed out initially when we looked at it, we're like, well, umbrellas, okay. And then we noticed that there is actually a thing, that there are people out there that are pretty passionate about not the umbrella, but the umbrella cover.
Yeah, the thing that most people lose.
Right?
Like I have an umbrella collection. Like when I like something, I get into it. And I happen to have a lot of umbrellas. And when I heard umbrella cover day, I was like, yay, I get to bring the umbrellas out. And I realized that I don't have the umbrella cover for like half of my umbrellas.
Right.
And I also realized that the umbrella cover is only
Only?
on the smaller umbrellas
Okay.
and not the large,
See,
like the fighting style umbrellas.
the umbrella cover to me is the thing that if I ever bought an umbrella, and I'm going to admit right now, I'm in the minority here. I don't buy umbrellas.
So you're saying that your 2 umbrellas here you didn't purchase?
They were gifted to me.
Okay.
People gave them to me because they have connections to things that I enjoy in life. But if it's raining, I go walk in the rain. I don't.
That's true.
There has
That's
never
true.
been a time that I have walked outside and felt that it was raining too hard that I needed an umbrella. I put my hood up maybe and go. At the very least, I take my pants off and just enjoy the afternoon. But there
Go
is
singing in the rain.
So umbrellas to me are I don't really utilize them in general, but I do have 2 that I enjoy.
See, I think they're an accessory.
Well, they're
A very like people miss it. They don't think about it. But if it's rainy day, you're not going to want to have an umbrella that doesn't go with your outfit.
But is a cover? So then that means that the umbrella cover is an accessory to an accessory.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that.
So here's where I think the market is leading. Then I think what we need to do is to create a protective cover for your umbrella cover.
No, you know what we need to do? Create an attachment
Sorry,
piece.
I got caught up in your hair.
Is it?
It's just the way their light reflected off of it. You look like Morticia Adams from the
Is
Addams
it better
Family.
that way?
No, it looked pretty hot before. Anyways.
Okay.
There we go. Anyways, sorry.
So we need to, when kids used to lose their gloves all the time?
Yeah.
And we would put that little clip thing.
Yeah, we attach it to their.
We need to make one of those
Right.
to attach to the umbrella.
Yeah. See, if I was using one of these umbrellas, if it was raining and I was using one of these umbrellas, the first thing I would get rid of and throw in the garbage would probably be the umbrella cover, because it's just stopping me from utilizing my umbrella.
Well, honestly, I feel they're impractical because I can tell that this one's been used by the way that it's been shoved back into the cover.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, that when you take it out of the umbrella cover and open up the umbrella,
Yeah.
it's darn near impossible to get it. It's like a sleeping bag. How you roll them up and get them in the cover is beyond me.
It's near impossible. An unnecessary necessary element.
But how could you not love umbrellas?
Okay, so let's look. Let's just look right here. So what, you got a cannabis one?
I got a cannabis
Clearly,
one,
okay,
which I got from Nova Scotia.
with a nice cover.
Yes, with a nice cover,
Okay.
which now I'm realizing I probably
No,
won't be able to get
don't put the
back
cover
in.
back up. Yeah, don't worry about putting them
Okay.
back in. And what's this one here?
That is my latest edition. Oh, you took it out. Okay.
You didn't want it out?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It has to come out eventually. I get it.
Okay, excellent. High five. All right.
That deserves a 5. Let's do.
So then I have my Batman one. Now this one's again gifted, but a beautiful gift. Like it's
that
a
one was from
fantastic-
me.
It's a fantastic.
And I'm
looking
not
one.
ashamed to admit that I found that at the Dollarama
They're selling Batman for
for
$1.
$4.
$4. Remember when Dollarama actually meant dollar?
A buck or two.
Yeah.
They're not buck
Like
or two
$17
anymore.
items in there.
Yeah, it's
That's-
sad.
That's a
Dollar
weird-
Tree. That's where everything was like $1.25.
Yeah,
and
there were
now they're
trees.
starting to go. Well, there's always trees, isn't it?
That's very true. And this one doesn't have a cover.
No, it doesn't. And that is so. All my umbrellas are special to me in one way or another. Just like my buttons
Mhm.
and my onesies and
Yep.
my rocks that I collect.
Yeah.
This umbrella here is special because it changes color when it gets wet.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so when it
We
actually
could
gets
pour
wet,
water on it?
well, we
Well,
could.
We can't.
We could.
We can't. But this one doesn't have a cover, but it has like a
Well,
wrap.
they all do.
Oh, they all have wraps. Never
But this
mind.
one's more
I
noticeable.
wasn't impressed with that.
And then, of course,
We
your
have-
other one.
We have the Avengers. We have my Avengers one.
Oh.
Oh.
because it was crammed in
that
there.
one hasn't been packed very nicely. Okay.
And then, of course, the one that I take out once a year, just
Mhm.
in case, my Canada one.
Nice. All right. So they say that you should never open an umbrella inside the house.
They also say breaking a mirror is worth 7 years of bad luck. And if that were the case, then I would have a lifetime of bad luck. And you know I'm one of the luckiest people around.
You are. How many umbrellas do you think we can open up in here?
I don't know. You should set it up there.
Where?
Here.
Okay, put that. Okay, there's one. I don't even know where this one is.
No, that won't work. Here, I'll hold. How many can we get?
Bam. Yeah, the Avengers.
Okay.
Okay. This is
They
my-
should go buy Batman.
Yeah, and then there's this one. Oh, I like it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bam. Okay. There's that one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we're at 3. Count it down with us. How many umbrellas have you opened up in a small space? When people say, what do you do on your podcasts? We do stuff like this. 4. Yeah.
I can't hold anymore.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're going to have to hold them.
5. Finally. We have the cannabis. one
Canada.
Right
Oh, yeah.
beside the Canada one.
Nice. Can you do it?
No. Jeez.
You didn't open it. It has the wrap,
Oh, it has
remember?
the wrap's very, very well done. It holds it in place.
Well, that's good to know. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen,
6.
6 umbrellas is the new record in the podcast world. We'd like to
Yes.
challenge other podcasters to open more than 6 in their small studios.
I'm losing it.
We've done it.
Okay.
All right, so let's just put these down here for now in case it rains.
Here, you take this one.
I'll take this one.
Ooh, I'm dropping them.
So on my high 5 list,
Okay. They're going down.
on my high 5 list, it's connected to this whole umbrella thing. We're going to do our high 5 list,
umbrella
a word of the week, and bring in
covers.
Stephen Stairs, who is,
Whew. I shouldn't have wore a dress for this episode. That was hard work.
hey, yeah.
All those days of carrying dishes and catching chickens really came in
I
handy.
barely ever open an umbrella.
Get it?
and-
Handy.
oh, the puns are flying today.
I'm on a roll.
So here's I was trying to think of what should my high 5 list be today. Timmy's high 5 list. I try to connect it to the day.
Yes.
Sometimes I do the day and cannabis. Sometimes I just do cannabis. Today, though, I was thinking about these umbrella things, and for me personally, I'd be like, that's so unnecessary. Not, like, what is the point of these things? I would toss these things immediately because it
Okay.
would get in the way of. I seriously got to keep putting that back on. It's like, just get rid of that. I'll
Yes.
just open my umbrella.
And
when I
now
need
you
it.
have 4 to put on.
Now I have 4 to put those on later.
That's so funny.
I thought about, but what is it? What do I have that is unnecessary that I won't get rid of?
Okay.
So Timmy's high 5 list today is 5 things that I have in my house that I won't how did I rate it?
You
Unget
wouldn't
rid
get-
of?
yeah, you wouldn't get rid of,
I wouldn't
but they're
unget rid.
useless.
They're unnecessary, but I wouldn't unget rid of them.
Okay.
Or I would unget rid of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to use the word un in there. It doesn't really matter. The point is
You would keep them.
I'm keeping these
Okay.
things. Okay, so here we go. Number 5 on my list at the bottom. I have this, and I'm probably not alone in this. Feel free to comment on the YouTube or wherever you see this thing. I have a box about this big of cables. Some of these cables go to my old BlackBerry phones. So these aren't even cables that, in case my toaster breaks,
Yeah.
like I'm going to somehow mechanically fix that with some other plug. These are cables that serve no purpose, but for some reason I keep them because just in case I might need that cable.
So you do know that some of those cables could be extremely rare and worth a lot of money.
You can sell cables?
You can sell anything nowadays.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, I have a bin, but for some reason I cannot bring myself to get rid of them. I'm probably
Well,
not alone.
If
in
you
that.
ever want to test somebody's patient,
Yeah.
like their patient level,
Yeah.
give them a box of tangled wires. and let them go to town. Tell them they have to organize
Do
it
you
all.
want to organize my cable box?
I actually do really well with wires.
All right, challenge.
Christmas lights, not so much.
All right, that job is yours, but I'm going to see how much money you have.
I take 30%.
All right, let's make a mint.
Okay.
Number 4 on my list, you might think is an odd one, but it's Ariana Grande posters in my bedroom. Now,
No, I don't think it's odd personally, because I've asked you why they're still up there and you kind of just dismissed the conversation.
Look, I'm not going to lie. They're unnecessary. Do I need Ariana Grande posters? Dangerous Woman on my bed in my bedroom wall. I have very
They are
few things
hot
on my bedroom
photos,
wall.
but you should have other.
I have 3
hot
things on
photos.
my wall. I have a Canada flag, I have a picture of you, and I have 3 Ariana Grande posters.
You have a picture of me.
The painting. All right.
It's abstract.
It's abstract for sure.
cute.
But those are unnecessary, but I still have them and I'm not getting rid of them. So I'm just saying, but unnecessary. Number 3 on my list of unnecessary things that I get rid of
Okay.
is my LED dance party lights surrounding my entire room. Mary Jane over here encouraged me and went out and
encouraged. You mean like got them, brought them to your house? It
hung
was
them
like
up.
we're hanging these in your bedroom.
So now I have the ability, if need be,
we can have a party.
To have a dance party. They flash all different colors all the way around my room, and I can control them
You
at
can
will.
set them to music.
Yeah, I can play music with them. I can honestly say that I have used them twice.
That was for videos we did for
Once
TikTok.
we did a video, and once they turned on by accident because I said,
you said turn on the party
Google,
light.
turn on party. I said turn on party lights.
But that was an accident.
Yeah, I didn't mean the party lights. So unnecessary, but I've got them. Number 2 on my list of unnecessary things that I get rid of is VHS tapes, not just DVDs. I have a whole shelf of VHS tapes. Now,
but you have a VCR.
I do have a VCR. I got gifted
that
a VCR.
Would be sad if you didn't have a VCR.
Right? I got gifted a VCR. I'm a stand-up comic. We do a tour called The Circuit. We have a lot of regulars. They know my love for the 80s.
Yep.
And on one tour, one of our fans gave me the VHS copy of Batman 1989.
Yes, the best
right?
Batman.
The best Batman.
Yes.
So he gave me that. And then I told the story to other shows and I posted it online. And by the time we got to Sarnia area,
yes,
someone gave me a VCR so I could watch it. But here's the thing, really, if you think about it, when is the next time, even not saying it's even a bad movie, but when am I going to watch Basket Case again on VHS? I could probably Google it and find it.
Basket Case?
Basket Case. Let me share with you. Sleepaway Camp. Have you seen that?
No.
No? Okay. All right.
Have you seen Basketball?
Xanadu?
Have you seen? I know the song.
Oh.
Do you know Basketball?
I do. You have it on VHS?
I don't. VHS wasn't even around when Basketball came out.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. I have these movies on VHS, but am I going to get rid of them?
Do you have
No.
any of the old Disney movies? Because those would be worth money too.
I actually do have those. Yeah, I have the ones that
We
are
need
in
to
those.
go through your house, Timmy.
I don't even
Sitting
need
on a gold mine.
I don't even need to do this podcast
No more
anymore.
comedy
I'm
for you.
literally a millionaire.
You're out. Let's go.
Yeah. Actually, that actually being a millionaire would allow me to do this podcast even more, right? Because I'd have no worries at that point, right? Or you
See,
can go to
I'm wondering what makes the number one, because I have a few ideas.
Okay, well, here we go. The number 1 unnecessary thing in my house that I refuse currently to get rid of is my Google Home. Listen,
That's funny. That's not what I thought it was.
I walk into my bedroom and right here, for those in the podcast, literally like an inch away from my hand is my light switch.
That's
and
like
I could
right
just
where light switches
I
are
could
when you
just
walk in
switch
the
it
room.
on. Yeah, for those of you who are listening,
Right on the wall.
just think about where your light switch is. I could switch it, but instead I look over at it and go,
Not today.
Google, turn on bedroom lights.
No, you don't. You walk in your room and you say, "Hey Google, I'm home."
Okay, that's true. Okay,
And what does it say?
it says, wait, what is it? Wait.
And all the people
Oh,
rejoiced.
that's right. And all the people rejoiced. Okay, yeah.
And the lights turn on, and let there be light.
And when I go to bed, I say good night, and it says, Timmy, you're awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't set these things up. Yes, I did. So,
Hashtag
but
bullshit.
it's so unnecessary, but I use it every day. And then the worst thing about it is that I say, Google, turn off bedroom lights, and it turns off my bedroom lights. But before it does, it says, okay. And it yells it at the top of its lungs. At least it's in an Australian accent, a female Australian accent, which is the best. And you say, okay, turning off bedroom lights. Just turn off
No,
the
it says
lights.
turning off 2 lights.
Or 2 lights. Yeah, that's right.
As if to say, like, not just one.
Not just one, it has to do 2, but it says that specifically because it wants me to know that the party lights are still available. Just these 2 lights are going off. These aren't the party lights. Party lights are not the bedroom lights. Those are the party lights.
Yes.
And these are the bedroom lights. Anyways, 5 things. Those are 5 unnecessary things. I'd be interested to know. Please comment below in this YouTube or on the podcast form or on our social media. What is it that you have that is so unnecessary, but you refuse to get rid of it? I'd like to know it. What did
See,
you think was number 1 on my list?
I honestly, I thought it was going to be your entire collection of teddy bears. Those
Yeah.
aren't yours, are they?
No, I can't get
Okay,
rid of
you're
them.
gonna
They're
live by
mine.
that.
Someone else's.
So in my house,
Those aren't mine.
In my house, they're Tim's, right? Okay, so in my house, I can only think of one off the top of my head.
Okay.
Can you guess what my one item would be? Do you even dare?
No, I don't. This is a trick, man. This is a trick.
Okay, but at least I'm giving you the option to opt out.
Okay, I'm opting out.
So it would be my rocks.
No, but they have sentimental value.
So yes,
I disagree.
Yes. However, a lot of them I just spent money on, and they're different crystals. They weigh a lot, and to move them, when I have to move, I have to pack really small boxes, and it's a pain.
Takes a whole truck.
It takes a whole truck, and it takes up a lot of space in my house.
Yeah.
And there's just like, I got vases of rocks, I got shelves of rocks, and yeah, although some of them have sentimental value, just like my buttons, it can get to a point where, like, you and I have been somewhere and you've heard me, I'm like, okay, like 2. I tell myself like 2, so I end up like picking up a bunch and leaving with like 2. Yeah right. So
Well, I think there's sentimental value there. Anyways, that is my list, and we'd like to hear from you as well. All right, let's do our word of the week and then bring in our guest, Stephen Stairs.
All right, so our word of the week is tinctures.
Tinctures.
Yes. So basically, a tincture is a liquid form of cannabis used. You'll find it with glycerin, alcohol, or an MCT oil.
Okay.
So it's kind of like an extract, but it's in liquid form.
All right.
So most generally, you'll see it in an eyedropper, and it's administered sublingually.
Subliminally. So you don't know what's happening.
No, under the tongue.
Okay.
And the effects of a tincture are very similar to an edible because it's going through the same system, except it hits you faster because it's meant to be like held in the mouth under the tongue to go directly into the bloodstream, and it's supposed to hit you quicker.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in my opinion the more thought upon as medicinal way of taking your medicine, because you can dose it by the milliliter, and you can, in your drink, in your mouth.
So is tincture, let me see if I'm learning stuff along the way here as the newbie. Would tincture be in the same thing of going, you can have a joint, an edible, or a tincture? Like, would it be in, could you describe it that way? Like, is it a version of consuming?
So flower, edible, tincture, topical, extract.
Okay.
Or concentrate.
Those are all the different ways.
Different types.
The different types.
Of different types
Okay.
of cannabis.
The tincture.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
That's a good word. I just like saying it. Tincture. All right, let's get to our guest, Stephen Stairs, who has been waiting patiently. We're very excited to have him on the show.
Yeah, Stephen's done a lot out where he is, and done a little bit in the politics. I know he's done a lot in the activism world, and I'm excited to hear about 420 and plans coming up because I heard a little bit about it, and yeah, I'm gonna let him talk about it, hopefully with more stuff. And yeah, without further ado, let's bring in Stephen.
Hey, Stephen, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Timmy. How you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks so much for being on the show. I don't know much about you, other than what I've heard from MJ, and I don't know which stuff is true and which is not. But from what I've heard, it sounds pretty awesome. So thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot for having me, you two. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I met Stephen, I want to say through social media first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here's a guy who's going through life, trying to make the best of it, and found, just like most of us, that cannabis is beneficial and it's helping him. And he wanted to be vocal about it. So I was like, I need to reach out to this person and, actually see what he's doing and how he's doing it and what can I do locally, because Stephen you're in Manitoba?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Winnipeg.
So after all that research and buildup of going, I really got to check. Were you disappointed when you eventually connected and found him?
No,
No, okay.
absolutely not.
All right.
No.
Fair enough.
And even less so when I met him in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. So
thanks, MJ.
Now, Stephen, I don't know. I assume you might be aware just simply by the title of the show that she's the doobie, I'm the newbie. So I'm always very interested in how cannabis even became a part of your life, how you entered into the community. Have you always been involved in it? How did that journey begin?
Well, I have watched the show, so I get the premise. And honestly, your two banter is perfect. It's exactly what the internet needs right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but it keeps me entertained. Hilarious. I was laughing a lot during your high five things. Man, I've got beta clips, VHS, everything, man. We can talk. And I don't have a beta player, so it's kind of sad, but
That's
whatever.
funny.
But no, I got into cannabis kind of on a whim, actually. I always used cannabis as a kid, but teenager in my adolescent years. And then I didn't smoke cannabis for about 3 years. It was just a lifestyle thing. I wasn't doing it. And then I was at U of M and just starting my political science degree. And someone mentioned to me that I should get into medical cannabis. And that was in 2009. And I thought, well, that sounds cool. And then I did a little research on the paperwork and kind of parlayed it into a advocacy career at the U of M, and then it snowballed into this first student group of its kind in the country at a post-secondary education institution for medical cannabis, and I rolled with it from there. And ever since then, I've gotten the medicinal benefits of cannabis, but also the social benefits of creating a dialogue regarding the change that needs to be encompassed with cannabis. And that's given me the passion that's driven me for the past 11 years to constantly fight for not only the needs of cannabis users, but cannabis itself and how we interpret it in society and how it's accepted.
So what do you use cannabis for, Stephen? Tell people, please.
Oh yeah, this will get you. So I am legally blind. I have a cane. It's a good time. MJ's seen me. I can trip over the best of things.
I thought he was just falling for me, but nope.
I thought he was just high. Nope. I was tripping, but a different kind. No, but I have 3 genetic eye diseases layered on top of each other. So I have something called glaucoma, which I'm sure most people are quintessentially familiar with regarding, the cliche, stereotypical cannabis jokes. It's good for glaucoma, right? It is. It really is. And I also have something called RP, which is retinosis pigmentosus for all you nerdy ocular people out there. But that's a scarring of my retinal tissue. Picture it as like a frayed extension cord wire from your appliance to the wall. It still works, but it doesn't work properly. And then I also have cataracts on top of that.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I actually had my cataracts removed 2 years ago, which was fun because that was a trip in itself. because you have to stay awake for it. Anyway, side story. But yeah, so I have had that early in my age, and the doctors told me the likelihood of, because of the youth age of my eyes and the likelihood of my long lasting life, if I don't get hit by a car, is I could have cataract surgery more than 3 times, which is extremely rare for people. So it's interesting.
That's crazy.
This isn't cannabis related. We'll come back to cannabis in a second. But when I was a youth pastor, I had a kid in my program that was legally blind. I think he was a level 3. I think it was, if that was right. So he went to school for the blind. He was legally out. He needed a book with large print, that type of thing. He'd never be able to drive. And I actually went. He invited me to the school. I forget where the school was. Maybe out in Brantford, Ontario. And it was a fantastic experience. But there was this one game. I don't know if you ever went to a school for the blind or anything like that, but there was this game where everyone gets blindfolded because some people can kind of see, and they roll this ball with a bell towards the other side. There's 5 of them. And then everybody just has to decide whether to fall left or right and create this wall of person to block it from going in the net. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's there's different variations of that, but it's called goal ball.
Yes.
And they have some very intense like versions of it. They have a fully blind version of it that's almost like rugby. It is, I mean, it
sounds dangerous.
Oh yeah, man! You see these blind people, and seeing these blind people is a funny pun already. But you know, they have no stopping them. There's no, the inhibitions are gone. It's literally, I'm following that sound.
Yeah, and then they flop to the side, and there's no padding. It's like a solid floor, and they don't even hesitate. They're just like, there's the sound, and they fall to it was absolutely incredible. It was one of my favorite experiences being there. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea, but I want to check it out.
You guys are ever in Winnipeg, we can come play it here. I know a group. It's good.
Sweet. Okay.
I would try that. Blindfold me. Sign me up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
See, I've always believed that you should try and experience somebody else's their perception. Like, I wanted to spend a day or 2. I know there's no way from a day or 2 I would ever know what it would be like to be in a wheelchair, but to actually be in a wheelchair for 2 days and try and do life, because just going shopping or trying to get in the bathroom.
Yeah, I was just to say, try to get into a stall.
You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly why I tried cannabis, right? I was like, well, I got to live a day in the life of a cannabis user, and it ruined my bowling score, Stephen. So I will never try it again. My bowling score is way too important to me.
Yeah.
As a blind bowler, I'm actually pretty passionate about how high my score gets. So I feel you, Tim.
That's funny.
So did I hear this correctly as well? Whether it was through MJ or maybe you hinted at it. Politics, is that in your frame of work?
It's probably the making change, right? You want to make change, so.
Yeah, I learned at the University of Manitoba, taking political science, that in order to fix the problems, like, I was originally in social work, okay? And I didn't like the idea, and this might sound kind of crude, but I didn't like the idea of having people complain to me about their problems. I wanted to fix the things in society that cause them to have those problems. And that's a systemic issue. That's a policy and framework issue that only comes from politics usually, right? Sometimes it comes from non-governmental organizations, but generally it's politics. So I figured, well, I don't really trust any of the politicians. They're all affluent people who've never struggled or had to pay a cell phone bill or worried about what's in their fridge. They're all these, I'm not going to lie, now it's changed a lot, but 20 years ago, that's all it was. It was basically affluent people who, white men who called the shots. And I figured it'd be smart to have a disabled person who maybe has had a hard time in life to actually know what it's like to be part of society and have things, be a chore, be a struggle, to be a real citizen of this country, not an overly privileged one. And those are the people we need in power in Ottawa making decisions. So I ran for the Green Party. In 2015, the year Trudeau came into power, I ran for MP that year in Winnipeg. And then the following year in 2016, because I didn't get elected clearly, I ran in 2016 for MLA. So
wow. So I could have been a politician back in the day because I didn't pay my phone bills either.
Well, there's still
So,
time. You could still be a
Definitely.
politician.
I just find it
Don't
so much
count it out.
easier just to open up an
Ford
account
is a
with another
politician.
company. Yeah.
There's a chance.
So what is the battle in the legality of cannabis? Obviously, Canada is legal now, but what I'm finding, coming in from having no knowledge really, is that legal cannabis still comes with a lot of things that kind of are causing kind of people going
Like
how
regulations?
legal, yeah, like
Okay,
how
so
legal is this?
do you remember I told you Stephen lives in like the only province in Canada that does not allow home growing, even though Canada has said you are allowed to grow
Right.
at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that, so having a political mindset and being in that in a province that is doing that, how are you going about making the change in that? Is it a hard fight still? Like some people think, the battle's over because legalization happened, but apparently the battle's not over.
No, I mean, that's a great point, is that legalization, all it did was just cause the fight to have a different battlefield. I mean, in my advocacy, I've always been a proud, proponent of the idea that you need to know when to hold up a protest sign and you need to know when to sit around a board table. And if you can do both of those, you will be a successful cannabis advocate, or any advocate for that matter. But I mean, if you talk about the serious systemic changes that need to be made in Manitoba, Mary Jane touched on it. I mean, well, technically Quebec has a ban on it too, but that was ruled unconstitutional. The province is appealing it, but the appeals court is most likely to uphold the decision because it's a constitutional thing. So Quebec is pretty much taken care of. Manitoba, with our ban, it has a provincial constitutional challenge here, started by a guy named Jesse. However, the constitutional challenge thing is such a slow process
And costly process too.
It's a costly process, but I mean, luckily he's had a lawyer who's kind of helped him out. And the thing is that if it's ruled unconstitutional, the court costs are put on the government. So I mean, because Jesse would technically win the challenge, therefore all his costs get reimbursed.
Yeah.
So there's no cost to him. So all he has to do is pay his lawyer, which the lawyer generally at that rate, they're like, okay, cool, we're going to win this case.
But that's
They
the
don't kick him
sad
out.
thing, Stephen, is that somebody has to, they had to get in trouble first.
Well,
right?
but no
And
one
then
got
they
in
had to
trouble.
get a lawyer.
No, but hang on. That's the thing, is that no one got in trouble. So because I'm me and I like to do my research on things,
Yes.
even the people who seem like they're doing good, I always do my diligence. So I actually was just about to do an Instagram video today. I finally got a police report back from Winnipeg Police. There have been no charges in the past 2 years for people growing cultivation or cultivation charges. The only charges that Winnipeg Police and RCMP have laid in this province are driving offenses. None of them have been possession. None of them have been cultivation. Yeah. So what I'm
what do
saying
you
is
think?
no one got in trouble to have the challenge.
If they are growing, the police are just saying, it's not worth our time.
So the police don't want to have it make their time. They're the ones who enforce it. And even if they do enforce it, it's a $2,000 fine, which sounds like a lot. But as soon as you present that fine to the courts, there's two options you can do. You can say, one, I want to challenge this. And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, because the constitutional challenge is already in place on the ban, the provincial courts in the criminal code will then put your case on hold, or they'll stay the proceedings until that challenge is dealt with, because they can't move forward on yours when there's a challenge up already.
Yep,
right?
it's got to lay
procedural.
precedence.
Right. So basically everybody right now, and this is what I've been doing outside of that political how you change the law thing, I've been telling people to grow. Don't go another year. Don't miss another season. Just start growing, because for years and years and years, the way we created change with cannabis law was we smoked weed in public to break the law as a civil disobedience showing of these laws that need to change. So like federally, everyone else in the country knows already, I can grow my weed. So why Manitobans would just not, based on some law that we know is invalid, it gives into the fear. Do you know what I'm saying? We are being subservient to a law that is unjust. So we must grow weed. And someone, like I'm saying, no one's already got in trouble for it. So someone gets a fine, puts it on hold, makes it on the news story, cops will never touch it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So all I'm saying is we should not be growing. We should all be growing our Ford plants proudly. And if someone wants to take it on the chin, great. But I don't think cops care because I've already asked.
So basically, don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
And don't say anything. Rule number 1, don't say anything. But
Yeah, just
you
because
are
you can't post it on
plead,
Instagram
that you
doesn't
want to
mean
wait.
grow.
But I like that Stephen said civil disobedience, because that's what 420 was in the beginning, right? It was like a celebration, but also civil disobedience. We had the police surrounding the whole block or the whole area, and they never stepped into the area. They just made sure that no trouble happened. And at least that's how it was in Toronto. They kind of kept us confined in the square, right?
Yeah. In 2018, actually, when we had a meeting with the city, the police actually thanked us for organizing 420 because they stopped coming.
And see, that was in 2018. So what's happening now? What's the big change? Like, what do you think?
So
I know they didn't say anything.
Well, they didn't say anything, but I have a feeling this is just a bureaucratic paperwork thing. So I don't know if your audience knows, but basically Winnipeg 420 had plans to have our 420 after pandemic event like we normally would. We've been planning for years at the same location we've always had it. It's been discussions with city, provincial, police officials that was our goal. So I just been curious. It's 10 months away from 420. This is the time as the organizer I've got to start thinking about next year, which is weird. But the province gave me back an email kind of randomly that just said, nope, sorry. And I think it was because there was some people that kind of changed positions. This lady I'd been dealing with for like 25 years, she had been there. She's retired and someone else took over for her job. And I honestly think that the solution will fix itself. But at the same time, I mean, I live in a province where there's a ban on homegrown cannabis. So, I mean, my optimism is only, so rational to the point where I'm, I have to come up with backup plans to have a different location for 420. But it's going to be really neat this year. Concert, cannabis sales, consumption, it'll be sweet. Camping.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Vancouver had some trouble a couple of years ago with they didn't want it on the beach or whatever. They wanted them to move the location, and people are like, it's been here for years and it's never been a problem. And then they just went there. But in Toronto, I don't know if people know, we had Yonge and Dundas Square, and then they moved us to, or we decided we were going to go to City Hall. And that was a huge problem with the city. They did not want a bunch of stoners around the big Toronto, was it Nathan Phillips Square or whatever, City Hall? They were like, no, we don't want you here. And they had a lot of police presence, and they had never shut down people selling bongs or anything like that before. And they shut down everybody that year, everybody. And they walked right through the square. And the next year, we ended up in Woodbine Park. And that was where I took you for the first time.
Yep.
And I bought you a rain suit because you don't believe in protecting yourself from rain.
Right.
And I brought a tent.
Way
and
to
I brought
tie in the
chairs,
theme with,
and
by
I
the way.
brought a rain suit and rubber boots. And he was sitting there for 3 hours, 4 hours, and was like, so this is what it's like to be comfortable in the rain.
It's true. It's true. The cannabis culture technically taught me how to camp.
You know what? We try and think of everything. We look at every aspect, every side, and we plan our days. Or is this just me? Stephen, do you I'm going to the beach. I know what I need to get.
100%. 100%. It's like a methodical. It's because when you smoke weed, it creates new waves of thinking in your brain. So therefore, you think, all right, what do I need to pack?
Yeah.
All right, that's a good idea. And you start, packing stuff, and next thing you know, I could bring that too. Oh, that's a good idea. And then you pack stuff.
And then by then it's dark outside, and you forgot to go to the beach.
No.
By then you just got ash and all your stuff you've packed.
That's funny. It's not like the song, I was gonna go to work, but then I got high.
Well, you've You've encouraged me already to into this civil disobedience thing in Toronto. I'm actually maybe next weekend I'm going to go drag a dead horse down the street. Apparently, you can still go to jail for that.
Sunday, if it's on
On
Sunday.
a Sunday. So I'm
Just
actually
Yonge
going to do
Street.
that. Yeah, Yonge Street on Sunday in Toronto.
Yes.
Drag a dead horse down, and I don't
It's
think
still
that's
illegal.
a legit rule. I'm going to try that.
Yep. But I think it's like a $10 fine.
Maybe I won't try that then.
No.
No,
You
that's
got
not
$10.
worth it. That's not worth it. So what do you think is going to be the impetus to change that particular setup in Manitoba that is still kind of causing this problem? What is going to cause it to happen? Just more civil disobedience?
Well, I think the old adage of grassroots cannabis advocacy needs to come back in full force. With legalization, society basically fell off the map regarding their interest in cannabis. Oh, cool, I can buy it, great. But all the nuances of legalization and where it can be sold and all those kinds of things are only cared about by the people who really cared about cannabis, the real advocates. And unfortunately, those are very far and few between. So it's almost like after legalization, the hardcores out there are at a point where we need to create another group of people in this after legalization society who are just as passionate, who realize, oh yeah, we still got a lot of work to do. And that's where that change will come from, where it's not only just business owners who are being involved, it's users, well, cannabis users, that sounded bad. It's everybody who's part of that society being part of the change, rather than it just being the one or two really loud people who it was before. Those might be the drivers and the impetus, like you're saying, but it needs to come from society as a whole. And I think with legalization, we've gotten past that hurdle. Now it's more of an education thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just want to add that I've done a little bit of like researching and learning on the back end through like a cannabis course that I took, and speaking to a few like legal LPs and stuff, and like researchers, whatever. And they're saying that they're looking at changing regulations for smarter, better, coherent sales and research. And they're looking at having like education centers that are actually able to give people information, because the problem that people are finding as bud tenders in the retail position is you're having people come in and ask for medical advice. And in the recreational aspect of it, you cannot speak to the medical benefits. And as we've said many times, if you experience a medical benefit from cannabis, it's dependent on you. Not everybody is meant to have cannabis. Not everybody gets a beneficial experience. Some people have negative experiences. And I mean, it is what it is. It's a plant. And this is why we're here talking about it, right?
It's a plant.
It's a plant.
100%.
Okay, so with all the nuances that might be available, let me just ask you this question. True or false? Cannabis is legal in Canada.
True.
Okay.
With regulations, but anything that is legal has regulations.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I know.
So
it's interesting though, because I think just in the conversations that I've had, people within the industry and without, like some people, okay, so coming from the world that I came from, a lot of people feared the legalization of cannabis because they thought it was now going to be just the Wild West.
that's
Everything
because
was
you say
go.
you people.
Yeah.
I got to mention that after. That's like because most people stereotype. So there is a cannabis store that is opening up in Timmy's town, right underneath where Timmy lives. And his son seen the store and was like,
I didn't open
his son. No, his son seen the store and did this little, right. And he's like 18, has no interest in cannabis or drinking, or, he's a very level-headed kid. And I say kid, but he's a grown-up. But anyways, so we were having a conversation the other day, and I was talking about getting Invisalign braces. And he said, well, I don't know if that's good for someone like you. And I was like, someone like me? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, because you like the munchies. And I laughed because he just assumed that because I smoke cannabis, and it's natural, right? What do we see in every stoner culture movie or I've ever heard? Stoners get the munchies, right? Man, I've smoked weed for the majority of my life. There is no way that I haven't figured out how to quash the munchies and still look like this. Just saying. This is not just all chocolate and chips and donuts and like when I snack, honestly, when I snack, I have carrots and hummus.
That was a really good point, MJ.
So it was funny that like that's the thing. Non-cannabis consumers.
You can look forward to that clip on Instagram. That is a soundbite.
I am more looking forward to the conversation with your son. Oh, dear. Wait, are we gonna have time to play a game of newbie?
No, I want to do this for sure.
Okay.
Stephen, are you willing to play a game with us that we call Newbie or Doobie?
So it's pretty simple. I'm sure you know it. You're gonna choose either the newbie or the doobie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Some people have done this game better than others. We're gonna see where you rank.
Green
Kelly
did
killed
amazing. So
I love Kelly.
Right?
How can you not love Kelly?
I know she is like a ball of energy that I feel like this. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of really cheery people, but she brings a cheer that you couldn't bottle that stuff.
She is a rainbow into my heart.
Right?
Legit.
That was a good expression.
There's nothing that like every time I turn into Orno and I turn onto Main Street, I get this intense feeling of, oh my God, Kelly.
Oh my God. See, she's infectious. I love it.
She is.
Well,
it's kind of infectious we want right now.
Okay, so you're up against Kelly.
I love the fact that we have one guest on and everyone's talking about the other guest we had on.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. When you're so into the community and you know you're a good person, you know good people, and how many times have our guests said, "Oh yeah, I love this person," and it's a past guest.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah,
it is one of the positives of the community for sure. All right, here we go. We're gonna play Newbie or Doobie with Stephen Stairs. Who is most likely to misplace their car keys?
The newbie.
No, I am most likely to lose my car. I can never find where I parked my car.
That's true.
Really?
But MJ loses her car keys all the time. Mine are always in the place.
Dude, where's my car? What's funny is we drove to the hotel last night and we're standing there checking in and Timmy's like, "What's the license plate number?" And I'm like, "I don't remember." And then he's like, "What's the make of the car?" And then I start telling him his vehicle and he looks at me, he's like, "We drove your car." And I looked at him, I was like, "Oh," he's like, "You drove." I was like, "Oh my God, I forgot." And I didn't even smoke before we left. It was late.
It was late.
It's never the weed anyways.
No, never it is. So I might lose my car. She loses the car keys, except for last night. That was a different thing.
That was weird.
Good to know.
Okay, number 2. Who is most likely to disappear and never return?
Disappear and never return.
Yeah, I know these are deep questions that most people don't ask. Newbie or doobie?
I've got to say MJ.
No, I could go nowhere. Really? I love people way too much.
Oh, the moment this podcast generates enough cash that I have enough to sustain myself, I am out of here. I might still do the podcast, but it will be from a remote location, probably a beach place, and I will never come back to society. Never.
And you will see me at every event.
So I know that, but I really figured the kid was his anchor, but I guess his kid's 18. He can screw off. It's all good.
Yeah, no.
Stephen, I have 2 kids. I have an 11 and a 16-year-old.
The 18 thing I figured would be like the grown up. I mean, 16-year-olds are their own independent kid already. My 11-year-old didn't want to have anything to do with me.
He figures that's why your 18-year-old's still at home.
My
now I really get to look forward to that conversation.
Yeah, he's at home.
I'm really bad at this game.
All right, so 0 for 2. Kelly was already 2-0 at this point.
That's funny.
Here we go. Who would be the first to die in a zombie apocalypse? Newbie or
Oh.
newbie,
Yeah.
right? These
Well,
are
I want
mind
to.
bending.
I want to say MJ then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be me.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
running anywhere.
MJ absolutely would
I
be
just
the.
figured you're so nice, you'd like offer the zombie like a joint. Be like, we
No,
talk
do you
about this?
honestly, you know what the problem is? I don't see anything other than people. I see people. Doesn't matter if you're,
don't see gray.
black, white, what color you are, what gender you are. I just see people. So I would look at a zombie and be like, "Oh, did you want a light?"
Yeah, that's the vibe I got. That's the
Yeah.
vibe I got.
Yes.
Well, and I love comedy so much that if I saw zombies coming towards us, I would run and push MJ to the ground because those scenes in movies make me laugh so hard.
That's true. Or when adults like make
They
a
push-
kid
When
cry.
they push children
You like
around.
when kids cry.
Like that scene in Billy Madison where he's throwing the dodgeball balls at the kids.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Funny every time. Here we
I
go.
was thinking Seinfeld when George. Pushes
Yes,
all those
with George,
people on the
right?
fire.
It's
Yeah,
always funny.
that's
So
what
I would push her to the ground for humor's sake, and then find out, like, oh, wait a minute, oh, that was a bad idea. But by then it'd be too late. So then it's just save yourself, Timmy.
That's funny.
Here we go. You're 1 for 2. 2 questions to go. Most likely to fake their own death. Who's most likely to fake their own death?
You.
Yeah.
Newbie.
That kind of sets up with the never return thing.
Yeah, you actually want to have your own funeral though.
Yeah, I'm actually going to set up a fake death that's public. I'm going to tell everybody about it, bring everybody in, get people to write their statements of how much they love me, because I won't be there when it actually happens. So I want to do this whole thing. So I'll invite you now that you've been a guest on the show.
See, I just suggested we should do it for his birthday. And then we'll have the coffin there and everybody will know it's his birthday, but you must show up in black and you must be sad.
Yeah. People think that's kind of morbid, but I don't know. I think it's good planning. We talked about planning earlier. I think I want to make sure that it's all done right. Right.
Yep.
Good planning.
So 2 for 2. Here we go. Last one. Newbie or doobie, who is most likely to look best in a kilt?
Oh.
Have you seen my legs?
No. I'm intrigued now.
Right. So you would think this would be an easy one.
Well, I think it would be an easy one. I want to say MJ.
Right.
But I'm gonna go with Doobie.
Me?
He's going with Doobie.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's me.
He picked you.
No, I mean, is that the answer?
I don't think that's the answer.
Oh,
I have these yoga legs that are outstanding, quite frankly. I'm a little bit.
Well, what does the card say?
Well, the card says it's me.
Oh, okay. But then again, I wrote those cards, so maybe we just need to get a kilt and take a photo.
See,
that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get a kilt.
Side by side, put it up online.
Okay.
Definitely.
So based on the card, you got that wrong. So you were only 2 out of 5. Although, quite frankly,
we're still undecided on the last one. We need to.
Okay, well, maybe we'll put up a picture of both of us in a kilt, and people can vote on that. But Stephen,
I hope my sensibility comes in.
Stephen, I want to thank you
I know
for.
I'm blind, but I'm not that blind.
Okay, well, we'll make sure it's a picture you'll be able to be able to see and enjoy. We do want to thank you for being on the show, though. I want to thank you for all the insight you've done. Just I don't think we've had anybody really go into the some of the political and legal angle in terms of our guests, and so we appreciate that, and we hope you continue. Maybe you'll be elected one day as Prime Minister.
I would love that. I need a cabinet, so keep your ears open, all right?
Okay,
all right. Do you have a preference in type of wood?
Mahogany.
Mahogany. Okay.
Every once in a while, she tries to pretend she's the comedian, but very well done today. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for coming, Stephen. It was fun for sure.
Oh, I love you, MJ. Timmy, you're the best. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And you guys, your clips, your shows keep me entertained the whole time. Seriously.
Thank you so much. Well, we'll put some links so people can find you in our descriptions, and hopefully that brings some people your way as well. So thanks so much for spending time with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me too.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Well, we can announce right here that we have had the future Prime Minister of Canada,
Yes,
on the Newbie and Doobie podcast. You heard it here first, folks.
it's official.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I've never had a future prime minister on the show.
I've never been to the future.
Well, I remember struggling when I was human, that I would always be concerned about I would never be able to get to the future. But those days are past.
Are you going to tell me that like time is not a linear thing? We just perceive it as such.
I'm not actually at liberty to tell you any of that. So
Oh, okay.
let's just wrap it up, because now this is getting
On
awkward.
that note, I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Is that that's how we're literally going to do it?
Sure. I'm
Okay,
Mary
wait, hold
Jane
on,
Baker.
Hold on. No, I think I start.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Episode 12. So
Fine.
this is funny.
You can go first.
Just for our flat out endings, this is like take 12. Like we haven't hit an ending yet. So this is like take 12.
And it's still already messed up.
And we've already, it's already not a good. So take 5.
When I said I'm Mary Jane Baker, I was trying to like get you to like finish. So you start.
Let me just say this. There is still a lot of work.
With this, I close.
With this, I close. There is still a lot of work to be done. That's what I'm finding.
Yes. Not just in the cannabis space, but in the studio as well.
Yes, that legalization did not stop the work that need to get done. And what we're
That's
finding
correct.
too, and because I'll put it out here because I think it attaches to this particular thing as we get ready to close. We have been seeing, we have been posting stuff online, and our stuff isn't even like the stuff we put online. We try not to even mention cannabis too much in it because the social media spaces still aren't comfortable with it. So just because legalization happened didn't mean that the work is done.
Imagine being a legal retail establishment and not being able to advertise like that.
Right.
Like, I don't understand how it's even possible that a bus can have an advertisement for a beer, but a cannabis company cannot. I'll get into that another day.
Yeah. Well,
But anyways, are we good? I need a
let's
smoke
close.
break.
I'm Timmy.
I'm MJ. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This broadcasting group here at CBGT.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's April 24th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Just so you know, Cindy has the day off, and Glenn is busy. I'm sure he's gonna spend a little bit of time by himself by the looks of it, as his wife Cindy is off to visit family. Other than that, I got some sad news, some news from the cannabis world. This is our first news broadcast since going into the long weekend. So it's been a week now since we had a news broadcast, and during that time, a friend of ours and a fellow who broke the doors for many, as well as basically made a major change in the way people looked at cannabis. And so I sadly have to report that for those who don't already know, Marco Renda, the founder of Treating Yourself magazine, treatingyourself.com, and the Treating Yourself Expo, it's always on the wall behind me. He passed away on Good Friday, late that day. And he's going to be missed by many. He hasn't been as active in the cannabis community for the last several years, but there's no doubt about it. The work that he did with the magazine, and even before the magazine, the forum, and I'm going back to like 2003, was huge. You know, who would think you take a forum, turn it into a magazine that's available globally? It was also published in Spain and translated into Spanish. And it grew into an expo that brought exhibitors from all around the world, from South Africa, Europe, different places, obviously in Europe, the US, Canada. It was like a yearly meeting for those 4 years for all the cannabis advocates from around the world to get together and share ideas. And at that time, you know, cannabis was illegal. People weren't even thinking about cannabis being legal back then. This is, you can see on the sign there, 2010. Who was talking about legalizing cannabis? There sure were no politicians talking about it. Marco was able to rent a federally owned government hall to allow him to hold a medical cannabis expo that featured documentary films, marijuana music awards, speakers, lecturers, doctors, researchers, and booths, you know, vendors. And he had an advocacy row where advocates could where all the advocates had booths. Some of it was stuff for booths that he gave to the advocacy groups because he knew that they couldn't afford it. But he knew that their voices meant something, so he had them involved. Not only that, but he also had the world's largest indoor vapor lounge at the time. Yet again, inside a government building, federally owned. And yeah, right. The first year we had it in a room, one of the seminar rooms, with 12 volcanoes in there. And then after that, it was up on the main floor, right there for everybody, you know, it was all under the same roof, in the same hall, the whole bit. So it was good. It was great. Unfortunately, good things do sometimes come to an end. And there's one CEO of an event that happens yearly now said to me, when I talked to them about the TY Expo, they said that could never happen today. We had live plants on the floor that were in full bloom. Can't have that today. Couldn't have a vapor lounge today. There's no way. So, but that's when laws could get brought in and things could change. So that's how I'm going to start the news today. Let everybody know that Marco Renda has passed on, lost his battle with cancer. He had liver cancer. And this coming Wednesday, which would be next coming Wednesday, which would be, I believe it's April the 30th, on the Pace Radio show, I'm going to do like a tribute to him. Go through the magazine. We're going to watch some video stuff on the expo. And I'm hoping to have some people come in, drop in, whatever, and say a few words about Marco. I've seen some very nice posts out there, so I'm going to look at inviting them and others to come to the show, you know, spend a few minutes talking about Marco and go on from there. So that's next Wednesday. Other than that, I think it's time for me to get on with the news. And I got good news for people in Manitoba, finally joining most of us in Canada, other than Quebec. And that is the fact that Manitoba's home grow bill to come into force on May the 1st. So that's 1 week from today. People in Manitoba will finally be able to join most of Canada and be able to grow their own cannabis. That's right. Adults in Manitoba may be able to grow 4 plants at home this May. The Manitoba government has now listed May 1st as the coming into force date, as its repeal of the prohibition on adults growing up to 4 cannabis plants at home. That is the date that the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act comes into force. That legislation will allow a person who is 19 years of age or older to cultivate up to 4 cannabis plants in their residence. In a notice in January, the proposed regulations require cannabis to be grown in an indoor location that is inaccessible to young persons. So indoor only people. There is no outdoor coming to people in Manitoba, but this indoor, that's the start, right? Work on it from there. The previously announced proposed coming into force date for the legislation was April the 1st, 2025. Bill 34, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Act, which repealed Manitoba's ban on growing up to 4 cannabis plants at home, passed the Manitoba legislature on June the 3rd, 2024. The ban on growing cannabis at home had been put in place by the former Progressive Conservative government in Manitoba in 2018. The Manitoba NDP committed to repealing the bill and did so after forming the government following the October 2023 election. The proposed regulations will allow a person who is 19 years of age or older to cultivate up to 4 cannabis plants in their ordinary residence. However, a person will not be allowed to cultivate cannabis plants in different residences at the same time, and only 4 plants can be in a home regardless of how many adults reside there. So that's similar to the rest of Canada. All cannabis plants will be required to come from seeds or plant material that is not illicit cannabis. And all plants must be cultivated indoors in a room or a container that is securely locked or in a location that is not otherwise accessible to young persons. And there's the notice there from the government. Some information there, listing out everything there. Now, in a recent memo from the Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, retailers were informed that they would soon be able to add cannabis seeds to their product offerings. Tina Jansen, the buyer at Farmer Jane Cannabis, which has 6 locations in Manitoba, says that she hopes to have seeds in store by early June following a product call from the MBLL. She says, "I'm hopeful we will not be waiting long after that May 1st date before we'll be able to purchase seeds, because I do think there will be an initial rush of people very excited to try their hand at growing cannabis." It's too bad they couldn't do it now. I know it's only a week, but get those seeds some time. But yeah. Jesse Lavoie, who helped spearhead a lawsuit targeting Manitoba's homegrown ban with his group, Toba Grown, says he is happy to see the law progressing, but has concerns with some of the proposed regulations. He says, Manitobans deserve, and we at Toba Grown are beyond excited to watch homegrown community grow and thrive in Manitoba. If a ban on growing 4 plants outdoors is set in place, I will move forward. It says, if a ban on growing 4 plants outdoors is set in place, I will move forward with the challenge in court. Although we hope to avoid further legal battles, we've come too far to accept past measures. Let's make home growing truly accessible. So there, he said that in an email. So there you go. It doesn't sound like his court challenge is going to end. As I said, it's only indoor, and he believes that outdoors should be allowed. And I completely agree with him, and I'm sure that I am not alone on that whatsoever. All right, I see I got a comment. Let's see what we got.
Got a message from Kent. He says, "Good morning, Al. My condolences." Thank you very much, Kent. Thank you. Right, on to the next story. Way to go, Manitoba. Got your foot in the door. We just need you to be able to grow outside. All right, here we go. On to the next story. Here it comes. Headline there, which comes to me from Technology Network, says that MDMA and psilocybin may reversibly impact fear and stress responses. It's down here. It's long. There we go. Mass General Brigham researchers found that interactions between immune and brain cells drive fear responses, but treatment with psychedelics like MDMA and psilocybin may reverse these effects. A new study suggests that fear and immune system are connected in previously unknown ways. Researchers at Mass General Brigham found that the immune system can influence stress and fear behaviors by changing how brain cells communicate. The investigators further showed that psychedelic treatments could target these neuroimmune interactions and reduce stress-induced fear in preclinical models, and found similar results in human tissue samples. Really? Just, there's a lot of people out there with immune issues, and I'm one of them. Now, according to Michael Wheeler, he's a corresponding author, and he is with the Jean Lay Institute of Immunology and Inflammation, says our study underscores how psychedelics can do more than just change perception. They can help dial down inflammation and reset brain immune interactions. This could reshape how we think about treatment for inflammatory disorders and conditions like anxiety and depression. Yes, inflammatory disorders right here. Prior research has shown immune signaling can drive the development of neuropsychiatric diseases such as major depression disorder. However, the ways that specific immune mechanisms can also affect behaviors due to chronic stress or MDD remained unclear, which is the major depression disorder. Using a mouse model of chronic stress, the researchers determined that an increased crosstalk between cells in the amygdala, or the brain's fear center, posted fear behaviors, elevated inflammatory signaling, and deactivated fear-promoting amygdala neurons. Furthermore, inflammatory immune cells called monocytes migrated from other parts of the body to the brain meninges during chronic stress. The research team demonstrated that artificially manipulated these cells impacted fear behaviors. Treating stressed mice with psilocybin and MDMA prevented monocytes from accumulating in the brain and lowered fear behaviors. The investigators found similar signals of response to stress in human brain cells and in gene expression data sets from patients with MDD, suggesting that the same interactions between the immune system and the brain may play a role in neuropsychiatric disorders in humans. The authors note that further experiments are needed to understand exactly how psychedelics affect immune cells and brain communication. The next steps include examining the long-term effects of psychedelic treatments on patients with MDD or inflammatory diseases. Wheeler is currently collaborating with investigators from the Massachusetts General Hospital Center for the Neuroscience of Psychedelics on a clinical trial of patients with depression who are being treated with psychedelics, and will examine their tissue samples. Wheeler says that we're not saying that psychedelics are a cure-all for inflammatory disease or any other health conditions, but we do see evidence that psychedelics have some tissue-specific benefits, and that learning about them could open up entire new possibilities for treatments. I did not know that it was going to be in the inflammatory end of things for diseases and conditions. Because just think, and will help. I got my cat right here.
will help with other immune conditions, like MS. I know that a good friend of ours here at the network, Allison, she's always doing mushrooms to help her with her condition. So, all righty. From that story, let's move on to the next one as I load it up here. And we are heading to the U.S., see what's going on there on the cannabis front. And here we go. Headline from the Business of Cannabis says that the legal challenge over the DEA's handling of cannabis rescheduling dropped, removing one barrier preventing progress. There we go. A coalition of pro-cannabis medical professionals has dropped its lawsuit against the DEA, clearing one of the many hurdles preventing the process from progressing. As the DEA's long-awaited hearing on cannabis rescheduling remains on hold indefinitely, Doctors for Drug Policy Reform, a coalition of over 400 physicians advocating for evidence-based cannabis policy, has confirmed the withdrawal of its appeal. Just a day ahead of the deadline for the D4D PR to submit its reply brief for its legal case ahead of a scheduling hearing on May the 12th, 2020. The coalition filed a motion to dismiss the petition. In an explanation of its withdrawal published on its website yesterday, which was April 21st, 2025, the coalition said that it had achieved its principal objective of bringing the DEA's alleged biases into the spotlight and remained concerned that its legal case could set the process back further. However, should the DEA choose not to agree with the recommendations of the HHS to reschedule cannabis, it has reserved the rights to re-urge its arguments at a later juncture. Good stuff. Now, here's the case. In February 2025, the D4D PR launched a legal challenge against the administration, submitting a 56-page brief to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit on Monday, February 17th, calling for the selection process to be redone. Now, the D4D legal challenge alleges the DEA acted arbitrarily when it selected a number of the participants at the hearing, rejecting 138 out of 163 applications. And the evidence I have seen, I have to totally agree with them. Furthermore, they have called the process oblique, arguing that no explanation was provided as to why certain participants were selected over others and why the majority of the participants were opposing to rescheduling. Last month, Business of Cannabis reported that new evidence was published as part of this case that pointed to a confirmation of bias within the DEA. Not only was the selection process entirely oblique, but the DEA issued 12 so-called cure letters to participants in the rescheduling process, requesting additional information to demonstrate their ineligibility as a person adversely affected or aggrieved by the proposed rule as required under federal law. Copies of these letters include court filings revealed a significant bias in their distribution. Of the 12 recipients, 9 were sent to entities that were strongly opposed to rescheduling, indicating a clear skew towards prohibitionist perspectives. Only one letter was sent to a known supporter of rescheduling. One. The University of California, San Diego Center for Medicinal Cannabis Research, a government entity. However, after the CMCR provided the requested information and confirmed its support for the rule, the DEA ultimately rejected its participation without explanation. Oh yeah, that was fixed right from the get-go. The evidence is just overwhelming. Kevin Sabat there from Smart Marijuana, whatever you call it, working behind the scenes of the DEA. Just so wrong. So wrong. So yeah, I'm glad they're being called out. The doctors have done the right thing by putting a hold on it because they don't want to slow it down. But it's great to see that they have that opportunity or that option to bring their case back before the courts, because it is something that they have to stay on. They've got several hundreds doctors that are supporting them in this all across the U.S. and doing it for patients. And hopefully their stand forces the government in the end to make the changes that are required. All right, talking about changes, we're making it on to my last story before we go to break, and this is coming to us from Entrepreneur, and it says Alabama court ruling voids medical cannabis licenses. What? An Alabama court ruling on Monday overturned the December 2023 issuing of medical cannabis licenses by the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission, according to CBS 42. The ruling is the latest setback for Alabama's medical cannabis licensing process, which officials have attempted multiple times, but legal challenges have repeatedly hindered the process. The process may need to start again now, even though some operators have existed for over a year, believing they had a secured license. In its ruling, the Circuit Court of Montgomery County invalidated the AMCC's decision to use an emergency rule to continue its licensing process after two previous attempts were thwarted. John McMillan, AMCC director, expresses frustration with the situation in a WSFA report. He says, just continued high level of frustration with the way this has evolved. Has become pretty obvious that there's some powerful forces in Alabama that are intent on keeping this program from getting going unless they have their way. Whatever that way seems to be becoming at every angle. McMillan said the agency is considering its options and has not ruled out appealing the court's decision to invalidate the licenses. So there you go. Court shut down a medical cannabis program. Why? This doesn't make sense to me. All righty, people, that's first four stories. It's time for me to take a break and time for me to let my cat out. Other than that, you are watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education. I'm live here at paceradio.net, 420 pace.ca, and we'll see you in about 2.5 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, I'm back. Got some more news for you. We got more news here right from Canada. And we got some news from Italy. And I got some news from the US. And that's where I'm going to get started off. And here we go. This comes to me from Entrepreneur. Nebraska committee rejects bill to implement voter-approved medical cannabis program. A committee rejects bill to implement a voter-approved program. Nebraska Legislative General Affairs Committee earlier this month voted 5-3 against advancing a bill to implement and regulate medical cannabis in the state. Nebraska's Examiner reports. The disapproval by the committee leaves the state's patients in limbo despite the reforms being approved by 67% of the voters last November. Okay, so that's 2/3 of the voters said, bring us a program. So why did they say no? Let's see. Why did the committee say no? State Senator Ben Hansen, who introduced the legislation, told the Independent that the legislation is a must for the 2025 session to prevent the Wild West. Without a regulatory bill, the commission created by voters to regulate medical cannabis has no power or funding. He says that I don't want to shut all the doors right now, but some doors are closing and they're closing fast, so we're having to act. The committee has tried to negotiate an amendment with Hansen that would have regulated cannabis through the state's prescription drug monitoring system, in addition to seed-to-sale tracking systems, and would have limited the medical cannabis qualifying conditions list to just 15 ailments. The amendment was not agreed to. Krista Eggers, executive director for Nebraskans for Medical Marijuana, told the Independent that the rejection will not be the end, and that advocates have every intention to keep fighting. All right, Krista, keep fighting. That's what you gotta do. That's what we had to do here in Canada, and we always continue to have to do. Even though it's legal, there's still things that need to be changed, whether it's for a patient or even for legalization. There's always things that can be improved. There's no doubt about that. All right, now I'm heading to StratCan for something right here in Canada, and headline there says the clear cannabis packaging making its way to the shelves. Yeah, our packaging wouldn't allow people to see the buds. Cannabis packages with transparent windows are finally making their way to some shelves in Canada a month after the new rule changes from Health Canada came into effect. In March, the federal cannabis regulator finalized the range of rule changes for cannabis producers, including several that will be noticeable to consumers, such as larger cannabis pre-rolls, streamlined labeling requirements for THC and CBD, multicoloring packaging, QR codes, and see-through windows for cannabis flower. At least 2 producers were fully prepared for these changes and have products on shelves or coming to shelves soon that feature these cutout windows, satisfying a demand from both the industry and consumers alike since cannabis was first legalized. Josh Gadweski, the owner of micro-producer in Alberta called Kazyak Cannabis Group, recently introduced some of his own recently harvested cannabis in packaging that allows consumers to see the flower. The products are currently available in the Alberta market. Well, there you go. You see the buds right there, people, right there. The changes are a good step forward, he says. Goes on to say that I'm so happy about it. The window is actually a core part of my business plan. Simplified. THC numbers are great as well because most consumers don't understand the THC-THCA distinction. Trust me. I was a bud tender for 2 years. QR codes increase the information flow to bud tenders and consumers and are no-brainer. It's also a way for qualified flower to be distinguished itself from lower quality product, he says.
Some of the flour selling right now wouldn't move. A person could see it before they bought it. With top shelf flour, putting it in a clear bag or jar will set these brands apart. Either you have flour worthy of being seen or you have something to hide. It's called bag appeal, and it's how it used to be sold. It sure did. You got your Ziploc baggie, you looked at it and said, that looks good. Yep, I'll take that. So, a lot of people do the same thing. Chris Crombie, the founder and chief operating officer of Atlantic Cultivation, a cannabis producer in Newfoundland, has similar packaging for his products that he hit the ground running with as soon as Health Canada made the new rules official. He says he expects them on shelves in the coming weeks. Overall, he shares the similar sentiments to Gawaski. He says, there's always value for me in letting consumers see the flower. Our flower presents really well and has a good bag appeal. So it's something I've always wanted to do. The consumers want to know what they're smoking, especially with a premium brand. People want to know what they're paying for. Still, he says, he does see how the issue could be a challenge for some retailers, especially those in busier locations. Okay. I said, oh, a clear jar. Okay, I see what that is so people can see. He says that at the retail level, it could definitely cause a shift in consumers. People are going to want to select their nubs. So I can see consumers coming in and wanting to see several packages, which I think is something the retailers are going to have to learn to handle. I think the consumer will be a lot happier at the end of the day, but if you're in a high volume store and there are people lining up behind you, that definitely puts pressure on the retailer. He goes on to say, I think it's good for the industry overall. Retailers will figure out their procedures and what they allow the consumers or the customers to do, but I can see that being a bit of a hurdle that could create some initial difficulties for retailers. I also wonder when it comes to retailers too, that if you got product coming in that is in the old system of packaging and a customer requests something in a see-through container and they know it's available on the market, will that retailer be stuck with that old packaging? Will they be able to return it? Will they be able to put it on a discounted price? Who knows? We'll see what happens in time. Now, Ian Scott, VP of Operations for Plant Life Cannabis, with 42 retail locations in the Alberta market, says he has seen a few other products on shelves with clear packaging, including Natural History, Super Toast, and Space Race. Consumers are excited, he tells the Stratcan. Most cannabis shops do not have products visible, such as sensory jars, as they did in the early days of legalization. Being able to see the physical product prior to purchase, not hidden in a bag, only creates trust and transparency when guests are making a buying decision. Just think, when you go to get your groceries and you go to the veggie area and you're looking at all the vegetables that are available, most people look through it looking for something that looks really good and doesn't have any bad spots in it. So cannabis is a plant. There's researchers such as Dr. William Courtney that say cannabis is a vegetable. So why not allow people to be able to see the plant? Like, it's nothing scary, right? There's no need for that. The stores don't allow minors, so kids wouldn't be able to see it. So, alrighty. On to my next story, we're heading to Italy because there the Italian court upholds classification of CBD as a narcotic. Yes, that's what it says, as a narcotic. Okay. Italy's emerging cannabis industry was dealt another major setback recently with an Italian court ruling that CBD classification as a narcotic is permissible. A previously approved measure in Italy equated floral hemp with cannabis flower that is high in THC content. Now, according to the report, it says, in yet another blow to Italy's beleaguered hemp sector, the Lazio Regional Administration Court, which is TAR,
has rejected appeal of stakeholders challenging the government's restriction of oral CBD products, solidifying a ban that has drawn sharp criticism from legal and trade experts. Italy has now effectively banned all oral compositions of CBD derived from cannabis plants, including extracts from flowers, leaves, or stalks, limiting them strictly to prescription-only pharmaceutical use. The decision expands prior restrictions which only applied to flower-derived CBD, the outlet has also stated. Now, according to the recent economic report, Italy's cannabis lights industry employs over 20,000 people. Cannabis light, which would be CBD. The light cannabis sector has a direct economic impact of almost 1 billion euros, with another additional billion of indirect impact, and the creation of 22,000 full-time jobs reported this, I'm going to say newspaper anyways, Dulce Vita, and it's quoted as saying, these are the recently updated estimates of the Italian light cannabis market, therefore relating only to inflorescences, that is, without CBD oils and shredded, developed in a study by MPG Consulting, led by the specialized economist David Fortin, together with the lawyer Maria Boletta, and commissioned by the Canapa Sativa Italia Mission, the outlet also stated. So, cannabis, CBD is a narcotic in Italy. And people wonder, why do we need to still march for the global marijuana marches? They say, oh, cannabis is legal in Canada. We don't need to march. It's a global thing, people. Italy is a perfect example of why people have to continue and should continue to march. And people did march. Some people did march over the 420 holiday. I've seen some reports of that, but that's not normally when the global marijuana march is. That'll be this year. It's always the first Saturday of May, and this year is May the 3rd. So check out your local areas. Do a Google search. I know Toronto's having one, and I'm sure other locations are as well. All right, on to my last story of the day, and this one is coming to me from a place I've never used before, so it's new to me. And here we go. Come on. There we go. This comes to me from healthday.com. Psilocybin use dramatically increasing in the U.S. Oh, well, that's what the headline is. And you can see I didn't sign up for an extra thing, unlimited news. I did read it earlier, so it's one of those places that only allow you to one store. So just so you know, psilocybin is dramatically increasing in the U.S. So, which is, I would imagine, for many people, a very good thing. Unfortunately, the federal laws will be behind, just like it is in the cannabis end. There are several states that have legalized cannabis recreationally, and as far as the medical end, there's been a lot more of that, which is good to see. And that story that I had at the beginning of the broadcast, and how it can help with immune systems and inflammation. Hello, people with IBS, Crohn's, colitis, all that type of stuff. So if it's doing that, that's a good sign. It's a good sign. There's no doubt about that. All right, people. Other than that, I'm done for the day. Just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the broadcast. And that was to report that a friend, a fellow colleague here, when it comes to the cannabis community, Marco Renda, passed away Friday night. That would be Good Friday, of liver cancer. He was founder of Treating Yourself magazine, treatingyourself.com, and the Treating Yourself Expo. All of them were so beneficial to patients. It's unreal what he accomplished, and how many doors he broke down, and how many voices he allowed to be heard. So, and to remind you that I'm looking at arranging something for this coming Wednesday night. So a week from today, you're looking at about April the 30th. I believe is the date, Wednesday night during the Pace Radio Show. I'm going to talk about Marco, working with Marco. We're going to be going through magazines, playing some of the videos that are online from the expo to show people how the expos were run back then. I think it'll open a lot of eyes, especially the people who are involved in today's expos and cannabis events that are happening in the halls. Where it all started, you know, Marco's the one who started it all. Wanting to be in the trade shows in Toronto, and as I wrote, he wanted to attend all the big ones, all the ones downtown. And that's what we did. And attending things like the Canada's Bloom and outdoor show, or something was called. It was Canada Blooms, and International Home and Garden Show, which was out by the airport. National Women's Show, which was downtown. Health shows that were downtown. You know, we went to non-cannabis events to talk about cannabis and educate people and open their eyes. And we did that so many times. I'll explain one quick story. Where a fellow come up to the booth. He was in a wheelchair and he had people with him. And he asked what we were there for, and we told him. And he says, "Oh, he says that's something I can't do. I just had heart surgery, had stents put in." And we said, "Oh, really? It just happens." The newest issue that was just released talks about cannabis and stents, and slid the copy out to him, and he took it very willingly. He was very interested in it. So you just never know. You can change someone's mind very easily by just providing them with some information. The magazine hasn't been published since 2013. But the information and the knowledge that's still in that is in that magazine is still relevant for today. It can still educate patients and people today and encourage them. They can look at it and say, "This is 10 years ago. What has improved since then? What other research?" And get people to dig in. As a advocacy writer, I sort of look at a lot of the advocacy stuff that we covered within Ontario is a history of it. Every issue basically had a medical article in it, that there was recipes in there. As far as the medical articles, especially early on, there was one writer, and I'm just trying to think of what their name is offhand. I just can't think of it right now. And they didn't use their real name. They had a fake name. You could tell just by the name itself. But where they got their information, every resource for that article was listed at the end of it. And some of it would be over a page long. So it's all good stuff. It's all very important. So yeah. Marco's gone, but let's hope that down the road we'll find out what's going on with treating yourself. So we'll find out what his wishes were someday. So all right, other than that, I see I got some comments. Buddy Weeds, thank you, Buddy Weeds. Rest in peace, Marco. Buddy Weeds says, "I was at the 2010 Expo. It was an amazing experience. Oh, I will never forget." Exactly, buddy. That, like I said, that's the poster. That's the big board from that expo. That expo alone. Dr. Bob Malamine, Dr. Juan Sanchez Ramos, Mary Lynn Mathry, Michael Kradwich, who's fighting down in the U.S. for veterans still today. You can see him on the Veteran Action Council. Which appears here on the Pace Network on Sundays at 8 p.m. Dr. Alexander Sumac. There's musical performances that were there. Chief Greenbud, Northern Lights, DJ Sim, Lost Marijuanas. It just went on and on. There was a comedy event. There was the Marijuana Music Awards. Yeah. So it was quite the event, and maybe someday we'll have another one like it. Who knows? But other than that, folks, I've got to head. That's the news for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and limestonecityhydroponics.ca. Other than that, in closing, I'd like to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate, because that's not good at all. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.